at least, so it gets complicated. Like, I think at the end of the day, I don't think that we should have borders or countries. We're like people of the globe, but so long as there are citizens, um, or like so long as we have countries, then it should be free for all citizens. Rumble? You sure it's not Rumble? Here, I'm reading it right now, or you can read it right here. 100 plus YouTube accounts, 100 plus. Oh, that, yeah, yeah. What about it? Oh, yeah, definitely. Um, okay, so absolutely, he's gonna have his own hologram. Holograms become really big. Okay, so Restream is a really nice platform that I use and that I've started using because it has disconnection protection. Like when you live stream as much as I do, you need consistent internet all the time. And for whatever reason, just because of how routers are and ISPs are, and like, power fuses blow, and I've got roommates who sometimes blow fuses and whatever, it can knock out the internet for a little bit. Sometimes it's only like 10 seconds, but sometimes that makes your stream go down. So Restream. Pardon me. Restream.io allows it has disconnection protection, which I feel should be just a default thing that YouTube has and that Rumble has, but they either don't have it or they don't have it for as long as I need. So what happens is on occasion, so what it basically does, if your internet goes out while you're live streaming on YouTube, let's just say it goes out for 1 second, not a long time, and it's not even like the whole thing goes out. It's not like the router restarts or anything. Just for whatever reason, there's just a hiccup in the connectivity. YouTube ends your stream immediately. What Restream.io does is it says, hold on a second, I think you just disconnected. I'm not going to end the stream immediately. I'm going to give it 10, 15, 20 seconds to reconnect. If it reconnects, then I'll just continue the stream, and then you can continue to watch, like in one continuous feed. When, if it's YouTube, it just ends the stream immediately. Does that make sense? 6 months or so, and I have normally what would happen is my stream would go down and I would just restart a new stream. But this allows me to not have to do that. So it's very beneficial for that. I mean, it's just a lot less babysitting of the stream. It is a it's a freemium service. What do I mean by that? There are free tiers that I use, and um, what does that mean? So you get to be able to live stream on two simultaneous streams for free, and then it can increase to like 10, 15, or no. I think if you went 3 to 5, it's like something a month. I don't know. I don't pay attention to it if it costs anything. But like a lot of times I'll do a stream, and one of my streams will be out, two of my streams will be out, or six of my streams will be out, and that's fine because I've got another 14 that are still live streams. It's like not that big of a deal. It's the reason why I do so much multi-streaming is because my streams go out, and it's not. Sometimes it's not even my internet. Sometimes it has to do with the app crashes or the laptop needs to restart or like whatever. When you do as much streaming as I do, there are like a lot of different scenarios that occur that can stop your stream. So it's like, okay, if one goes down, I got another one going. And if that one goes down, I got another one going. And then if any of that goes down, I've got backups to all the backups. Now, do I have absolutely every second of the last 3.5 years stream archive? No, but I have like 99.999%. Um, if I ever have a power outage, it doesn't happen often, but it can happen. Where they have to do like some work on the router. I have GoPros that I use that I'll just put one GoPro on me, not 10 GoPros on me. But I'll put like one GoPro on me, so I've got that. But that doesn't happen all that often. Um, less than once a month, less than probably like just a few times a year. Is it like this and where we'll have to change up the like I had to really move out like 7 months ago. So when there's that switch on, or it doesn't happen as much with anyone, thankfully, but I had one roommate who liked to microwave stuff in their room, and they would blow out the fuse all the time when like he would have like a bunch of power going on. I really liked him as a person, but as a roommate, I'm sure he could say the same thing about me. But he would like take his boil. He would like cook like um, he would like cook like really I don't know like Filipino dishes and pour the oil down the sink and it would clog up the sink. And I would complain about it like to the person in the house was like, I don't know what to do. Like it was just frustrating. But anyway, he would not have my power at all. Um, they're just little uh, different scenarios that occur. So I use Restream as like a kind of fail safe for a lot of the disconnections that occur. The ones that get me are just when the internet cuts out for like 10 seconds. Like just 10 seconds. Why? I don't know. And when I like I do all kinds of troubleshooting online because it's just something that happens with different ISPs and different routers. And normally it's not a big deal. And actually probably 99% of all the population doesn't even know what's happening. Because they're just like hit refresh on their computer or whatever and it works there. But I'm live streaming all the time, and because of that, I always have to have it working. It can never be down. Does that make sense? That's right. No days off. No seconds off. So as you know, I talked about you at length yesterday about how nice you are. Just I sometimes just talk to the cameras, and I was just saying that how nice you were and how nice it was for you to come in and just say how consistent I am. And I just wanted you to know that meant a lot to me. I I hope you can hear my voice. Like I think I'm coming to the end. Not because I'm quitting by any means, but I'm gonna get by. I just look at like just as I was saying this, somebody talked about me 15 minutes ago. Somebody talked about me 6 minutes ago. You know what I mean? Like those are more. It likes, reposts, and comments on view people's posts. So, like, let's say you go on this guy right now and you post something. There's a good chance one of my three bots will like it, will repost it, and will comment on it. So, like, uh, yeah, it comments this huge thing of text that says, um, it's the thing about, like, the biggest pimp of all time, yada, yada, yada. Um, so, somebody wrote, um, I'm becoming a meme. Like, and that's cool. Somebody wrote in 16 minutes ago and replied to some of this. Have you ever met a man named Rabbi ROTHSCHILD? Somebody else wrote 7 minutes ago. The rabbi showed up with my replies and was instantly banned. This is the power of being a dragon gets you. And that's fine. Look, I don't care if it bans me. I have a list right now of 1,200 accounts that are ready to be populated. I've been working on it for like 3 months. Like, I've got literally right now, let's say lightning, God forbid, hit me right now. It would have 1,200 accounts that would spam until it ran out. So it wouldn't go forever, but they would have to ban 1,200 accounts, which would take days. Meaning, like, I have days of work of backup, and that's it's a really good bot. I've had bots before that were okay. My Taik bot was pretty good, but it didn't work while I was asleep, and it didn't. Maybe it did. I don't recall, but this one works while I sleep. It allows me to talk with you. I mean, as I talk with you, I do little captures, and all I have to do is make sure the captures are being done, and that creates new accounts and puts it all in this big spreadsheet that I have. And then my computers take the information from the spreadsheet and spam people with those accounts. And I have a program that if anybody bans those accounts, that's fine. It's absolutely fine. Here's why. In order to ban them, yes. Look, and I think you and I have done that investigation where you can make autonomous um, AI bots. But here's the thing: you're only allowed to make one of them. I make hundreds, thousands, basically, and they don't allow that. That's bad. Yeah. Um, I had that same issue, and I don't know what, like, I mean, I've seen Twitter's evolution of what they do to be able to prevent spam. Years ago, like when I first started spamming on there 2 or 3 years ago, um, I could create as many accounts as I want, spam as much as I want, but now they have AI. You can tell they have AI, and I think that they're starting um, really using AI actually just like in January of this year. But now, like, if you do your yellow on red accounts, or I do just any kind of account, it, it triggers something and it bans it. Now, I'm live streaming on Twitter right now, Twitter Spaces. I've been live in a Twitter Space 24/7 since February 14th, which is, like 4 months. And this account hasn't been taken down, but I don't post with it. I don't I don't spam with it. I don't do anything with it. It's literally just a video space. And I get random people in there. I get this asshole. I mean, it's funny, not really, who come in there and just play soundboards, trying to awake me. and it works sometimes, or just to annoy me. And so I'll just hear like that. And but that's cool. I mean, it's there. I don't. It doesn't bother me too much. Now, when I sleep in here, a lot of times I'll forget to mute the computer on which I'm talking to you, and people will come in here and just be screaming stuff or come in with chainsaw noises or whatever. And I noticed, like, if I keep that device on with the sound, I'll sleep like only like 4 to 6 hours. If I have it muted, I'll sleep 6 to 8 hours. Like I sleep a lot longer because um, I'm able to sleep continuously. If I allow somebody to come in, like I get random people who want to come in here and talk with me, and that's fine, even though I'm asleep, and they're really nice. Like I'll get Zoom comes in here and he's like, "Are you awake?" And I'll be like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And he's like, "Okay, well, I'll just let you go." But even that, like me saying I'm sleeping, it'll be like it'll start to like open like keep me awake a little bit. And then I won't always be able to get back to sleep. So I do, but I don't always remember to mute it. Whenever I mute it, if you ever come in here and see me, I'll take like a bottle of something and I'll put it like here. If you ever see that, it's like, why does he have that? It's a reminder for me to unmute myself, or I shouldn't say unmute myself, but to turn up the sound in the morning. Because if I don't, sometimes it has happened like 1 or 2 times where I will be here. I'll be like, no, nobody's come in or said anything in a while in the disco. And I'll look and they will have hearing, but I have the sound on. So usually, I have two different devices. I got this one and then the camera that has the podcast. And I can hear people talking in that one. And I'll be like, oh, what's going on? Um, but when I would do this, when I would scam on Twitter, I would get one person talking about me. This is at my best. I was really only doing it with one computer. One person every 3 days. And when I do it on Blue Sky, I get like, on average one person talking about me. And so that's like a 72 times of, increase in people learning about me. And then they become, like, I love the people who become like, I just think people, I've said it before, but it just makes me feel good when they say, it, like, even though nobody cares what I post on Blue Sky, I know the Rabbi cares because he uploads it. And then I'll upload them immediately. Um, or I'll get people who say, this place is a real community when everybody knows who Rabbi Rothschild is. It's like, yeah, fucking right, they do. Um, oh man, Reddit, their security is better than basically anything. If I create a Reddit account, it gets banned almost every random username, random IP address, random device, everything. Yeah, Reddit did this. Reddit did this. Yeah, in a lot of them, right? But even though I've gotten that, I mean, I purchased Reddit accounts, and Reddit had some kind of. I remember when this happened. Time to Gas bought Reddit. Tiny Gas is like a American company. They have this thing that they do. What device fingerprinting does Reddit do? Or account fingerprinting? to be able to prevent multiple accounts being used or to evade payments. It might not even tell you this. Okay, so it uses device fingerprinting, account fingerprinting, and Fusion side performance. So it does IP address tracking, browser fingerprinting, cookies and local storage, super cookies and never cookies, account behavior fingerprinting, device identifiers on mobile and desktop. So it knows like your device model, your advertising ID, app usage data, installed apps, login and session correlation, third-party tracking, email code notification. So the big thing though I find that Reddit gets me on is VPN. Like basically, if you create a new Reddit account with a VPN, it automatically flags it. It doesn't automatically ban it, but it basically automatically flags it. And Reddit's just a weird place that they give the moderators and like a lot of power. They give the administrators all the power, and if there's an administrator who feels like you're spamming or something like that, they get rid of you. Have I spammed on Reddit before? Yeah. So they ban my accounts. I do have some accounts that are still going, but I don't post with them because I don't want to get into them. Like I have one at the Rabbi ROTHSCHILD, like Rabbi ROTHSCHILD got doing power around there, all these like that actually you can but the best way to do it is in explain me like a five and go to and filter by mood and someone will ask a question like how are babies born? Whatever. Like some simple question like why is the sky blue? And then you would say like because water molecules are reflecting light. However, they are reflecting everything but blue. You know what I mean about color? And so you would explain that in like a simple form. And because you do it really early on, you become the top upvoted thing, and then you get the most amount of karma, and then that's how you get a lot of karma. So yeah, you can do it. Or there are already a lot of bots on it anyway, though. Like more than half of Reddit is probably bots at this point, and especially the um, like some of the big um, subreddits. All they do is just take what was a really popular post like a year ago and just repost it with the top. The best way to get the most amount of karma is um, to take a post that was popular like a year ago and then go and take the top upvoted comment and make that the title. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you definitely can. In fact, that's where a lot of the bot comes in. Yeah, you can post 5 links. You can write a little bio. Um, they can't see what subreddit you're in, but they can see what subreddit you posted to. And so there are people. I think redditors are creepy. A lot of them because they're like they make all these assumptions about it. They'll be like, granted, there are a lot of robots on on Reddit or a lot of people who are promoted OnlyFans, but There are just girls who are just making a post, and then people will just assume they're doing OnlyFans or whatever. And I don't know. I feel like Reddit suffers from such hive mind and echo chamberism. Like it may be the most hive mind echo chamber on the internet. It's unbelievable, but only so many people are allowed to outside that. Did you join the William Montgomery subreddit? Yeah, of course. What do you mean, of course? You didn't even know it existed before. Maybe in your house, but definitely not in this car. I had to teach you about the William Montgomery subreddit. What did you think of his performance this on this last? What did you think about William Montgomery's performance on the most recent Phil Tony? Really, even though he didn't perform? Um, so the reason why he didn't perform is, well, at least Tony said, because he only had 20 seconds to put together. But I think he's shooting this movie, so that's taking up some of his time. So I don't want to say he hasn't been honest. Well, actually, the reason why it's kind of complicated. The Tony and Redbone went to England and did the O2 Arena and bombed really bad. It was not a good show, people say. They don't do well in stadiums because of a few reasons. One, they can't control the crowd as much. Like at the Comedy Mothership, they have to do facial recognition, and you're not allowed to like have your cell phone and all kinds of stuff. But O2 Arena is much bigger. Same thing that they did in Nashville. The other thing that happens is you get a small contingent of people in a very large um, stadium like that or arena like that, and they start to boo people. And when a small group of people starts to boo, then everybody starts to boo. So people shit on all of these comments. So Tony has to get up there and be like, "Hey, let him speak, and all that." Then on top of that, he's in the most recent England Phil Tony. They were in London. They had people broke out in fights just because of whatever. Somebody threw a bottle at somebody and they just started. And then, oh yeah, that's the other thing is they allow alcohol amongst all these people. That's what they've done with Comedy Mothership, but they're watching what people are putting in much more Comedy Mothership than they are in like a big stage in a big arena. Okay, so then they took they went on vacation for a couple weeks, but they still want to show new Kill Tonys. So what Kill Tony did is they set up some episodes at the Vulcan Gas Arena, or Vulcan Gas Company, which is another venue in Austin, and they were doing multiple a week. They did like two or three in a week or something like that. And William Montgomery, you know, he can do 1 minute per week, but it's really hard for him to do 2 or 3 minutes a week. So that's why he said he only got 20 seconds. Though I don't understand why. I think with his joke delivery and the fact that he's reading off of cards, I really think I could do. I could do. I think I could do a minute a day, easily. All I have to do here, we'll do it right now. Just I'm gonna go to CNN. All right. Um, so like, what's a thing? Loved ones share tributes as leaders. Well, that's a sad thing. I don't know if this is sad. Okay, Thailand was the first country in Asia to legalize marijuana. Things didn't go as planned. What, did they have record-setting tourism? And then boom. That's not bad. But Thailand was the first country in Asia to legalize marijuana. Things didn't go as planned. They had record-setting tourism. Boom. Next, I'm not saying it's like the thing is that I read the whole time. So if it was, hey, did you know that Thailand was the first country in Asia to legalize marijuana and things allegedly didn't go as planned? Yeah, they were expecting to have, I don't know, I think that was a funny joke, the first one. Yeah, they had overwhelming tourism. Next one. How Qatar, let's see, the Bezos Sanchez wedding. What happened at billionaire Jeff Bezos' wedding? Hey, Jeff, where's my fucking invitation? That's a joke. Uh, or William Montgomery could have said, Jeff, do you know how much Oat Bran or whatever the fuck he buys cereal I bought off of Amazon? I thought that would at least give me a ticket to your wedding. Um, go for it. People be laughing their ass off at these. Um, all right. How about the Sean Diddy Combs case shows trialtainment has evolved in the post-OJ Simpson era. I don't know about you, but I very much enjoyed the Michael Jackson trial more than the Diddy trial. I mean, the way that he could deliver it, I'm not saying it's the funniest shit ever, but it's like he just needs to come up with like five of these a day. Um, not even that. All right. Let's see here. Well, what do you versus hardwood floors? Hard surfaces? Well, yeah. So the big thing about carpeting, and people don't realize this, 90% of all dirt, debris, but specifically dirt, soil, can be prevented with 10 feet of walk-off pad. So what do I mean? Basically, like when you walk into a building, 90% of all of the dirt that would be trapped in can be prevented with 10 feet of carpeting right by the door. So that's why, yeah, exactly. That's why you see welcome mats where they are. Well, they have these things. They have tracks that they put in a lot of places as well that at least get some of the stuff off of your shoes. It depends where you are, but like a lot of places have it. I know, like I don't know, like the store they have a big uh, thing of uh, carpeting by the door. A lot of times, especially because it can cause a slip hazard if you have it
like there's a slipping hazard from people coming from the outside inside if it ever rains. Yeah, so they make all kinds of coatings, uh, like Scotch Guard. Haven't we talked about Scotch Guard? Yeah, so you Scotch Guard it, and then the big thing is there's a way to clean carpeting. It's called dry shampoo. It is a so like the issue with carpeting a lot of times is it's really difficult to clean carpeting in an industrial setting or a commercial setting because you have to wait for the carpeting to dry. Even if you have huge air blowers on it, it still takes a long time. It can take overnight, and like if you're in an office building, people don't want to walk in when their carpet's wet. So what they have is it's called dry shampoo, and you put dry shampoo in the carpet, and then you vacuum that up, and it basically shampoos the carpeting with a chemical, and it's dry afterward. And that's going to revolutionize cleaning of carpet. Um, since like 2015, let me look at. Oh yeah, yeah. It not like the carpet. Yeah. Yo, dog. Like Joey Diaz, have him explain in 10 bullet points dry chemical shampoo of carpeting. Sure, here it is. Listen, cocksucker, this ain't your grandma Steve cream. Dry shampooing means no water, no mess, and no waiting hours for carpet to dry. They sprinkled a special powder, right? It's a dry compound. Got some chemicals and cleaning agents, like cocaine for the carpet. They work that shit in with the brush machine. The bristles get deep, like you owe them money. Grinds the dirt loose and gets it up top. No soaking the rug, it's just out of the pool. No smoke soaking the rug like it just got out of the pool. The dry stuff pulls the dirt out of the fibers without flooding the joint. They they vacuum it up like a DEA grade. All the dirt they grind poof, gone. Carpets left clean and mostly dry. Perfect for places that can't shut down for hours. Offices, casinos, maybe even the weird Uncle Shell carpet from '72. No sticky residue, no wet dog smell. Just a clean floor and scent of success or chemicals. Who gives a fuck? Not for deep, nasty stains, though. You spill red wine on your blood, call somebody else, or burn the carpet. Fast, efficient, bada bing, bada boom. In and out, like a hit job in Jersey. End of the day, maintenance, not America. Keep your carpets clean, and you won't need an exorcism every 6 months. Does that make sense? What's it? What's that? They already make. They already make it. Yeah. 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 So it's like if you have an area that gets severely damaged, you can just pull out the squares, or like by the entrance, you just like the places that get worn more often, they just get pulled out. I mean, have you ever seen a hotel hallway with like hotel hallway that isn't carpet? Only like in the upper floors, they generally always are. I think that has a lot to do not just with cleanliness, but sound as well. But I've seen hotel lobbies that are not that like they're marble, right? Oh yeah, definitely. Also insulation, but I think the big reason is carpeting hides stains much better than flooring does, or like tile. Um, well, the information, like the dry chemical, has been around, but it's not as effective in getting out steam. The thing is, flooring has improved. So they're like you used to have to strip a floor and then put a layer of wax down. Now they have like uh, much more durable flooring that you don't have to do all that to. And like for instance, they like you used to have to like wax a floor regularly, but now they make these things, these discs that you can put on a like something what's called a burnisher or a polisher that will polish the floor and make it really, really shiny, just as shiny as you would have with a wax floor, but doesn't need wax. 3M is a company that makes these things. It like has these discs that you have little diamonds on them, like not like diamonds like diamonds you'd have in a ring, but they're like broken down, like diamond chips. And then if you spin those at a fast enough speed, they will shine up a floor. So there have been advances and stuff like what'd you say? They do. They scratch it so much that it polishes it. So like if you have a marble floor or a terrazzo floor or even some tile floors, it will shine them up. So that's been an advancement in the industry. Um, as to carpeting, um, so let's look up what the like industrial industrial percentages are. Yo, dog, in the last 30 years, has carpeting increased in commercial areas or has hard flooring increased? Hard flooring has definitely increased in commercial areas, while carpeting has declined. Here's a breakdown. LVT, luxury vinyl tile, polished concrete, ceramic tile, hardwood, and other flooring. Wide durability, it handles high foot traffic better. Aesthetics, non-stick sustainability, eco-friendly, cost efficiency. Carpet decline. Still used, but mostly in office spaces for noise dampening, hotels for comfort and warmth, some healthcare and education settings. Life declining. Maintenance costs. Painting is expensive and time-consuming. Wear and tear gets dirty and damaged quicker in heavy use areas. Health concerns can harbor allergens, mold, and bacteria. There you go. That's our answer. Uh, I think it will still be popular in like some applications, like rooms. People like people like people like having carpeting in bedrooms for warmth. So it doesn't have to be hardwood works. Um, it depends, I think, probably in the climate as well. Um, I would say, they make a lot of like synthetic products now that look like wood that you really can't tell the difference when before you wouldn't have have like a wood or a synthetic wood floor, a lot of people put carpeting over it. It can be cold to the feet, and people like warmth on their feet, especially in a bedroom. Um, Now, with that being said, in places um, kitchens, in the '70s they used to put carpeting in kitchens, but you won't ever see that again, I don't think. And the whole house was carpeted, like indoor outdoor carpeted. Um, and I don't think you'll see carpeting in bathrooms. That used to be a thing, but that's not hygienic, right? Um, yeah. Um, but I don't think carpeting will go all the way away. I think you'll have people who still want carpeting, like throw rugs and like ornamental rugs. That's still popular, especially in like areas where slip hazards can occur. No fucking way. We've been talking about you all evening, man. Okay. Are you ready, big dog? I've heard you, Zoot. Zoot, I've heard you as I've been falling asleep or been asleep quite often. How have you been, Zoot? What'd you say? Well, you said a bad word right when you left this morning. Yeah, I think you said the N word. I could be wrong. But if it wasn't you, it was somebody else. No, you're okay. I know you're okay. I've sent you both invitations. The first night I responded to you, you said, "Have a good night, Rabbi," or something like that. So I know because you haven't been coming in here as early as normal. You've been coming in really late. Okay, so I knew something had changed. Do you guys know that you have invitations? So, Sue, how, what body, what's your BMI? What body fat are you? Do you have a six pack? All right. Have you gone to the um, strip club yet? You reapplied what they say to you. That's great, Sue. Good job, buddy. We're waiting on Riser. Well, recharge it, dog. No, where's the other one? Look at this shot of Zoo. Zoo, that was a good shot. Riser, did you squeeze your lemon? Oh, that was almost. Boy, both of you had really great shots. Dude, great shot, big dog. Dude, that was a great shot. Dude, did you know you had a really good shot? Dude said he can only play one game. Oh, dude, if you wouldn't have hit it so hard, you might have had a shot. Is this a straight on shot? Bounce it. Oh, all right, I'll take that. I had a really good drive on last year. Riser, that's a risky shot. Thanks, baby. I appreciate it. Thank you. It wasn't that bad. I think you might be able to. No, he's got that ball in the way. No, that's fine. Riser's got a tough shot. Riser's fucking up. Just blast it straight in, man. See? I helped you, Riser. You like that? That was perfect. Riser's got a big shot in front of him. What is Riser doing? What a shot. Oh, you just fucked Dude. This is maybe my worst play. Riser, that was not good. Zook, get him. Oh, shut that fucking shit up. Look at this shot. Oh, I fucked up. What a great shot. New feed. New feed. Oh, you don't know how to turn it off? You hit the little green text box. I hit it. Dude, what the fuck, dude? Yes. Yeah, I can. If I don't score and Riser scores, go. No, it's not. It's pretty easy. No, just hit it off the wall. And I'm going to. Easy win. Easy win, boys. Stay up, stay up, stay up. Riser, don't get it in. It's simple as that. You fucked up. Oh, no way. Dude, dude, you almost hit me in. Zoo, you're not gonna hit my ball. You're not gonna. Don't touch my ball, dude. I could make this to win. Riser, what are your thoughts? It's impossible for Riser to win. It's a, it's impossible for Riser to win. Riser, no matter how good this shot is, make it, make it, make it, make it. Oh, that's gotta make you feel like shit. Make it, make it, make it. That'll Okay. So, what an advantage. You can go first. Home field advantage. What is what is that? What is that strategy? What are your guys' strategy? Oh no. No, we didn't. Dude, this is bullshit. You know it. You know that's no, like, not a nice thing to do. You had a major choice. You could have made it past him. That was a nice shot. Stop right in front of the car. Riser, you need a really good shot. Shoot. What did you just do? Why? Why was it a charitable strategy? I don't understand your philosophy. Gentlemen, that's how it's done. Oh, shoot. Yeah, not really. Riser, make it suit. Oh, nice shot. That's, yeah, I'd say that's all good. What, what's Riser gonna do? Riser, Riser, I don't know about that shot. Riser, look how far back he is. I like that the hole is very forgiving in this game. Can you imagine if it wasn't as forgiving? There were just all kinds of lip outs. I would not like that. Oh, riser. 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 Oh, what a shot, Zoo. What a shot. 10 out of 10. Zoo, that was amazing. What is this shot? Getting fancy there. I became very good on it. I played some really good talent, and I've seen what they've done, and I think you guys can see I've improved. Riser just made it so that Duke cannot beat him, and I am on track for a perfect game, gentlemen. Oh, I'm not good at this whole thing. Thank you. Do it, baby. Yo, big dog. Thank you. I appreciate it. You helped me so much. Get him, Riser. Oh, wow. Terrible shot. Already bad. One of the worst shots I've ever seen. Coming back. Coming back. All the way. All the way down. All the way down. Stop. Yep. Nope. That's coming back. Oh, we got fortunate. Put that, man. Coming back. Coming back. Yo, Kim. Yeah. No, I didn't try to get you. Oh, fuck. Yep. Riser's gonna beat Zoo. Riser just beat Zoo. Or Zoo just beat Riser. made an amazing shot. Look at that. 1,113 minutes. Dude, are you ready? I'm so glad Zoom is here. Oh, yeah. Okay. They move around the thing sometimes. When they do that, I get all right. Right. Here we go, Tim. I'm gonna let you go first. Because you always say I get an unfair advantage. No, you can move it around a little bit. No, 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 no. It has to at least overlap the middle part. Oh, that was good. nipple. No one knows that. Yeah, we didn't know. No one knows that. It's a bomb. It's food. It's a root. Of course it is. Do I have more than partial square? Do I have partial square? How does an X proportion? What do you mean you can't win? You got to go first. Yes, sir. Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah, I like that you pick the only parts of the board. Did you know the score was 199 to 19? You got to go first. I'm at 226 to 90. Yeah. Oh, you got like better, but wow. Yeah, yeah. What am I about to do? I've had, I've had excellent, excellent letters. You know you can switch them out. Yes, it does. What? That's what it sounded like, didn't it? No, it's something on KFI. Watching the radio today. Talking about some advertising. Dude, yeah. Did you fly for a rabbi? I don't know. I agree. It's a easy acting. I kind of think so, yeah, but then I think, what? What? Wow. I did. I did. What? What were your thoughts on here? You know, I played this game like 100 times, and finally he just goes to me, "What's the 2L mean? Like, what do you mean the 2L?" He's like, "On the board, it says 2L, 3L, 2W, 3W." I said, "That's double word score, triple word score, double letter, triple letter." He goes, "Oh, like you mean you played 100 games and you didn't know that?" He's like, "No." Like, well, now I feel stupid beating you so many times, and you not knowing how to play the game. L is letter, W is word. Correct. What letter do you have? You can play an A. I think at the bottom it feels a dot over it. You can play an A. No, no, no. E between the E and the T with double word score on the bottom left. Eat. I got you, big dog. All right. All right. Dog, all I know is that I enjoyed my eating. You thank you so much. Okay. Do you want to know? Like, oh, Daniel Radcliffe is yeah. Thanks, big man. Great.
Again.
Yeah. What,
Again.
yeah.
When people in the MAGA movement are saying "Make America Great Again," I think what they're calling for is give me a future I can actually believe in again, and that was happening in a massive economic way post World War II. But then, we become, instead of a labor-based economy, instead of a value-added based economy, we become a knowledge-based economy. So suddenly you need one Steve Jobs instead of 1,000 workers at a board right? And suddenly labor goes to India, it goes to China, it goes to wherever the price point is the lowest. It goes to wherever the price point is the lowest. Because, wow, huge thing on that guy.
Loud pipes.
Yeah. Because money ultimately doesn't care about borders.
Right. Yeah.
And so that's one of the reasons that I think that we're having this reevaluation of what a country is. In fact, there are some people who think that we're moving towards this statehood as a service model, right? Citizenship almost a subscription model. I mean, think what does your country do for you?
Right.
It provides protection. Sometimes it provides healthcare. It provides a galvanizing sense of national identity. But what does that mean when we can have relationships across the entire world? People are playing online with players from Russia and from all over the world. They have an affinity group that doesn't live where they live, and they're working. I mean, I've worked from Albania for American companies, for a bunch of different companies, and never once lived in the United States. Well, I did in the United States.
Right.
Yeah. So what does a country do for us in this world where we are all becoming sort of like digital global citizens? That's kind of creepy.
That is interesting. That's one of the things that people talk about when they talk about type 0, the type 1, 2, and 3 civilizations. As they say, right now we're a type 0 civilization, and to become a type 1 civilization, you have to become a global civilization.
Yep.
And we're kind of on our way there. We have the internet. The internet has made us far more global.
But we're also experiencing these enormous growing pains, and because of these growing pains, it's leaving, I think, a lot of the world with this huge identity crisis, and that's why it's so interesting to look at unrecognized nations, where it's like for example, the next place I ended up going to is a place called Transnistria. Have you heard about it?
Only from you.
Oh yeah. So yeah, Transnistria, sometimes called the Black Hole of Europe. It's this sort of little slick of an autonomous zone. It's only recognized by 3 other countries who are also themselves unrecognized. It's a Russian protectorate, even though Russia doesn't recognize Transnistria as its own sovereign nation. That's the center of Tiraspol. That's their flag. Yeah. And
I've got a map of it.
yeah, it's really tiny little slip of land, and it's right on the border of Ukraine.
Oh, Odessa?
Yep, correct. It's only, I think, an hour or 2 away from Odessa by train.
Okay.
Yeah. So
What made you want to go to Transnistria?
So they were having Russian elections. So I was in Kosovo for the 10-year anniversary, and that's in the book. And then I realized, wow, Russian elections are happening outside of Russia. Super interesting. So in this country where even Russia doesn't recognize that it's its own autonomous country, they're hosting Russian elections because it's a majority Russian area.
Right.
And the reason that it is a majority Russian area is because Captain the Great went to war with the Ottomans back in the day, and they took this little slip of land because, look, you can see the sort of border there. Yeah, there's this river, the Dnieper.
Okay, yeah.
the name Transnistria. Trans across.
Zoom out a little bit so I can see kind of like the whole area.
And so what it does is it lets you have access to the Black Sea.
Right.
And so Catherine the Great saw this as a geopolitical imperative. We've got to push the Ottomans off of this area so we can gain access to the Black Sea. And then when the Soviet Union sort of took hold, the Bolshevik Revolution kicked off, and suddenly they needed to gather up all of these areas. They needed to gather up Moldova. They needed to push their borders all the way out to Central Asia. But they needed to install that galvanizing sense of identity within the people that are there, right? So suddenly, you're not a Moldovan, you're a Soviet. But there were all these Russian-speaking people who were in the Transnistrian area. And so they're sort of sandwiched in between Ukrainians and Moldovans. And as the Soviet Union started to rattle apart, they were like, no, we want to keep the dream alive. And so that's why they still have Lenin statues. That's why they still have portraits of Stalin. I mean, it's literally like going back in time to like what the Soviet Union would look like today, except in this sort of weird oligarchic way. Like a lot of the things in Transnistria are run by literally a grocery store brand called Sheriff. Wow. Yeah, look up a grocery store. Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, it's a great idea to, if you want to sort of like have control over an area. Like what do grocery stores do? They're responsible for supply lines. They're responsible for large amounts of real estate. They partner with local businesses, and they control the food, right?
Right.
So, Sheriff,
second largest company in the unrecognized breakaway state, Transnistria. Sheriff Supermarket under construction in the city of Belgrade.
Yep.
Whoa.
Yeah, so they own the majority of everything in Transnistria. And, it's a way of having a sort of de facto government. A great way of doing that is keeping control of the food. It's keeping control over how resources are brought in, supply lines. And since Moldova has this, has a sort of agreement with their companies, you can do business so long as they're considered Moldovan companies. Now, Sheriff is kind of the only kid in town because they have relationships with
that logo.
It's
a
literally
literal sheriff star.
Yep. In fact, they even have.
Did that come from like the U.S.? Was that inspired by like?
So I've heard different things that I in no way can confirm, but I heard that the inspiration from it was the fact that the sort of the lawmakers in the town, the sort of secret police and so the lawmakers that were still active in Transnistria were like, okay, well, what are we going to call our company now that we need to have a legitimate company? It's like, well, we're the sheriffs of this town. Sheriff Star. Whoa. I don't know if that's true. I really have no idea. But that Sheriff Star exists for a reason. They even have their own football team. Sheriff football team? Mm-hmm. Yeah, really, like soccer. Soccer football. Yeah. And I think they did pretty well this last year in something. But yeah, it's a bizarre place. And it kind of feels like they're being watched all the time. It feels like they're being followed there. I don't know if I was. It certainly seemed to be the case. But it also feels like you're kind of living in this fossil. People in Transnistria have like 5-6 passports because they need to have some recognition outside of Transnistria because nobody recognizes Transnistrian passport. So they'll have Moldovan, Romanian, Russian passports. Okay. And it's you look at that place and what feels like being in that place is like, well, what's the future that people want here? Is it that they're once again subsumed into larger Russia? I don't know. What kind of sense did you get from people there? I got the sense that people considered themselves Russian, but they also knew that they were kind of between this rock and a hard place. That, and I certainly can't speak for all Transnistrians, but that they were sort of on this island, which they clearly are. And a lot of the stuff with the Ukraine war now too is like, well, is the Transnistrian military going to activate and go into Ukraine? Because they have Russian tanks that are over there, and they have a Transnistrian military. So I'm actually surprised that it hasn't really activated this anymore. I'm actually super surprised that Transnistria has not really been a part of the war effort at this point. But from what I understand, anyway, there is this strategy of trying to connect the land bridge. If you go along from southern Transnistria all the way across to the occupied territories in Ukraine, that would sort of help them gather up the larger Ukraine, or that would help them gather up the larger Russian forces.
So what side would they be on? Ukraine or Russia?
The Transnistrians?
Yeah.
Likely Russia. They're Russian speaking.
Right.
Yeah,
It's like with a lot of areas in Ukraine, right? Like Crimea, it's mainly Russian.
That's what I've heard. I don't know. I've never been to Ukraine. So yeah,
That's what I've seen.
totally something that I've heard and seen. Yeah, but I truly don't know. It's a really strange place. But at this point, it's sort of three countries down that were all unrecognized. And during this time, I had this journalist in Iraq, and I told him about my project, and he's like, "Oh man, if you like unrecognized nations, you should get a load of Lieberland." I was like, "What's that?"
Lieberland. Where's this at?
It is an island in the middle of the Danube River, the Free Republic of Lieberland.
How big is it?
7 square kilometers. Big as the Vatican. That's their flag. And so this journalist,
Well, better flag.
I agree. I agree that flag is a little busy for my taste. So this journalist was like, "Yeah, well, you should check out Lieberland. You want the president's email?" And I was like, "Yeah, totally. I'll take that." So I basically just started bothering like the government of Lieberland for like months while I was in, once I got kicked out of Turkey, and then I was in Kosovo, and then I was in Transnistria, and we just started bothering them. And eventually they wrote me back while I was in Transnistria, and they're like, "Look, if you want to come and visit us, you can come for our 30-year anniversary." And I was like, "Done. Let's get to the Danube." And so ran basically all the way across from eastern Moldova to Novi Sad, Serbia, which is where they were sort of having their 30-year anniversary celebrations. And somebody was like, "Okay, if you want to meet Lieberlanders, you got to go up to Apatine Harbor." Now, I didn't really know much about Lieberland at the time. I knew that they were the world's first libertarian microstate, and that was it. Like, it's all in. And so I go up to a small harbor in Apatine, so I go up to the small harbor in Apatine, Serbia, and I see a boat, just like a houseboat, hanging on the harbor, and it's flying the Lieberland flag, and I'm like, where is it? And so it's their website.
Great website for a country.
I know, right? And so I go up to the boat, and there's like this shirtless Dutch dude on top of it, and he's like, "Are you a Lieberlander?" I'm like, "No." And he's like, "Well, come aboard. Let's change that." And I'm like, "Okay." So I go on this boat, and I start talking to this dude, and I'm like, "This is what I've been working on." And so he starts talking about how like they are not only the world's first libertarian nation, but they're this sort of crypto-anarchist nation that's funded based off of cryptocurrencies. And so what they've done this really fascinating little trick of statecraft, right? So when Yugoslavia fell, there was this declared no man's land between Serbia and Croatia. And in that no man's land, that was the Danube River, there was this island, that island right there, that nobody really claimed. Croatia decided that they weren't going to claim it. Serbia decided they weren't going to claim it. So nobody was on this island. Cut to the future, and libertarian political scientist guy I guess I'm just going to call it. So anyway, I don't know what to call it. The president, so
Sounds good.
yeah, cut to the future. The president of Liberland is like, I think I can start a country there. And he's a, Bitcoin millionaire. He goes up and he's like, puts a flag in and he's like, I got a country. Now I just got to work on recognition. Because remember, if you start a country, it's two things. It's like declaration, recognition. And so they start building actual infrastructure. They have Liberlandians that are living on this. And mostly they're just like Bitcoin millionaires who are just like, this is, the future of statecraft. What we're going to do is we're going to have this sort of libertarian paradise where we fund ourselves off of cryptocurrencies and we don't have to interact with the legacy financial system. And so that's why I'm talking about this shirtless dude on a houseboat in the middle of the Danube River. And I'm like feeling kind of two ways about this because it's like on one hand, I've been through all of these countries that have these violent revolutions, blood and treasure to draw a line on the map. And meanwhile, a bunch of cryptocurrency millionaires decide, well, we can take this land because nobody wants it, and we can start our nation here. We can sort of live parallel to the laws of the world by making our own. We can live parallel to the laws of the world by making our own laws on this little island. Because again, now we're in a place where that's the future plan. That is the future plan, yeah.
So these crypto guys are going to fund all this?
I mean, that's what they're trying to do right now. I ended up with them for their like I said, the 30-year anniversary, and eventually, after bothering the Liberlanders as much as possible, I ended up in this sort of cryptocurrency conference in Novi Sad, Serbia, and I was just talking with the various Liberlanders, and at one point somebody was like, as the Secretary of State, just to talk to him, and it turns out he was coming to find me, and so. After talking with the sort of shirtless Dutch crypto anarchist, I was like, is this just kind of like a thing?
Right.
What is Liberland at this point? And this dude is like this really genteel, super smart English guy. And so we sit down and start talking about statecraft, and I'm like, legitimate? He's like, yeah. And I'm like, how? And so he sort of starts talking me through like the various ways they're gaining recognition. And one way was actually pretty fascinating. So they kicked everybody off of Liberland, Croatia. Serbia nominally supports them. And so the Croatians kicked people off of Serbia, the Croatians kicked people off of the Liberland island because they said it was an affront to their sort of national integrity. But through treaties, they actually say that they have no claim over the island. So the president of Liberland ends up getting himself arrested by the Croatian authorities. And so what that does is it makes them have to make a legal decision. Do you have claim over this territory or not? Because according to this treaty, you don't. But you arrested somebody who's a European citizen for apparently illegally entering your country. So either you have a claim or you don't. And so by taking them to court, they were able to sort of start carving out recognition from Croatia. And then meanwhile, at the same time, Croatia starts running patrols up and down the river, hoping that people just don't go to the island. But what does that do? It gives them a de facto border. So it's almost like this veto move. And so I find out from the Liberlanders, I still can't remember which is.
Liberlandian sounds good.
It does sound really good. I find out from them that like this whole thing is going to be like we're not allowed to step foot on the island, but the 30-year anniversary is going to be this boat party, right? And so they have all these boats, like this sort of flotilla of boats that's going to like take off from the harbor, and then whoever's look at the island. And I was like, I gotta talk to the president. I gotta like this is my mission for the day. And so I find the biggest boat, and I get on that boat because I assume he's going to be on that boat. And I mean, it's a boat, so there's only so many places to look for the president. I can't find him anywhere. And then we take off and we start floating down the Danube River. Suddenly, Croatian patrol boats start coming along the side of us, and they're like making sure that we don't eventually go to the island. And it's like this sort of party-like atmosphere where everybody's drinking like Lieberland wine, which is called Tierra Nullis, and just like out of red solo cups and like dancing to top 40s hits. And I can't find the president until I see him like like speeding along on a jet ski throughout all of the different boats and in between the Croatian police. And so that's Victor Liga. And what he's doing is he's like going to each of the boats, giving a little speech, and then like coming back and like giving another speech to somewhere else. And I'm just like looking and zipping around on this jet ski, like between Croatian police and all these Bitcoin millionaires on like tiny boats and big boats. And I'm just like, I gotta get that jet ski somehow. Like this is
Hop on the back.
I'm like, how can I get on this jet ski? And I'm staring off the side of the boat. I'm looking for the jet ski, and I hear this guy from behind me. He's like, "You want to get on the jet ski?" I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, "I'm the foreign secretary." I'm like, can you just? Is everybody just like nominating them? So, like at this point, a hobbit could have come up to me and been like, "Oh yeah, I'm the diplomat of Lieberland." I'm like, "Okay, yeah, sounds good." And he's so it turns out the foreign secretary is this guy named Tom. He lives in Florida. And he's like trying to create diplomatic relations with other countries for Lieberland, for recognition of Lieberland. So he ends up waving down the president on this jet ski, and I finally get on the back of the jet ski with the president of Lieberland. And that is like the weirdest first impression that you can make on somebody that you have to hold on to. That's exactly what it is.
Did you wear a life jacket?
Yeah, I probably should have. I had to think about it. Yeah, so I'm just like clutching on to the president of Lieberland.
Beautiful.
It's the strangest first impression. And I'm like, hi. I'm like, and it's also loud because, there's boats everywhere for the Croatian police. And, oh, there he is. What's up, it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so I'm like holding onto him like a spider monkey. And he's like, hold on. And then we just sort of blast off. I'm like, hey, I'm Eric. He's like, I know who you are. Sitting on the yes. Okay, well, this is going to be a short ride. Like, I'm like, God, okay, I can't think of a single question to ask the president of a country that just got created. Even though it's been, like, on this, like, at this point, 8-month journey through unrecognized nations. And the only question I could come up with, I'm, like, yelling it in his ear. I'm, like, yelling it in this dude's ear. I'm like, so, you created a nation. What advice would you give to other people who want to start a country? And kind of like idles his engine a little bit and seems to like consider it while the Croatian police are on one side and like Katy Perry songs are coming from the Lieberland boats. And he's like, everybody should start their own country. And then he just like busts out a sick 180 and like speeds me back to the boat, deposits me there, and I'm like I don't know if I'm impressed. I don't know if like this is how nations will be created in the future. I'm just sort of like dumbstruck by a failed referendum and subsequent violent conflict in Kurdistan, butted up against a boat party and a president on a jet ski in the middle of the Danube. And so I'm just like standing on the boat and I start talking to the foreign secretary. And he's like, so where's the final stop on your trip? I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go to Somaliland. It's like an autonomous region in northern Somalia. He's like, we have an embassy
there. It's like all these nation states are trying to become nation states, or like
they recognize one another.
Yeah,
and
they're the first ones.
Yeah,
they're the early adopters.
That's right. Yeah, and so he's like, you want to stay at the embassy? I was like, yeah, totally. Yeah, that sounds great. And so I have like a little bit of downtime in between going to Somaliland, and I'm kind of waiting in Bulgaria, and I'm not hearing anything from the brass at Lieberland. And so I start sending like furious text messages, polite but firm text messages. I'm like, hey, you said I could stay at the embassy in Somaliland, because like at this point I have no money. All my resources are drained, and like there's no way to stay safely in Somaliland. It's just safer place in the Horn of Africa, but it's not the safest. And he had like $300, so I really needed to stay somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And so I get a call from the president, and he's like, "So we had a problem." I'm like, "What's the problem?" He's like, "Well, we lost our ambassador to Somaliland, so there's no way I can like just show up in Somaliland not knowing anybody, not knowing anything, or not having a place to stay." And so I'm like, "I don't know what I'm gonna do at this point." And he's like, "Well, I don't know if this would mess up your book, but like, would you want to do that?" I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Do you want to be the legal land ambassador to Somaliland?" He's like, "Can I stay at the embassy?" He's like, "Yeah, but you also have to do stuff for us." And I was like, "Yeah, okay, totally." So I became the legal land ambassador to Somaliland.
Are you still currently
No.
Somaliland?
No, I was just the. You resigned? I resigned. Yes. Yeah. I was there for like 6 weeks. If you, I don't know if you look up my Instagram, you can probably find my embassy.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you went there.
Yeah. So I went there, and like in the.
Where exactly is Somaliland?
So you have the Horn of Africa, and you basically take the full top part of it, right? So it goes up into the Horn, and then on the Horn is another sort of unrecognized nation called Puntland. And then there's federal Somalia. Then there's federal Somalia. Of course, according to federal Somalia in Mogadishu, the entire Horn of Africa is theirs. But Somaliland is trying to create its own autonomous state on the Horn of Africa.
I'm using now so you can see like the whole bottom of that. Okay, there you go.
Yeah. So if you look at Hargeisa, capital of Somaliland, that's right.
Wow. Google recognizes it.
Google recognizes it, but probably with the dotted line. That'd be my guess.
Mm-hmm. You click on the map.
That's called the breasts of Hargeisa. Those mountains.
Dotted line, red dotted line.
That's just around the city as far as I know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But if you go back a little bit more, yeah. Oh, it doesn't even have a dotted line. Yeah. So in the beginning, I basically had 2 jobs as ambassador to Somalia. Or in the beginning, I had like 2 jobs as acting ambassador from Leaderland to Somaliland. First job was to buy furniture for the embassy because there was just like an empty mansion. And then the second one was to like establish diplomatic relations between Leaderland and Somalia. Like, I have no idea what that means, but like,
sounds fun.
Yeah, let's do it. I can buy furniture definitely. Let's figure out that other stuff too. So they had set me up with a contact who was like their attaché to the UAE, and he was like building roads in Somaliland. Okay. And so he kind of gave me a contact in the Somaliland government. So I ended up having like a meeting with the vice president of Somalia, and it was astounding at this point because I was like, I'm just some dude who was on the back of a jet ski. Like I'm just like I just showed up in Somaliland. I have no idea what's going on right now, but like I have to go ambassador, and I was shocked because like as soon as I got in front of the vice president of Somaliland, I was like, all right, let's just say whatever a politician would say, and let's try and say diplomatic stuff. And I was like, oh yeah. So that's Abdul Rahman. He was my my main contact.
Okay.
And he kind of plugged me into the infrastructure of Somaliland. Incredible guy. Sadly, he's passed.
Oh, no, how did he die?
I don't know. But he's a truly incredible man. Yeah, really wonderful human being. Right now, we're in the middle of the Somali desert because that relates to the third job that I had. When so I spent about like a week in the country, and then all the internet just kind of shut off, and I had no idea what was going on. And I went to the sort of like local international hotel, and I was like, "Do you guys have internet?" Like, no, there's no internet anywhere. And I had like zero clue what had happened in the country. When the internet came back on, we found out that a cyclone had blown through country, Cyclone Sagar, and yeah, there we go.
News from our embassy in Hargeisa, Somaliland. Thank you, Eric. Currently working on giving aid cyclone victims on behalf of Liberland_org. We will have food to 100 families before EID.
Yeah. So the third goal that I had, other than buying furniture and establishing diplomatic relations, was to deliver aid. Like I'm a Peace Corps volunteer. Like I taught English to Albanians for 2 years, and like worked on a mobile library. I had no idea how to deliver aid, and specifically, I had no idea how to get money into Somalia.
Right.
So I'm like, and so I started like a Somali bank account on behalf of Liberland. That was a wild conversation because like I literally had to go to a bank in Hargeisa and be like, I am the ambassador from Liberland to Somaliland, and I would like to use your bank as our official embassy treasury. I have no idea what they thought I was, but they thought it was hilarious. They opened up this bank account, but then when the cyclone came through, I was talking with the Secretary of State, and he's like, "Oh, that's not going to work because we can't get the money there soon enough, and we need to get it to our aid team." And I'm like, "Who's the aid team?" They're like, "Oh, nice, good." And so they transferred money to the guy who I was working at his office, the Syrian guy, in Bitcoin, and then he just like handed me $15,000, like in cash. And
in U.S.
yeah, so the money in Somaliland is kind of funny, to say the least. So it's like it's so depreciated from inflation that it's you pay for things like blocks of cash, or you use like sort of a digital transfer where you text somebody to bring a certain amount of cash. So like the de facto currency is the US dollar. So I just had like $15,000, which was like super unsatisfying how few bills that was. Like I was kind of hoping for like a big metal piece or something, but it was just small stack like that, $100 bills. I'm like, okay, well I have to use this money to I have to use this money in order to figure out how we deliver aid. And so again, I go meet with the vice president. I think if you go to my Instagram, you can see a picture of me with the vice president and Abdul Rahman. Sorry, I'm sending you all over the world.
I'm out of any pirates.
No, that's I was pretty far from the ocean. I did go to the ocean at one point, to a port called Berbera. But it's Somalia's a big place.
Yeah.
And so that certainly is an element that exists in Somalia, but it's not like, you're not saying that, people I'm a pirate.
Right.
At least I do. So it's like a largely nomadic culture.
How far is that from the Red Sea?
I think it took me about 2 hours to get there.
Okay.
That was a weird road trip. Because this is a total sidebar, but like there's this one hotel that's kind of like the international hotel in the area. And I walk in one day and there's this white dude there, and like we stand out in Somalia. Like, oh yeah, definitely stand out. And this guy sees me in the coffee shop, and he stands up and he's like, "You want to have coffee with us?" I'm like, "I guess." And so he's with, from what I understood, a preacher, Reverend Anthony. And this guy is named Rabbi, and he was also with like a Chinese student that was studying in Ethiopia. I'm like, what are you guys doing in Hargeisa right now? And they're like, what are you doing in Hargeisa right now? I'm like, yeah, I guess, whatever story you have probably isn't as weird. So, fair point. And so what they were doing, Robbie used to be in the American military. Reverend Anthony was his preacher. They connected while he was in, I guess, some military school in Coronado. And I never quite got an understanding of who the Chinese student was. He didn't speak anything that I spoke.
Right.
But Robbie spoke Cantonese and he also speaks Swedish. And so what he was there to do was to open businesses in what he called blue water markets. So anytime there is some geopolitically unstable area, he goes in and he has manufacturing in China, and he decides to sell cell phones or whatever in these areas. And the dude had a passport like that. I mean, if anybody, he was a fascinating guy. I was, but anyway, he invited I think you can see Reverend Anthony, and I don't know if you have my Instagram up, but anyway. So anyway, we're having coffee for a bit. I tell him that I'm the Leaderland ambassador to Somaliland, and he's like, "Oh, cool. Well, we're going on a road trip to Berbera tomorrow. Do you want to come?" I'm like, "I mean, I'd like to, but to travel outside of Pardusi, you need armed guards." And I'm like, "I don't have the money for armed guards." And he's like, "Oh, it's fine. We got them." I'm like, "Okay." So decided to just get in this small convoy with Rabbi, Bishop Anthony, and then this Chinese student that was calling himself David, and we just went sightseeing together.
Mm-hmm.
We went to these caves and saw old cave paintings. Then we went to Berbera Port, and we were just sort of looking around. Yeah, it's a port. And he's like, yeah. Someone's in a cell phone business here. I'm like, cool. Literally, none of that made it into the book because I'm like, I have no idea what happened. Yeah. Interesting. Super interesting, dude. But anyway, yeah. So the cyclone comes through. I figure out how to deliver aid. Meet with the vice president again, and I'm like, okay, we're trying to make an aid delivery on behalf of Cleveland, Somaliland. All I'm asking is we provide translators and guards to take us out to the affected area, and will you give us an idea of what these people's needs are? And he's like, fine. And so I think it was $8,000, me and Abdul Rahman, and we just bought tons of food. We bought bags of flour, oil, sugar, salt, and just all these workmen just sort of loaded it up in this enormous car, enormous truck, and they drove it out into the center of the desert. And I was like, okay, great, we've delivered aid. And then Abdul Rahman's like, no, that's not delivered aid. What are you talking about? We sent the food out there, right? And he's like, no, you have to go out there because we need pictures and stuff. Oh, right. Diplomatic aid is soft power. So it's not enough that we're just giving these food to people who need food. It's what matters is the story around it, right? And so we all traveled out to the middle of the desert to find this group of nomads who were really affected by it. The cyclone had come through, pulled a lot of water pumps out of the ground where they were irrigating their animals. A lot of the wealth in Somaliland is kept in the form of goats. We killed a lot of goats, even killed a lot of the people in the area. But then there are also these second knock-on effects of a disaster, because when you don't have this sort of robust system to deal with a disaster like a cyclone, then there are these secondary effects which are even worse. So nobody has pumps to get clean water, so suddenly there's a cholera outbreak. And so we drive for 8 hours through the desert in the center of just sweltering heat. Nothing but mountains and a couple of improvised structures around us, sort of these stick tents, and nobody's there. I go up to Abdul Rahman, I'm like, where is everybody? He's like, oh, they're at death from cholera today. Oh, yeah, so this is, over there is the vice president of Somaliland. I'm on my left is Abdul Rahman. I don't know if you can tell, I'm the one in the white shirt. Oh, shit, okay, I see now. Yeah, I have the glasses. Right, your hair looks great. Thanks. But, we're just sort of sitting there in this empty village, and he's like, we gotta wait for people to come back from the funeral, and I'm like, oh god, this doesn't seem like a photo op time. Can't we just leave the food for the people? And it's like, no, this is the point, this is what we're doing. And I'm like, it was at that point that I was like,
what's in mind?
Exactly. I'm not an aid worker. I'm a political tool. Right? And that just like, so the sort of head of the village is walking me through, and he's showing me the affected areas where the pumps have been taken out, and all of the goats that they look like stone because they've been sort of sandblasted, and they died sort of embedded into the ground. You can probably see some of them, and he showed me all of these goats that looked like they were running away from the storm, but of course that's their well. And he's telling me, we need this, we need that, we need other things. We need new pumps, we need livestock again, but food's great, but we need all these things. And listening to it, I'm telling you through my translator, it's like I'll relate all of this information back to Liberland. I'll relate all of this back, but at the same time, I'm also like, I know that my job here was to be a political tool. It wasn't to have sustained aid. And it was at that point where I was like, as an acting politician for like the briefest amount of time, I realized so quickly that like I was behaving like a politician. I was, beneficiary of respect that I didn't earn because I was just operating on behalf of something that was slightly more powerful than myself. People were treating me in a way that was like respectful and deferent. That people were treating me in a way that was respectful and full of deference because they assumed that I had power, which I got because I was just on the back of a random jet ski. And I was acting as the role determined that I acted. And so I was like, I'll tell the president. But I didn't know at that point, like, is it cruel for me to give this person a certain amount of hope that Liberland will come, help them more? And so I came back from that day after delivering aid, and I was like, I don't know. I was the beneficiary of, the illusion of state-backed power. I was a political tool for a photo op. I brought food to people. Cool, but like, to what end? Right? Is it just to gain recognition? I mean,
It's interesting, man. It's like this, just like the very smallest scale of what some of the biggest nations in the world could do on just a massive scale.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that you notice in smaller countries where the writing on the wall is so much clearer, right? That a nation has to push to gain recognition in whatever way possible. Again, it's like that concept. That's how do you generate consent? Not just of the government, but how do you generate consent to do business with you as a place that's doing your best to carve out a new line on the map? How do you get somebody to say, I'm here and you're here? And you can do that at the end of a gun. That's the way it's been done throughout a lot of history, or like a sword. But you can also do that through gifts, through aid, and yeah, those are
that one of the goats.
Yeah, it was. I mean, the day, but oddly enough, the day after, I basically done all the other, I gave aid, and I made diplomatic relations with Somaliland.
Yeah.
And then I had been like putting off buying furniture because I was like, I don't really care how much furniture costs. I'm going to try and give as much money to the aid donation as possible. And so like my last week, I was like, I'm going to buy furniture for this embassy. Like I said, I would do it. So I went out with one of my buddies and just went like to, I guess, the Somaliland version of an IKEA. We were just like looking at bed frames and offices, and there was a surprising amount of bed frames that like glow in the dark and had like lion heads roaring on them. Yeah. I mean, really fancy.
Sounds pretty cool, actually.
It was, but I was like, this is not embassy furniture.
Yeah.
I did think briefly, like, like glow in the dark lion head furniture. I didn't do that though. So I ended up buying them the furniture. As far as I know, the Lieberland embassy in Arnisa is still going.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
Your furniture that you got
With Lieberland's furniture.
Lieberland's furniture. Lieberland.
Yeah, that you should look up Somali.
Look-
Somali for.
Trying to find the lion head glow in the dark furniture.
I mean, we went to like a couple of stores and it was like a theme. I was like, it was like,
How do you think about the after all these crazy experiences, see what it's like on the ground, listen to people firsthand, which you didn't expect to experience. That was a great learning experience.
Yeah.
How do you think about this going on, for example, between Israel and Palestine?
don't know at all.
No.
I when I was briefly an analyst, like my area was like I was researching a lot of the Levantine area, so like Lebanon, Iraq, Jordan, pretty much southern Turkey, over to Iran. I never once touched on Israel and Palestine.
Well, talking about the way you're speaking about these states and how they look at the future. Israel's very interesting. Super, probably one of the most interesting. They have, from people I've talked to, they have the best intelligence agency that exists on Earth, and person for person. If there was a war between the U.S. and Israel, I don't think that they would win the war. But when it comes to their intelligence apparatus, it is far more effective, and they're willing to go way farther than they're willing to go. And I think in Israel, I think the citizens are mandatory; they have to serve in the military for a certain amount of time.
So, I mean, like I said, I really have not ever researched Israel and Palestine that much, because my work really never touched on it. And also specifically with this book anyway, you don't know here travels the countries that exist. With that, I tried to stay away from kind of the big, highly politically charged, unrecognized nation. Because, I mean, especially in the case of Palestine, I think the last thing that the world needs is some dude from Los Angeles being like, I got it, guys.
Right.
I figured it out.
For sure.
Yeah. But I think that, to your point,
what I'm saying is when you think about that and you think about Israel, it's they have more of a national galvanizing, for lack of a better word, story than anybody. Look at it's a great one. Yeah. Look at the history of Israel. If anyone has more will to continue to thrive into the future, it's them.
Well, I mean,
I'm sure there's other countries too.
yeah. Well, I mean, I think that from one perspective, you should look at the constraints and imperatives of Israel, right?
Mm.
They're a small nation, and they are surrounded by antagonistic nations to them. So, what does that necessitate that you do? Just turn everybody into soldiers, have an incredible defense apparatus,
Right.
have strong international relations. That's the imperative for them. They're constrained by their landmass because they don't have, the natural buffers that we have.
Right.
So that's a big part of it. But I think, I mean, and in terms of national story, sure. I mean, according to, I wouldn't speak for an Israeli, but it goes back to Bible times and stuff, right? That's a pretty compelling story.
Yes.
I mean, I think that when I think about the countries that I stayed away from, I mean, largely I was constrained by the fact that, one, I didn't know I was going to go through all of these other unrecognized countries because I didn't think it was going to be a ban from Turkey. Crazy. But the other thing was, I wanted to sort of shine a light on this conversation as it is global. Like, these aren't the only unrecognized nations that exist in the world. There's literally probably about 100, as far as I know. And that's, there's, like you look at Taiwan too, there's partial recognition of Taiwan. Tibet is another one of these areas. There's constant independence movements in Spain, obviously. Romania even has an independence movement. So I think that there are independence movements in the Transylvanian area. So this is kind of indicative of where we're moving locally, in my opinion, because now the things that previously, we're not a part of empires anymore. Like, we're not a part of the Ottoman Empire. The time of empire is largely spent, and now we're, as you say, like, trying to become a global community. But what does a global community mean?
Right.
Can you separate your own national identity away from the pool of wealth that your nation controls and its ability to do violent force, presumably on your behalf? And that I don't know. Again, it kind of goes back to the question about, like, us as Americans.
Right.
So, without the American military, without it being a wealthy and presumably prosperous nation, like, what makes us Americans? I think so. Here's a good thought experiment that I think about sometimes. Let's say America goes away, and there's a huge refugee population of America. We'll call themselves American, spread throughout the entire world. How do we group up? How do we group up? Okay. Let's say there's an American contingent in Beijing. Do we have a America town? Like, do we carve out our own little neighborhood where all the Americans go? I don't know. Probably not. Like, I think we would separate different than that, because again, it goes back to the individual nature. It goes back to the individual nature of being American. Would we go back to whatever our previous nationality was? I don't know. Like, how do you find those people who believe the same national story as you do? And because of that, even though you don't know that person, you have a shared affinity with them. Right. I mean, right now we're seeing this movement of people who are, I think they're calling them the passport bros. So yeah, like, there are people with passport schemes. It's huge in crypto universe, where it's like, okay, well, I have a bunch of wealth, but the U.S. makes it really difficult to cash out my cryptocurrency. Or it's, my businesses are not protected in any sort of legal framework in the United States. So what do? Get a new passport. Malta is like this huge place for this. You get a Maltese passport, suddenly you get access to the EU, and they have pretty liberal laws in terms of market and alternative finance. And so we're already seeing wealthier classes of people start to find alternatives to their citizenship so that they can benefit more. Wow. And there's even, this is such a great point, and I can't remember what it's called exactly. The Seafarer movement? Can you look that up? Seafarer? Oh, this is crazy. Yeah. This is really dope. It's like billionaires who are starting their own nations on the sea. Like Seafarer or Peter Thiel.
Libertarian.
There you go.
Seasteading utopia from Peter.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa, what is this? Somehow a billionaire's dream of a floating libertarian utopia may have finally been killed. Peter Thiel dreams of going down. Wow, what was this all about?
So the seasteading movement, from what I understood, was again, it's this movement where you can have all the benefits of coming from whatever nation you come from, but you can also resist any detriments that come in the form of taxation. Right?
Okay.
So, hey, I don't live in America anymore. I live on these crazy libertarian boats.
Right.
Or maybe on an island in the Danube River. Or in the metaverse.
Right. And I have to take that.
This is the thing that I'm talking about the statehood as a service model, right? It's citizenship that provides for you the things that a nation provides for you, but it's essentially the wealth and protection of the nation state without actually the culture or the school.
Right. So if you're a guy who's like a billionaire like Peter Thiel living on a yacht on the seafarer, you still have businesses in America and make tons of money, not to pay taxes, but you just don't get. But can you still benefit from having residence there?
I have no
So
idea.
if you were a seafarer like this, would you be able to legally be a citizen of the United States as well as like some other country?
So there are certain countries that allow for like dual citizenship.
Yeah.
And the U.S. is like one of the two countries in the world that taxes you no matter where you live. Actually, weirdly, the other one is Eritrea.
Okay.
Yeah. So that I don't quite understand.
What's the interesting thing that people always complain about, even like on media too? They complain about like all the billionaires, like Elon and Bezos and Zuckerberg, like putting all their bank accounts overseas so they don't pay taxes.
Right. So what happens if you put your life overseas so you don't pay taxes?
Right.
Then you this is sort of spelled out in a book. I think pretty haunting. In 1997, it's called The Sovereign Individual. And so what it does is it predicts the rise of the failure of nation states to provide what citizens would need to survive, and the rise of self-sovereign individuals who can provide their own goods, services, and protection. Right.
Right.
And so, like, I mean, I'm, and you'll see in the book, I'm of a couple of minds about like the libertarian leanings that exist, especially in the cryptocurrency space and in Liberland certainly, because I think that there's like two ways that you end up becoming hardcore libertarian, and it's like one, you're wealthy enough to afford only private services.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
The other way is your state's collapsed, and suddenly you're a libertarian overnight because the state isn't there to provide any services for you. So suddenly you just became a libertarian. And so I think the people on the one side of things where they become wealthy enough to afford only private services, to sort of dance in between the borders of the world and to fund themselves beyond borders and oftentimes laws. They look at the rest of the state-based population. They're like, well, we did what we did. And it's like, well, because it takes a lot of capital to sort of reach the escape velocity of the nation state. Right. And at the point that you reach that escape velocity, you're not believing that national story anymore. It's just not here, in my opinion.
Right. Yeah, man. That's probably true.
Like, what does the U.S. do for you at the point that you provide your own protection, you provide your own health care, you provide your own everything? If you move out to
At some point, like, okay, let's take Elon Musk,
sure,
for example. He relies on a lot of government contracts for like SpaceX or Tesla or whatever. So he kind of depends on the U.S. for this stuff. So if the U.S. wanted to strong arm him into paying taxes, they could. They could say, okay, we're just going to get rid of all your contracts and basically like choke off all this money from your companies. Same thing with Bezos, right? Because the U.S. could, if they wanted to, they could decide to restrict Amazon or like put their boot on the neck of Amazon and sort of like cut off. Like that's what's happening with that's what's similar to what's happening with in the FDA, right? With supplement products. So there's in the FDA with pharmaceutical companies, I don't know if you're familiar, but they have like
I heard your bit on that.
There's these patents, right? These patent laws where pharmaceutical companies can basically get patents on certain drugs and make a ton of fucking money on these drugs. But there's this weird blurry line between certain supplements and patentable drugs. And if one of these big pharmaceutical companies or which they work in cahoots with the FDA, like they literally, like somebody who works for the FDA can get hired to work at a pharmaceutical company. It's like a revolving door. So if the FDA decides that they want to help this pharmaceutical company by making this supplement a quote-unquote drug under patent, the FDA can strong-arm Amazon into taking all that shit off of Amazon. So the government can do things to manipulate these big companies that these like billionaire oligarchs rely on.
It's totally accurate, but when we say the government, you're talking about the American government.
Yeah,
and suddenly we're seeing the fact that America is million town. There's an enormous amount of wealth that's coming up in China, in Southeast Asia, in Africa especially. There's an enormous amount of wealth there. And when you have a business, let's say a digital business, where you're trading bits and not atoms, then you'll put your business in whatever country is the most permissive and has the best deal for it. So yeah, certainly the U.S. could stomp on Elon Musk's companies, but what would the U.S. miss out on? What would they have access to? And a lot of the ethos has been privatized in the U.S. Right? Privatize R&D and stimulate businesses that are doing things in our national interest. So if you stomp on businesses that are within your national interest, then what happens to the country? And this is the dangerous thing about money not carrying out borders. And so what happens then when there's an enormous amount of fiscal flight to more permissive areas? Like, what happens to the people that are left within those borders? Are they just customers that are stuck believing a national story?
Right.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, the sovereign individual sort of predicts that everybody will have a certain amount of sovereignty, but this will come after a period of chaos as people are emerging from sovereign nation states where their identity is plugged into a nation state to being a global citizen.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, and of course in the sort of like conspiracy theorist community, there's like this huge antagonism towards like, well, they want one world government. It's like what you say, and Schwab, yeah, those days. So I hear from the YouTube videos that I watch at like 3 o'clock in the morning, and tinfoil hat strapped on. But yeah, it's like, what do we progress towards? Do we progress towards a globe that's just dominated by one power? Or is it a group of nation states that are subject to the most powerful nation state? I don't know. I think it ultimately depends on our reassessing of what national identity is. And can you separate that away from, again, military power and financial power? But does that happen? I don't know.
I can't fucking wrap my head around what that would look like.
I can't either. There's some really cool sci-fi books about these things kind of happening.
Really?
Yeah. There's one. It's a fantastic book called Forever War. There's a Forever War book by Dexter Wilkins. And that's about Iraq. But then Forever War is about it's by Joe. And it was written in the 1970s. I want to say, incredible book. But it's about this soldier who sort of shipped off to war, and he has to on another planet, some galaxy far away. and he has to go through a wormhole every single time. So every single time he leaves and comes back, like Earth is like a couple hundred years in the future.
Right.
It's super
He
cool.
stays the same age.
He stays the same age, and also since his like military paycheck is like constantly getting dumped into his account, since he constantly gets paid from his military paycheck, he's like wealthy beyond imagination, and he doesn't really know what to do with himself. And this is a book, from what I understand, it was a book about the sort of dislocation that soldiers returning from Vietnam felt as soon as they came back to the United States. And so one of these versions of Earth that the soldier comes back to, the world, or at least the United States, has sort of subdivided into these farming communes, which are, they're well fed, but they're also sort of workhorses. And then there's sort of like decadent city centers, which are quite dangerous. And people are doing more like knowledge-based labor, but everybody's sort of scrapping to find work. And so you have like this massive polarization in the community of the United States. And so if we have, and sometimes they even, and this isn't the exact same topic, but they call this the barbell economy. And this is something that we'll see, that people predict we'll see with AI, which is like, you'll have an economy that instead of going, like this, where you have like people earning more and more, and then in the center, sort of, like I said, a robust middle class, you'll only have people who are like the laborers on one side, and then the sort of like highly paid technocrats on the other side. And then everybody else will be sort of operating on the UBI, which I think is in the book. Yeah.
Wow, man. Well, we just did like 4 hours, didn't we? Yeah.
Oh,
Almost. Like 3 hours, 45 minutes.
Look at that.
So, thanks.
Happy.
You just broke my brain.
Sorry, dude. Happy Independence Day. Happy 4th of July.
Yes. Happy 4th of July. Happy Independence Day. Hope they drop this.
Everybody, go out and buy. You are not here.
Where can they buy it? Where are they finding this book?
So this will just be on Amazon right now. You can get it in paper. So you can get it in paperback, or you can get it in digital. And then other stores to come. Right now, it's just in wherever Amazon ships to, in Europe and the United States.
Perfect.
More places to come.
Where are you going next?
So I'm going to New York. I'm actually just going to weddings. I'm not going anywhere testing at all. Yeah, I'm going to go back to Albania and like chill out for a while. It's been a lot of pushing on this book to make it happen. So yeah, I mean, there's some other thoughts and projects that I want to do with like weird travel stuff. I kind of want to do
Back to the Arctic.
so that's one thought of it, and it kind of is like a future book. I was thinking about doing this like travel book about like how to love the future, because it's like I don't think anybody takes seriously that the universe is going to stick around for 1,000 years. Right. But like, don't we have to?
Gotta get off the planet.
Yeah, man. And so it's like I'm curious about like places and technology that actually sees that as a serious thing. And actually in the Arctic, in Svalbard, they kind of have a project where they're doing this kind of work where they have the Arctic Sea Vault, which is this crazy vault that's built under a mountain. And obviously, Svalbard is as close to the North Pole as you can get, where there's human habitation. And so they have all of the world's seeds that are donated by seed banks of respective nations, so that if there is a cataclysmic event and some type of species is wiped out, then they can go back to the sea vault in Svalbard, which is Lunders now. Yeah, it's actually been used a couple of times in Syria.
That's wild.
And on top of that, they also have, they say it's like the Global Memory Project, which is a store of the world's data. And it's literally in a mine. Like I went to, and nobody's allowed in. Like even the king of Norway is not allowed in. And it's sort of operated as like a global service to the world on behalf of Norway. And so the memory project is like okay, so we have this. If you look up the seatbelt, it actually looks like a level from 007. Yeah, so that's the sequel. I've seen that. Yeah, it's cool, huh? That looks like something from Star Wars. Super. Yeah, it's not as big and impressive as you think. No, which is unfortunate. But if you have to go into this mine to actually see the entrance of it, and it's like super highly guarded. What do they keep in there? Those fucking crypto wallets? I have no idea. They didn't list the seeds. They didn't let me in. No, they keep seeds in there, but then they also keep like treasure troves of the world's data. Oh my god! But the thing that they told me about it, which is really interesting, is that they're like, we're kind of we have a problem. It's called the Global Memory Project. They're like, we have a problem because, like, again, if you take this whole, the human race has been around for the next 1,000 years, even if there's some sort of cataclysm, we have the problem of the decay of the data. Like, what do we store it on? And, I'm at the bottom of this mine with this, like, really nice Norwegian tour guide. And she's like, the future of this is really storing data on DNA because, like, it won't decay the same way. And it's just, I'm just like, in the middle of a mine listening to this lady talk about storing, like, the world's information on DNA. And so, so that's one thought. That is spooky shit. Super, and then I don't know. If somebody wants to do a crazy travel thing, I'd love to do it. The other thought is to do a back in time travel bit and recreate what's called the Hippie Trail, which is an overland journey from Austria to Calcutta. That hippies used to do back in the 60s. We only around for 10 years or so. But it's not around now because, like, it goes through Afghanistan, it goes through Iran. And I had an idea of, like, doing it with no technology that existed past 1969. Oh, that's great. That'd be cool. Yeah, you have to film the whole thing. Exactly. The only technology you'd be allowed to have is camera. No, film it on film. On film? Yeah, okay. Dude. Yeah. Fuck yeah. It'd be really cool. That would be great. If anybody wants to pay me to do that, that'd be pretty cool, man. Well, we'll get you back in here to talk about it. Absolutely. Talk about that shit, too. Dude, thanks so much for having me. Thanks again. Huge fan. All right. Good night, bitches. Thank you so much for coming down here and doing the show and sharing some of your insights from your work with us. It's very fascinating and terrifying at the same time. Your book has a very dystopian vibe to it, I'm not going to lie. The Countdown. How our modern world is threatening sperm counts, altering male and female reproductive development, and imperiling the future of the human race. How did you first discover that this was a problem and that some of these chemicals and plastics were actually threatening the future of our species?
Before I go into that, I just want to thank you, Kenny, for inviting me and for being a wonderful host. And I'm so happy to be here and talking to you and listening about this important problem. So how did I get into this? I have to say that, way back in the middle 90s, I knew nothing about endocrine disruption or phthalates or any of this. I was completely ignorant. And I got asked to sit on a committee, a federal committee called the National Academy of Sciences. Kind of a big deal. And they invited me because of my neutrality, I think. So usually in those committees, there's people who take one position and the opposite position, and the people in the middle who are neutral. And I was a neutral, although they didn't say that explicitly. That was clear when I got there. And so I was completely open. I had never heard of endocrine disruptors or their effects, or the purported effects. And so the goal of this committee was to determine whether these chemicals, which can impact the body's hormones known as endocrine disrupting chemicals, whether those are actually something that we need to pay attention to, right? So I love challenges, I love puzzles, and I thought, wow, this will be fun, and I'll meet with people, and yeah, I'll do this. And one of the first things we did was to look at this paper that had come out a few years earlier out of Denmark. And this paper was alarming because it said that the sperm count had dropped 50% in the prior 50 years. Okay? It came out in 92. All right. And so the committee asked me, as a statistician, which is what my doctorate is, to look at this and tell the committee whether this is something they could, consider for their work on this committee. And although it wasn't related directly to, at that point, hormonally active agents in the environment, which is what the committee was called, right? So we had this harm that appeared to be going on with unknown cause at that point. So I looked at the paper, and I have to say I was not impressed. Well, first of all, it was very thin in terms of number of words and pictures and data. And the data that were there, if I had a graph, I could show it to you. But you've seen it, I think. And a lot of the data were in recent years. They were kind of spotty over the time period. And more importantly, perhaps, they were not, any of the factors that we worry about, which might cause an erroneous decline, none of those were considered. So I said I wasn't sure, and so the committee said, well, can you investigate this and let us know what you think? Okay? So I had the good fortune to be on sabbatical and be able to do that, and I spent 6 months answering that question. So let me just give you an example. So you might yourself think about things that could make it when you read about it, so not just but somebody approaching this might think, well, okay, it went down because in more recent years the men were older. That could make it down somewhat. Actually, sperm count doesn't decline dramatically with age, so that might be a small factor. Maybe the men are more stressed. That's probably happening, and stress actually does lower sperm count. And the men could have been more obese, and obesity lowers sperm count. And maybe most importantly, you might ask, well, maybe the way we count sperm has changed, so that in recent years, the counting method counts lower. Methods change, and maybe they're not exactly the same over the 50 years, right? So, and finally, there was the question of who are these men? And maybe, if you think about it, you can't ask a man on the street to give a sperm sample. Right. So a man has to volunteer, he has to usually have the motivation to do that. And maybe he's doing that because he's going to get a vasectomy that has very good sperm count, right? Because he's had a lot of children. Or maybe he's doing that because he's having trouble conceiving and he has low sperm count. So the selection of the population is really important, right? So there were 61 studies, and so I took out of those 61 studies, I got them, retrieved them, looked through them, and took out of them any information I had on these and other relevant factors. I also took out what country they were accepted in and so on and so forth. Well, all the details I could about this study. And then I and my colleagues put them in a spreadsheet and ran a more complicated analysis than had been done before. So we called it multivariable. Well, we had all these variables in there, right? So we're not just looking at strip line. And Danny, it was staggering to see that after all that work of 6 months, accounting for all these factors, the slope changed from minus 0.93 to minus 0.95. It didn't change at all. Right. That's million sperm per milliliter per year. And wow, I went back in committee and I said, I can't make this go away. It looks like it's real. And then I did another analysis, which we don't have to go into detail unless you want to, where I re-extracted the studies from the literature, thinking maybe the original ones were biased, And then I ended up at 101 instead of 61, so that was good. More studies, longer time period. And then the slope was minus 0.94. So you see, nothing made any difference. Right? It's so unusual in science to see that consistency, So I thought, okay, this is something I really have to look at. And that began sort of a mystery story, that I tell in Countdown, and I tell to people, and I can tell it to you today, of how I began unraveling that and trying to find out what was going on.
So what year was it when you started your study? Your study where you took how many patients, how many people was it? How many young men that you studied in 2017?
So 2017 was actually not a study, it was a meta-study. So we didn't actually study anybody. 2017 was a sperm decline paper.
Oh,
right? So do you mean that one?
I think so. I think you mentioned that there was a study that involved something like 250 children or young men where you conducted it. It's still ongoing.
That's much later.
Okay.
Yeah. So that is the one that's ongoing now is Tides, and that's started in 2011.
Oh.
Yeah. So that's a different story. But now we're talking about sperm count. So in terms of sperm count, what I asked after I saw this, not making it go away. So I thought, well, what could be causing it? It's a natural question. You see something, you don't know what caused it. So I decided that an interesting thing would be to think about what the environment is doing. Because we couldn't explain it that much. Right? Those other lifestyle factors, right? Stress, age, obesity. But maybe something in the environment is making this happen. And maybe that's changed over time.
When you couldn't explain it by the lifestyle factors, what made you, you probably could explain it by the lifestyle factors, right?
No, because when we included them, it didn't change the slope at all.
Oh, right.
See? So that those factors did not make this go away.
I see.
Adjusting for those. It's called controlling for confounders.
Okay.
Yeah, and when you can control for something like a confounder, you'll put that in the model, and then the slope will change, or the result will change.
I understand.
But when we put those in, nothing changed, so they weren't accounting for anything, actually. In those 61 studies. So we thought, okay, well, maybe it's environment. So how do you address environment? So it's really not obvious what to do, but what we did was, or what I did, I selected 4 cities in the United States with different environments. And I included them in exactly the same way, so there wasn't that problem with selection bias. And I'll tell you in a minute how we did that. And then we measured sperm exactly the same way in each of the 4 centers. Okay? And to make sure we were doing that, all of the technicians from the 4 centers came to UC Davis and were trained together, and they used the same counting devices, the same counting chambers in all places. And then every month they had a quality control send out. So what they did was they took one semen sample, split it in 4, tested it in Davis, sent it to the 4 centers, and the 4 centers sent back their findings. How many sperm, how much did they move, what were their shapes, the way their evaluates were. So that in that way we knew that throughout this study, everybody was doing things the same way. We were trying to replicas of the same study in 4 places, right?
Right. Which cities did you choose?
Okay, so at that time I was living in Columbia, Missouri, which is the semi-rural center of Missouri, very much exactly in the center of Missouri, and they grow a lot of crops there. So that was the agricultural center. And then we included Minneapolis, which is obviously urban, included New York, and we included Los Angeles. So maybe not the best pick, but that's what we picked. And we wanted them to be distant, and we wanted them to, and we wanted to be able to work with people. We had to find collaborators, right? So, by the way, in Europe, a similar study went on independently with 4 cities, and they just had a similar finding to what I'm going to tell you. So, so what we did, the first thing I asked was, who should we include? Because that's always a question, who's your population? In fact, whenever you see a result of a study, you should ask, what's the population and how did we get at the study? Because there's so many ways that, biases can be in there. So we wanted to get an unbiased population, but we also wanted to know what is the parent population. So we're going to get a sample, and where is it coming from? You can't get semen from a man on the street. You can't get a random semen sample. Right? You just can't do it. Okay. So I decided that the group that absolutely always goes for medical care is pregnant women. Almost always, right? So I decided to recruit pregnant women in order to recruit their husbands. Kind of deep this, maybe, but yeah. And so we did a couple study. And the first goal was on about the semen quality, but it turned out to be extremely valuable. So in these 4 places, we identified prenatal clinics that would work with us, and we became partners, and that was called the Study for Future Families. So we enrolled the woman. At that point, we took her when we could get her, so we didn't control the time of pregnancy, which was a late effort. And we asked her, would you be in the study, and would you ask your partner's husband to be in the study? And some did not want to ask their partner to give us an assessment. Interesting, but most did, and most did agree. We weren't asking them for a lot. We were asking the women for a urine sample, and a questionnaire, and a blood sample. But they did that anyway, so it was a really information. And then from the husbands, we wanted, in addition, a semen sample. Right. So we got over 900 men and women to do this. Yeah. Approximately equally distributed among our centers. And then we semen quality. And what we found was absolutely alarming and unexpected. And what we found was that the men living in central Missouri, in Columbia, had half as many women sperm as men in Minneapolis. That's what I said. Wow.
that's obviously due to.
Wait.
Okay.
No, okay, don't jump there. But your question, I know where you're going. You're going to say,
Agriculture, right? Pesticides.
so that's the obvious difference between those places. But you can't conclude that that's the reason unless you actually show it, right? And unfortunately, we didn't have enough money to do that on the whole population. So how would you do that? How would you find out if pesticides were important?
If they were important to the study.
Yeah, to make it, if pesticides could account for the difference. I should be, you're not my student.
I guess to test them against people who are nowhere near that stuff, right?
How would you know that?
Geographically?
Well, they're fixed. We've got them. They've got their addresses. They're fixed. We're not getting new people. We're just going to stay with these people. And we want to know if these two groups of men, let's say 250 in Missouri, 250 in Minnesota, that have very different seed quality, could exposure to pesticides be the question here? Explain it. So it turns out, very luckily for us, that you can measure pesticide exposure in the urine. And I remember I told you that we got that in urine.
Yes.
So, and we got that at the same time they gave us semen sample, right?
Right.
So we could ask, okay, are the levels of pesticides in the men's urine at that time when they did the semen sample related to their sperm quality at that time? And the answer was yes. And we found 5 pesticides that were very different between men who had very good semen quality and very expensive quality in Missouri. In that percent.
5 different pesticides.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, several were triazine alternatives like atrazine.
Yeah.
So those were big players.
To that liquid death. No plastic. Death to plastic.
After plastic.
Were any of the people that in the study, could you tell what their occupation was?
Absolutely.
Were any of them workers on farms?
Not abundantly. They didn't explain it. There were some, but pesticides exposure is occupational, but it's also through the air and the water, and through the food, which of course is distributed. So everybody gets exposed to pesticides, and yes, the sprayers and the applicators of pesticides are more exposed, but we have very few. We also asked them how many miles they live from a farm, to look at that. So, just let me say, the European study also found significant differences between their 4 cities, particularly between Finland and Denmark, where Finland was high and Denmark was low. But they didn't do this kind of investigation for the 2 specific chemicals that we wrote up. Okay, so we published that, and that was the first study that really showed that pesticides can directly affect sperm count. Maybe not the first, but it was important study. But that's only part of the story, right? And we asked later. Let's see, how much later? I guess around 2014, we asked, okay, what's happening now with this sperm count? Because we'd seen it going down in the Carlson study, and then in the studies that I conducted, and it didn't go away. It was still the same rate of decline. But then this was a long gap, and so we thought, okay, what's going on now? And we were at a meeting, some colleagues and I, and we were saying, should we do this? Should we try to figure this out? And yes, we said, we'd like to do that. That would be good. And it's funny how these things get boring, And I think I presented there, and then they wanted to, what's next? What's happening now? So we put together a wonderful group of researchers to do an update of that page. And of the 2000 papers. And by then, a couple of things had happened. One of them was that methods for evaluating the literature, which Carlson had done back in '92 with kind of not very well developed methods because they weren't there. Those had been improved, and the method, which is called meta-analysis. You heard that?
Yes.
Yeah. Good. So meta-analysis then had become the term of art. Everyone was wanting to do it, and it really seemed to be the most objective and rigorous way to do an analysis of this. It's often used, for example, to compare two treatments. Treatment A, treatment B. How do they compare? There's been 20 studies of this. How do you put them together?
Okay.
Right?
Got it.
But this was different. This wasn't comparing treatments. It was saying, here are these data all over there. What do they report as a body of literature in terms of sperm count? So you can see it's quite different, very challenging to figure out what's the context of this. And what we decided was search the literature for every study that has certain keywords in it.
Okay.
Keywords like sperm count, concentration, and they didn't have to say trend or they didn't have to say decline or anything like that. They just had to report the sperm count. Okay. And the other thing they had to do is not include men that were biased in different ways. And we had other exclusion criteria. They had to be in English because we didn't have enough speaking different languages. They had to have all the data,
Right.
not just the abstract, and so on and so forth. And so we ended up with a large number of studies, thousands of studies. In fact, we went to a meta-analysis expert. We told him what we wanted to do, 7,500 studies, and he said, no, you can't do that. And the guy, being the first author of what finally came out, who was the head of epidemiology for the armed forces of Israel, he knew how to get things done, and he said, oh no, we'll just get more people. So we enrolled a group of 7 people who would work with us on this, for no money, by the way, and we spent over a year going through these 7,500. So you can imagine this is fairly tedious. You want to do it consistently, you want to do replicates, so it's one person looking over another's shoulder. You want to make sure you're not missing anything, and then you want to capture the data. And what we captured the data on was 185 studies. So it came down to 185 studies that were eligible. Had the numbers, they were unbiased as far as we could tell, and we could use the data. No, epidemiology.
Oh, sorry.
Not epidemiology.
Okay.
Epidemiology for the armed forces.
Okay, the head of epidemiology for the armed forces.
Yes.
That's an interesting combination.
He was an epidemiologist, and he was in the armed forces.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, that's really not really important, except to say that the guy knew how to get things done. That was what that said to me.
That's safe to say.
Yeah. So,
one of the things that in your book that really caught me by surprise, you mentioned that some of the sperm banks, specifically in California, the processes and some of the criteria in which they evaluate people to be eligible to donate sperm are insane. I think it's easier to take accepted to Harvard than it is to donate sperm at banks in California.
Yeah.
You have to be a certain age, be educated to a certain level. What were the other criteria? There were some crazy things.
Health criteria, and I don't actually remember. We went to that sperm bank in California, and talked to them. That's where we got that information. But sperm banks are not going to be in this study. You see, because to give to a sperm bank, you have to have a certain quality of sperm. So,
and that's due to what the women request mostly, right? That they want.
No, a sperm bank will not accept sperm that's below standard WHO standards for its inequality. It's not about what the women might want something having to do with the man's interests or education or height or whatever.
Be above 5'8" or something
like that. Yeah.
Wow.
But what we cared about was their sperm, and because they're selected to be in a sperm bank, they're actually sperm donors. They're going to be way above average, right? And so we didn't include them in this study that we're talking about, the meta-analysis.
Right.
Yeah. So that study started at that meeting in 2014, and it was finally published in 2017. Right? And just blew me away that it had the same results basically as CrossFit. Still 50% in 50 years, still 1% per year. But we did two things that were very different from what CrossFit had done. One is we separated countries by geography. So, and why?
Countries.
Yeah. So what I had seen in my 2000 publication was that there were very few studies from what we ended up calling other, and then a lot most from Western. I'm putting air quotes because it's, you have to define what that is. So Western was Europe, North America, Australia, and New Zealand.
Okay.
And those are the places where there were a lot of data. And these are countries that are westernized, whatever that means, which can be quite political, by the way. The other countries, South America, Asia, Africa, have very few data. And because, here's the kicker, because the non-Western studies were late in the time period, there were more, if you think of a line, they were all to the right of the line. That's where they came in. There weren't any early studies, very few from the non-Western countries.
Okay.
That means that there's a bias that the end of the early years had mostly contributions from Western studies, whereas the late years had a number, fair amount of contributions from other countries. And so that's called confounding. You can't separate the effect of geography from time because they're mixed up. Right? And so in order to do that, we did what's called stratifying. So we divided the studies into Western and other. And then we could look at the slopes specifically in Western and specifically in other. All right? I'm going to make you into an expert. Okay, so then the other way we stratified was what kind of men were these? Yeah. What?
Interesting.
Yeah. How do you categorize them? And the way we categorized them was in two groups. Those men who were known to be fertile. Okay, that means they had a child or they were married to a pregnant woman. And the other ones were what's called unselected.
Okay.
They had not been. So the fertile men were selected in some way. They had proven their children.
Okay.
There's a question about whether they should have been in there at all, because generally we tried not to select on anything that was related to sperm count. But we kept them in there because there were some very good and, my study, European Torcity study, and it seemed like we wanted to see what's going on with those men too. So we kept them separate, fertile men, and the other men who did not know their sperm count, did not know their fertility, were the most representative. So, you see, they're ignorant. So they can't select in or select out.
Okay.
On that basis.
Right.
So, 4 groups, 4 slopes.
Wow.
And the strongest group was this unselected Western men. And that's where about half of the men were. And that's the line that's very much the same as policy.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what is the earliest that they started measuring this sperm count in Western countries?
In our study,
Yes.
73.
73.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's gone, or is it sperm count specifically that has gone down? I think you said by 1% per year, and it's now recently up to 2.5%.
We'll get to that. Yeah, 1% per year mean, in that study.
And sorry about jumping ahead, I don't know if I am or not, but correct me if I am. Well, at what point in the study did you guys decide to start measuring the taints of humans? Sorry to interrupt, but this episode of the podcast,
Okay, now that was not in this study.
not in the study.
that's a sort of a separate story. So let's get to that afterwards. Okay, so let's finish the sperm count. So, although it's not a finished. So we published that in 2017, and it was a huge paper. It's just a huge paper. It was the front page cover of the story of Newsweek. Oh wow! It was all over the world. It was global. It was world, and it led to Countdown. So after this was published, an agent came to me and said, "Would you like to write a book about this?" And I said, "I don't think so." I've never written a book, and I write papers for scientific audiences, right?
Right.
But then I began to think, I know a lot more than, after this came out than I did when we started these studies. And I thought, well, there's a message here that people should be hearing, and they're not going to learn about this at scientific meetings.
Right.
So I think I have to talk to somebody else like you and your audience to let them know what's going on. And so I decided to write the book. And I got a wonderful co-author, and that went on. So now let me go back to the sperm decline, because I haven't finished that yet. So we did publish that sperm count had declined 1% a year in unselected men in Western countries, and also in fertile men in Western countries. In the other countries, which is Asia, Africa, other continents, Asia, Africa, what am I missing? Asia, Africa,
South America.
South America. We just didn't have enough studies to say anything.
You didn't have enough studies, but I'm curious, what did you see as far as sperm counts in those countries, specifically South America? I'm curious about.
I can't tell you that there weren't enough studies to say. You see, what you see, if it's used at a large area, a lot of variability, you might see a line going up or going down, but what we say is not significant, because the possible alternative lines are very, very wide. Wide, what we call confidence intervals. And you can't draw any conclusions.
Okay.
So you have to be careful when you read a paper that says, this, happened, this went up or this went down. Just look a little deeper and say, how sure am I of this? Right? And when you ask that about the non-Western countries, say, how sure are you about this? We have to say, not sure enough. Not sure enough to make any conclusions. So, a few years later, we decided, this gets boring, sorry, that we should do it again. And the reason we should do it again is we knew from tracking literature that more studies had come out in these non-Western countries, and maybe now there wasn't enough. And from looking at the literature, it looked like things had gotten worse. So we started all over again and got, in a 7-year period, from the time our last, selection stopped, we repeated the whole thing. We got all the literature, and we abstracted the data, and we put it in a database.
And roughly what year was this? That you started?
We restarted in 18.
Okay.
18, yeah. And we published it in 2022.
So last year.
Yeah. So maybe it was 17 when we started. We went 7 years. It was 15. I don't know. Anyway, we covered 7 years. Yeah. I can't remember when we started it. Two things. One is, yes, there were enough studies in non-Western countries now to say that in unselected men there was a significant decline. Okay? So that answered that. And we have to go on. Of course, we do this again and again every X years.
Yes.
But maybe more alarming, and this is what you alluded to, and I said, wait, that the 1% decline that we have seen in the past was now, if you look at studies in recent years, that was from 2000 to, I think it was 2015, I think that's right. The rate was 2.6% per year. Right? So, wow. listen to this. They haven't done anything to make it
More than double.
and more than that. So that's the path from when I started looking at this about 95 to this publication in 2022, right? Where I am absolutely convinced that there is a worldwide decline in this book. So let's take a breath and say, what else is going on? And why is this going on? And you're the one asking questions, so I'm just going to stop here and
So, okay, so those first studies, you basically found out that the sperm count was going down, and you start looking for sort of things that you could correlate with the environment or with that was basically beyond the lifestyle, right? So, what do you look at beyond lifestyle that could have a major impact on this, and what was like sort of the lowest hanging fruit that you noticed was having the most negative impact on sperm count and testosterone?
Testosterone later. We didn't look at that until much later. But
Okay.
yes. But we should talk about that. So there really isn't any low-hanging fruit. It's all hard. Because if I asked you, well, first of all, let me say, if you throw away lifestyle, because we know about that, and that's, exercise and
Right.
diet and
Okay.
smoking and alcohol.
Right. Everything. Everything that's fun.
Everything is fun. And by the way, the things that your doctor said you should worry about in terms of your heart health or your overall health also affects your sperm. Okay, so that's
I was shocked to see this like screens affect sperm. That's kind of bizarre.
what?
Staring at your phone or a TV or watching too much TV can
Yeah,
affect your sperm
that was
count.
interesting. Yeah, so that's a Danish study. Yeah, that was pretty interesting. He had couch potato actually.
Right.
It's tied to that. So you're watching your screen, you're not outside exercising. You're not riding your bike. You're not, right? So it's
So it doesn't,
never one factor at a time.
it doesn't have so much to do with like the lights going into your retinas. It's more to do with like when people are connecting to screens, they're sitting down.
That's right. Now there is, I have to say, a lot of interest in the question of whether electromagnetic radiation from devices is affecting sperm count. And
That's like laptop use. People put the laptops instead of right on their crotch.
right, or in the phone in their pockets. I'm not endorsing that or discouraging it. I'm just saying this is now an active area of investigation.
Needs to be looked at.
Yes, because the exposure is huge. So if it has an effect, it's major, right?
Right.
Right. So let's go back for electromagnetic radiation. And you asked what other factors? What was the low-hanging fruit? Well, the problem is that if you put aside whether genetics is not playing a role or it's too fast, 2 generations, 50 years, 2 generations, right? You can't get evolutionary change in 2 years. So then it's environment. So what's environment? Lifestyle and others. But what's other? That's and that's really good. So there's chemicals of various kinds, which we'll come back to, and then there's things that are non-chemical but not like stone. And they're kind of broad actually. Could be heat, could be sound, could be radio frequency, emissions, and so on and so forth. Those are not chemicals per se, but they're also not lifestyle, right? Okay. So I'm going to put all that aside because it's not what I studied and go over to the chemicals. So why chemicals? Well, along with the increasing rate of infertility, which we will talk about, I'm sure, and the decrease in sperm count, at the similar rates, there's been an increase in the chemical burden that people have. Okay. But it's huge. It's, 80,000 chemicals. So how do you know where to look? And so since I was starting with reproduction, I wanted to think about chemicals that could affect reproduction, and a major player there are the chemicals that can interfere with the body's hormones. Okay? Because that testosterone matters for reproduction, that estrogen matters, these are steroid hormones. Okay, and so if something could mess with that, because that's so important for reproduction, it could affect, in principle, could affect these things. So I began to look, and others began to look, at these class of chemicals which were called endocrine disrupting chemicals, or EDCs. By the way, that committee, remember that committee I started out with? That committee was looking at those chemicals all the way back in the mid-90s. So it wasn't a news story, but it was a good way to look at them. And so I began to focus on the chemicals that could affect reproduction. And then a very lucky thing happened. I went to Japan, which had a 5-year big research effort on endocrine disruptors. And I was sitting next to a chemist who was a friend. It was John Bella. And he said, Donna, you should look at phthalates. What? Why should I? Okay, what are they? I said, phthalates. What is that?
That's a funny word.
It is a funny word, and I never heard of them. And so he said, well, first of all, we know through our studies at the CDC how to measure them, and we've shown that they're in everybody. Over 90% of people in the U.S. sample study, they have them. Yeah, really? Right? Probably that's a no sense of it. Anyway, so he said phthalates. And I said, okay, why do you do that? And he said, well, and then he told me this story, which changed my life. He said that his colleagues at EPA and at the National Toxicology Program had been feeding phthalates to pregnant mice, rats, rodents. And what they found was that the male offspring developed in a way that was not completely masculine, not completely what you see in a genetic male who was not exposed. Okay? And this, they've studied this over and over and over again since until they were really sure that they would do this repeatedly and which chemicals could do this. And then they published. And what they published was that when the mother, let's say rat, was exposed to a phthalate, let's just say, I'm going to give you a name, diethylhexylphthalate, DEHP, so I can talk about it. That's probably the worst actor in this class for lowering testosterone. When the mother was exposed to that in early pregnancy, then her male offspring developed smaller penises, smaller scrotum, testes were less likely to descend, and there were internal changes as well, changes to the vas deferens, and so epididymis, and so on. And this distance that they've been measuring for years, which I and no other epidemiologists had not heard about, the distance from the anus to the genitals became shorter. And they called it the phthalate syndrome. So this is the first syndrome that was named after a chemical that a woman is exposed to in pregnancy. So that makes sense.
Japan was the first one to study it.
Sorry?
The gentleman in Japan, your colleague, he
It's not Japanese. He was an American at CDC.
he was at CDC.
And he studied the chemistry, but the people who saw this and discovered this in rodents were Earl Gray and Paul Foster at the EPA and National Toxicology Program. Okay? So they showed this phthalate syndrome, and then I thought about this, and I thought, well, what about us? What about humans? John says we're all exposed to it. So what? Did you see this? You didn't. So that became my next big project of unraveling this mystery, right? By the way, I'll tell you a couple of other things about rats. Like Earl Gray said, AGD is forever. So if you have a small AGD, sometimes called the taint, or the gooch, or the grundle. Yeah, the three terms are better known than the technical scientific terms. But when that distance is shorter, when the mother has been exposed in this critical window, 3 days. 3 days. If the exposure is during days 18 to 21, they found that out later, exactly. Then we get this whole syndrome.
After 18 to 20 days after conception?
Yes.
Okay.
Gestational day 18 to 21. Okay. And the analog in humans is not as specific. We don't know exactly what it is. But we know it's the first trimester. We know it's the early first trimester. Okay. So I wanted to see how we look at this. So they had rats. They fed the rats the phthalates. We can't do that. We can't feed pregnant women phthalates. Right?
No, that would be unethical.
That's unethical.
Highly unethical.
But remember the study for future families? The first one?
Yep.
Okay, remember I told you that we saved the woman's urine? How lucky was that? Now we could go back, get those samples, test them, and see how much phthalate is in their urine when they were pregnant. So that was just really fortuitous. And all my graduate students, I say, if you can collect urine, it's cheap, it's easy to store, and it's going to turn out to be useful. Right? So we have this urine. We sent it to John Rock and others at the CDC, and we said, "Tell us how many, which phthalates are in these women and how much." And there was a gradient.
Okay.
They all had it, but some had a little and some had a lot. And then what are we going to do with that? We wanted them related to the offspring generally, right?
Yes.
So we had to get the kids
Of all these people.
all these people to come in, and that was no easy task. But we got many of them. We didn't get them all, but we got many of them.
How many roughly?
Oh my gosh.
Off the top of your head, you have to be exact.
Yeah, I wish I'd look it up. But it was in the hundred, it was like several hundred.
Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, what is this graph, Stephen?
Ah.
Yes. Okay, in Canada. Okay, oh, interesting. There's no DEHP on the East Coast of the U.S.
No, then maybe they didn't sample that.
Okay, but they have that big graph there. It says MVP. So there's a bunch of red, like in the New York area.
Yeah.
And then MVP. And what is that little? Okay, that's like the Eastern Europe or the Western Europe.
Yeah. I actually don't believe there's anywhere there's no DEHP.
Look at that giant spike right on what is that, Iran or Saudi Arabia? The giant one. But it's mostly MEP, which is red, and the MDEHP.
So MEP, monoethyl phthalate, is in personal care products, fragrance, skincare products, makeup. That's
Nail polish.
nail polish, right there. Yeah. MEP is a big player there. It's not actually one of the worst actors in terms of being anti-androgen, but
the DEHP is
DEHP is the worst, and then dibutylphthalate, DEP, and ZP, benzoyl butylphthalate. And now what's interesting, there are new ones. We can talk about that process after. There are new ones that are bad too, coming out and being put in the market.
So where were we?
Yeah, where were we? So I wanted to figure out. So John and others at CDC got the samples and did the measurement, right? And we got the children. And then the question is, what do you look at in the children? So it wasn't obvious what an HEP was in a child. We knew it wasn't a rat.
Okay.
But how do you make that translation? So it took a while, a couple of pilot studies, to actually figure out how to replicate the rat exam, if you will, to an infant exam. Work with pediatricians to develop this and set this up so we could do it reliably and repeatedly and consistently get the same thing every time, which we do for science. And And once we figured out what that exam was going to be, we brought the babies in. And if the mothers agreed, measured this syndrome markers of the syndrome in these children.
Right.
Okay, so we found it. We found the phthalate syndrome in humans. This means that the mothers with the higher levels of the anti-androgen phthalates, particularly those three that I told you, were more likely to have a child with these symptoms and most markedly shorter hooch.
Yeah.
Okay?
Right.
Right? And of course I didn't use that in the publication, but because it's super shorter HTT. And that paper also made a huge impact. It made a huge impact scientifically, and lots of other people started measuring HED. It also made an impact in terms of politics or actually public health, because phthalates were then investigated and included the Consumer Protection Act and the Consumer Protection Committee. Yes, thank you. And I testified there, and they heard that, and when they read their report, they recommended that phthalates be taken out of children's products. And they were in the Consumer Protection Act of 2008.
Okay.
The paper came out in 2005, and that was legislation. Now, I have to say, they were a little off the mark, because the products that they banned these phthalates from were children's products.
That's too late.
That's, you get an A. Yeah.
First time ever.
That is right. They really should have been worried about what the mother was exposed to. So I think it's great that it came out of pacifiers and sippy cups and toys and rubber duckies. Important also, certainly continued exposure is not a good thing, but it did not protect the pregnant women or the fetus, right? Anyway, this paper made a huge impact. And then it left me with this question, and you alluded to this earlier, which is, who cares? If you look, you have two sons. If you look and measure their HB, it could be bigger, smaller, you wouldn't by eye see the difference. It's not anything that jumps out at you. It's not like the child looks weird, right? It's just something you can measure. Okay?
Now, what is the proper measurement? Like, what should it be?
I can't.
Is there an equation?
No, there is no proper measurement. It's because it's a function of body size and age. And so all of these measurements are adjusted. So, how, like your height, the child's height. You say, is that child very high, very tall?
Yeah,
It depends on their age, right?
Right.
And for something that's measured very close to birth, which we did in our next study, what's the gestational age? How developed are the rights? So I don't want to. Then people could read the paper, they could read the book, but I don't want to have people going out and measuring their children's AGG and worrying about it. I don't want to do that.
So, like, for example, you have a newborn, you can bring them in for like a 3-month, 6-month, 9-month checkup, and then you can give a percentile of height, head circumference, weight, and all that. They do that with AGD. You don't do that with AGD.
Unfortunately not. That's one of the things I really, really would like to see. I'd like to see this as a standard of care at the newborn exam.
Yeah.
Just like you measure a kid's head circumference, you can measure their AGD.
Exactly.
And it would be simple, quick, and would give us unbelievable amounts of information.
Right.
Because what turns out, this little measure is kind of incredible. It tells us something about the past and something about the future. So I've told you a little about the past. It tells you about the mother's exposure to things that not only phthalates, but other things that lower testosterone. So it tells you about what was the what we call androgenic environment in the womb. And by the way, it's relevant for girls too. Yeah. But it also tells you about the future, and that's the next step in the story. So when we said, who cares? Why does it matter? We were asking what what does this have to do with fertility? What does it have to do with function? What does it have
Right.
to do
And
with
when you have to do with the life of that baby as he becomes an adult
Right.
in general.
in general? Right. So we fast forwarded and thought, well, okay, let's at least see, because we had these children were very young, we couldn't see their function sexually, but we could look at young men. And Earl Grey had told us that AGB is forever. If you adjust for height and body size, then if it's short, I told you it's short forever. So we thought, okay, so if a man in college has a short AGB, it's likely he was born with a short AGB.
And does that also mean they have a small penis?
Those are separate measurements, but they're correlated.
They are
And,
correlated.
on average, the phthalate syndrome in our stuff included a smaller penis.
Or small balls, or testicles, sorry. One of the scientific
But we didn't measure the length of the penis, we measured the width.
Oh, interesting.
Which,
Why was that?
because the length is variable.
And the width is not.
No, not much. Not much.
Okay.
It's much more stable. So that's what we measured.
So there's a strong correlation between the width of the penis and the length of the AG.
Yes.
Okay.
So I would say more directly, there's a correlation between yes, and also to the phthalate levels and the width of the penis, and the phthalate levels and the length of the penis. Okay. So we went to Rochester, where I was living in, university, and we put up posters, and I had a wonderful postdoc working with me who took charge of the study, Jaime Nebula, and he ran a study, and he got these volunteers to come in and give a semen sample and let us measure their HEV and complete a questionnaire. Okay? And they were very, wonderful and helpful. And one of them said, well, for $75, I'll do anything, because that's what we paid.
Oh, nice.
And so what we found, what Jamie found, Jaime was his expansion, that the longer that, so let's start with sperm count. The lower the sperm count, the shorter the HEV. The longer the HEV, the higher the sperm count. Correlation, linear correlation.
Right.
Right?
Okay.
And then we couldn't ask about fertility in that population because he was a college student. But in California, a colleague named Mike Eisenberg looked at men in an infertility clinic and did this a similar thing. And he got the sperm count and he got their HEV, and he showed that again that it was related, HEV and sperm count were related, but also that fertile men had a longer HEV than men who had delivered a child in since termination. So when people say who cares, I say everyone should care, because that measurement tells you something about the future, not only about the past, what was in the womb, but in the future, how that boy is going to function. Right? Right. So let me stop there.
And you also said there was a correlation between how soon they hit puberty, right? So is that only in women?
So that's not a correlation directly with Alex. That's another, it is women primarily, and that is a whole other line of work that really shouldn't get into today, but it's very, very important and interesting. That the age of puberty in women is dropping, most markedly, apparently, in African American women, and we don't know that.
So you did a very good job in the book of just explaining to me how during development the baby's sort of like sexual reproductive organs are made. You basically explained there's a certain time where testosterone has an opportunity to kick in, which creates a certain area on the human groin that develops in the testes or not.
Right.
And it seems like when these phthalates are introduced, it stunts the growth of that area specifically.
Correct. And that's very well put. So let me just back up and say, before, let's leave phthalates out of it.
Okay.
Just in every baby. In very early pregnancy, the male and the female genitals are the same, right? They, you can't separate them. You don't see ovaries, you don't see testes, you don't see penis. They're just, it's actually just a rigid tissue. Okay? And then at the critical time, which we know in rats specifically, we don't know specifically in humans, but it's early pregnancy, the testes start to form. And that's genetically programmed in an XY division, right? And so they start to form, and they, at a certain point, you're able to produce testosterone, and they do that. Okay, in the genetic male. Female also, no, but just a little bit, but mostly much more in the male. Okay, so what they showed in these animal studies is that when the mother was given phthalates in her food at that time, when the testosterone is surging, that the surge is wiped out. It's eliminated. The graph is very dramatic. It just completely flat in males. So that says that that male needs that testosterone at that time to develop normally. Okay? Okay. And so the default, if he doesn't get it, that genital tract will remain the default, which is female.
Right.
Okay?
Okay.
To the degree to which it differentiates from the female, so development of the testes and instead of the ovaries, and the development of the penis instead of the clitoris, and so on and so forth. That the degree that that separation takes place is dependent upon this hormone surge.
Okay. And there's a large variation in how developed the genitals can be with these babies.
Right. That's correct.
And how, so in your book, you described this lady Tracy and her son Barry, this boy who identified as a girl. What sort of correlation did you find with children, specifically with gender dysphoria, and as it relates to sort of like it seems like a more recent surge with the transgender movement? I know there's no actual evidence, that there's been no real studies done on it, but what was your take on that? Do you suspect there's a connection?
So first of all, in terms of our studies, we did not study that. We did not have children. We did not get information on sexual identity from children. That is an important study, and it should be done, and that should be related to chemicals that they were exposed to. But that has not been done. My suspicion is that just as the genitals differentiate into male and female, the brain also does. And we know that there are, for example, men. This is a stereotype, okay? And it's a social stereotype. It's a very politically very difficult. But there are certain things like socialization seems to be easier for females, and spatial ability to manipulate things spatially, which is testosterone dependent, seems to be stronger in genetic males.
That's testosterone dependent?
Spatial.
Like visual, spatial?
Yes. You ask men to rotate a figure in space in their minds, they can do that and much more quickly and easily than females. That's
really?
it. Yeah, that's it.
Throughout life or only in early puberty?
It's not, I don't know.
Okay.
But my understanding is it's throughout life.
Okay.
Yeah, not really. So in any case, there is a difference. No question, there's some differences in the development of the brain, and that these are governed in part by testosterone as well as the genitals. So it's very conceivable to me that possibly the surge of chemicals which can impact the body's hormones might be doing something somewhat different in the brain and in the genitals. So, they could have maybe no effect on the genitals and the physiologically the child could be typical if he's a genetic male, but perhaps the surge to the brain has limited the development in that direction.
Right.
So that's just a wild hypothesis that may be totally wrong, but I believe that these changes that are important and hormonally driven are happening in utero. And so I think that whatever we find as we go down the road for gender dysphoria and is going to relate to exposures in utero. That's the only hypothesis I have. Whether it's going to be due to a specific chemical or a class of chemicals or not. And let me just say that this whole area is very difficult because it's difficult for trans people, and I totally understand that because it medicalizes their identity. It says, why are you like this? And we don't ask that generally. And it's similar concerns for people with other atypical development, for example, ASD people. So, what causes that? I'm not sure that question is yet. I've learned how to phrase that question in a way that does not make feel that the way they are is the way they should not be.
Right.
I don't want to give that impression.
Well, right, but it seems like, at the same time, it's very important to study, especially when it relates to some of these chemicals that are in our everyday world. When you're talking about specifically the development of sexual being stunted in utero, and these babies being born with ambiguous genitalia, not necessarily 100% developed with testosterone or not 100% developed testicles or dropped testicles, you could imagine how that would translate to somebody being, or the way she would describe, I feel like people say there's a male in a woman's body or a woman in a male's body. That, I can see a connection there. But the thing is, you can't study it. You can't ask rats how they feel. You can't ask a rat, what do you feel like? Do you feel masculine or feminine?
Right.
So I'm definitely curious about that.
I think we're all curious about that.
Yeah.
And I think maybe, animal toxicologists will find some clever way to figure out what an animal's preference is. They can certainly already find out who that rat wants to have sex with. And they can produce rats, and as I told you, that males want to have sex with other males.
Really?
Yes. That can be produced with the pesticide we talked about before, atrazine.
Right. This was a study that was done on fish and frogs as well, right?
Yeah. Frogs, particularly. Yeah.
Frogs.
Right.
Yes, they made homosexual frogs.
Right. So that is possible. But what that has to do with gender dysphoria is a really open question, and one that I think is very delicate. We have to be careful about even asking without offending people.
Yeah.
I think, honestly, that we need some trans people to come in and do this research because they will do it sensitively and they'll understand what the concerns are. And as a non-trans, non-binary person, I'm afraid I'm at risk of sticking my foot in it. You know what I mean? And saying things that will offend people. And so I'm being really careful.
Yeah.
Maybe you could have somebody on your show who's trans and talk about it.
Yeah, well, it's hard, because serious academics like yourself, they don't want to talk about it because there's a very big risk of people coming after you or trying to discredit you in any way. And, the problem with it is it does stifle discussion. Like you just said, you don't want to touch it. And that's a problem, I think.
No, I didn't say I didn't want to touch it. I said I didn't want to talk about it now because I don't know.
Right.
I can just tell you there's a study that I think would be relevant and that I think should be done. Right? And that's what I always do. I always just think, how would we do this? And then I do it right. But this one is going to be hard. But it could be done. And there are databases in Europe and the United States where urine has been stored from a long time ago. And you could test that urine for environmental chemicals like phthalates or whatever, the bisphenols. We haven't talked about other classes, pesticides and so on. And then you could see, if you have a very large sample, how their children developed and what percent of them were trans
Right.
or took that option or considered that option. They would probably agree. And see whether the exposure correlated with behavior in, say, the adolescent years around sexual identity. That study would really be valuable here.
Yes.
The problem is that, like I said, asking that question and writing it's controversial, and I'm afraid that if I take a very open-minded funding agency, or to say we're interested in this, we want to fund this, we want to find this out. But I'm not against studying it. I'm just against talking about it in ignorance and talking about it without the participation of the affected people. We can't always do that. We can't always include the affected population in our design of our study, our conduct of our study. To the extent that we can, I think we're being more and more sensitive to people's needs. So that's what I would like to see. I would like to see. I actually know one person who's an epidemiologist who's trans, and she would be great to work in this. And yeah, I think that will happen, but I don't have the answer.
Do you think there's any correlation with the gender dysphoria and things like anxiety or depression?
I've read some that there is, and certainly gender dysphoria people are under considerable sexual pressure and stressors, so I wouldn't be surprised if there wasn't more anxiety.
And they prescribe things like antidepressants and stuff.
I never really have those data, but I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah.
The pharmacology and the medicine, and specifically the antidepressants, they seem to be an issue. I'm not an expert on it, but I know that more and more young people that I talk to every day are on uppers and downers. They're on antidepressants or on stimulants, and Adderall or whatever. They have to study and they get to school to get work done.
Are you talking about trans people?
No, just in general. Just young people in general.
Oh.
Not specific trans people, but
right.
But I imagine if you combine the two, right? Yeah. It's gotta be it's gotta be something that works. If you're already dealing with this feeling of gender insecurity or dysphoria, you compound that with things like depression and anxiety because of the cultural stigmas. It's difficult. That was a good combo. Yeah. Let's talk about testosterone. Did we talk about testosterone? Yes. So how does testosterone, where does that fit in all of this?
So obviously testosterone is very key here it's important for the production, development of testes, the production of sperm. And by the way, now that more and more young men are seeking testosterone treatment,
we talked about this yesterday too.
I'm concerned because they are not going to have adequate sperm to get around to having.
Right.
So
I've been on some of these online Reddit forums that talk about testosterone, and it's I don't know if you're familiar with Reddit, but it's basically like a website where you can go and just talk about any topic and get kids into doing this. But there's lots of kids on there, like the bodybuilders, who are in their late teens, early 20s, that are, a lot of them even, some not, but some getting their blood work done beforehand and having abysmal testosterone. So talking about how their testosterone are in like the 1 to 200s nanograms per deciliter, which is on the very, very bottom of the scale that the CDC recommends. And these guys getting on testosterone because it's like, what's the trade-off? Like, do I start testosterone therapy and feel great, feel like a normal person, and be able to go to the gym and be healthy, and sacrifice not being able to have kids? Like, it's a very heated sort of topic because there's an obvious trade-off to doing that, but there's a huge advantage to doing it too because you feel so good. And people feel so good to do it.
So the information I have about testosterone, which is increasing as I study this more, is that it is declining just as sperm count is declining, and probably at a comparable rate. And because we know that many environmental chemicals have the ability to lower testosterone, it's very plausible that that's why this is happening, right? But that doesn't actually prove it. We have to do something similar, that we did with, for example, those Rochester young men. I'm just getting an idea that we might be able to do this.
What do we do?
We could, maybe, we have those samples still stored, measure the testosterone, which we didn't do in those young men, and relate it to their phthalates, which we did measure.
Right.
Remember I told you that, and wow, maybe we're just starting a study here.
Wow, we got your next book.
Yeah. That would be really, really interesting. Or maybe not in these men, but some population where we do pretty exposure, because I do think that that's where it's happening. And then have measured testosterone, maybe at several points in a young man's life, to see whether there's a relationship. So that's, I give that out to people if they were listening, if they can do a study, they could contact me and we'll put it together.
Yes, include your contact information below. So testosterone. Sperm count is declining currently by 2.5% per year. Do you know what the number is for testosterone? What the number is? How that's declining per year?
The study, no, and the studies on testosterone are not recent. They're not as recent as the ones in this month. That little upgrade we did, and with it.
Yes.
Yeah, so we haven't done that for testosterone.
Okay.
So we will do that, and then I can come back and tell you.
So testosterone is very much linked to cardiovascular health, cognitive function, many things.
Yes, and by the way, so is sperm count.
Really?
Yes.
I thought sperm count was just because it was tied to testosterone.
That's hard to separate, isn't it? Because they're intimate. It's one that kind of confounding when we're talking about. But I will tell you that there's a number of studies now that show that men with low sperm count have more cardiovascular disease, have more diabetes, have more reproductive cancers, and die younger. So it's a marker of overall health, right? As is infertility, as is women's infertility, by the way. So all of these things are not, they don't stand alone. It's part of a mix, a complicated picture where they're all interrelated.
Right.
Yeah.
I wonder if you had somebody who went through like a young boy with chemotherapy and that killed all of his sperm, and he wasn't able to produce sperm anymore. I know it happens to young boy, like he gets into chemo, they are infertile after that. I wonder if that's the same thing. It still correlates to a shorter lifespan and shorter or worse cardiovascular health.
Yeah.
Because of that.
Great question.
Or it has to be through these things.
Finding all these studies here. No, it's a very good question. And by the way, I have a friend, a young man who did go through as a child for cancer, and he did bank some sperm.
Really?
Yeah, and he was told that he was azoospermic, had no sperm in his pool, but in fact he did conceive a child.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How did that happen?
Well, they missed it. Counting is not you can't be guaranteed of counting every sperm. And he had some left.
So even if you have one, there's a chance?
It's possible, and he lucked out. And he is very well and healthy, and I'm happy to say. So it is not an absolute.
Who was the name? I'm sorry, we talked about it last night. Who was the name of the gentleman who did the studies on the frogs that turned the frogs homosexual?
Tyrone Hayes.
Okay. He's a Berkeley.
Yeah.
Okay. And he what are the specific chemicals that he induced into these frogs?
He studied atrazine.
Atrazine.
That's the one that we showed was related to sperm count.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. So I wanted to ask you about glyphosate and Roundup.
Yeah.
What specifically did you find out about glyphosate and Roundup?
So surprisingly, glyphosate and Roundup have been one of the most pesticides out there, and given that it's the most widely used pesticide in the world, that makes me wonder why. But there are now studies going on. We have some pilot data showing that glyphosate exposure does affect anti-germ resistance, but in these studies, which are small, and I won't, put a lot behind this, these were the females that were affected, and they had longer HP. And yes, so a chemical can be anti-androgenic, knock down androgens, knock down testosterone, or it can be pro-androgenic, increase testosterone. So anything that increases testosterone will make girls in general business reach longer or in the male direction because they're getting more testosterone, right?
Right.
Right?
That happened to men too.
No, because they're already so high that the amount that can be increased by an exposure will be low. But if you're very low and you get an increase, it can double your exposure.
Right.
And so, but this is very, very tentative, and this is an area of very current study that people are looking at the effects of glyphosate in various ways. What on the microbiome, on obesity, on lots and lots and lots of things. It's one of the hot new topics in the field.
Yes. And, it seems like all of this is, you could put it all in the same bucket of our problem with trying to make everything compete. And one of the big problems with glyphosate or Roundup is that they used to spray the crops and spray the weeds individually. And now what they do is they have developed this thing called corn-ready Roundup. Have you heard of that? Where they basically just take an airplane and they coat acres and acres of farmland with this Roundup. It even gets all over the corn crops. But for some reason, it only kills the weeds and this is the corn. So basically, this stuff is coated with these chemicals. That's not good.
Scary.
That's not good.
Yeah.
And they had, this just goes back to what they're doing now because it's convenient. It probably saves them money. But how do we turn the ship? Like all of these massive plastic and chemical companies that I'm sure have billions of dollars and have lobbying behind them. How do we convince them that this is a problem? And how do we convince them to leave billions of dollars on the table? And from their perspective, they're like, okay, we'll have thousands of people unemployed and potentially collapse our corporate empires for a benefit that will only be seen 100 years from now, potentially, right? 3 generations or more than 100 years.
I think benefits will be seen more quickly. I think that what might turn the tide is some specific individuals who have personal concerns. So some powerful person who has unable to have grandchildren, or they're unable to have a child, or they see various problems related to these exposures in their family, in themselves. I mean, that's why people donate money. Many donors are donating because of their own personal experience. So, I don't know. I mean, that might be one way to so as we get this information out to more and more people, hopefully more people will be concerned. So there's a couple of things. One is you can take personal action, and that's good, and I definitely recommend it. And in the book, there's a couple of chapters about things you can do, and we can talk about that. And I'm not putting those down at all. Those are very important, and also make us feel that we're doing something, of which we are. We can take political action by, sending letters, and that's nobody wants to do that.
No.
Right? So, realistically, I don't know.
More podcasts about it.
More podcasts, maybe we'll do something. I think the first thing is that people have to know that this is, as Joe Rogan said, why don't we know about this?
Right.
And that's why I'm talking to everybody I can, so that people know about it. I think that's what happened with climate. So originally there were, scientists and others that were speaking, very forcefully about climate, but they weren't being heard. And then, partially through personal experience of hurricanes, floods, whatever, people became more concerned, personally concerned. And then they began to take more action. We started out by saying,
even that, like, what the cover of climate just always become this just like political football and just polarizing the fact that nothing gets done because like the fight about it.
Yeah.
Click on news articles about it.
I know, and by the way, our problem,
That doesn't happen with this.
right, our problem here that I'm talking about today is, maybe people don't know this, but the chemicals in plastic are made from petroleum byproducts. So it's not really a separate problem from climate change.
Interesting.
And one of my concerns, the concerns of many people in the field, that as we start pulling, making fuel and for homes and cars and so on out of other products other than fossil fuels, then those resources will have to go somewhere and they'll go into more plastic. In other words, that changing the source of our energy away from fossil fuels will increase the problem with plastic.
Changing it away from fossil fuels?
Yes, as a society, say, okay, we're going to go to clean energy. We're going to go, right? So we're not going to use fossil fuels. Well, what's going to happen to those fossil fuels? Right? And they can be put into plastic. So there'll be more. Economically, they have to go somewhere and sort.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
So they're out there, and their use probably will increase as in these areas, household products and so on, as we decrease. And that's, who knows, that's a speculation. But it's a concern of mine that, it's just another way that we're dependent on fossil fuel.
So, when it comes to plastics, though, how can people who are living their everyday lives, don't have the money to completely change their living situation, or every single piece of cupware, dish, thing in their house, everything they interact with, other products, like what is a rational sort of logistical way of somebody avoiding some of the worst exposures to these phthalates and these chemicals? I told you I got rid of all my plastic baby bottles for my kid. I made my wife throw them all away and we got glass ones.
That was great.
But not everyone can do that.
Right. So, food, to the extent that you can, if you can eat unprocessed food, like carrots in a bunch, lettuce in a head.
Even if it's wrapped in plastic? Because a lot of carrots come wrapped in plastic.
Yeah, that's true. Here's the thing about chemicals leaving the plastic. If they're warm or if there's liquid, it's more likely, if the environment is warmer, it's more likely for the phthalates or the bisphenol to leave the plastic, right? So, carrots, I'm not so worried. But if you go to a farmer's market, if you're lucky enough to go to a farmer's market, you can just buy it from the farmer. That would be the ideal, I would say. I think I told you yesterday about an experiment where they took this farm and some of the cows were milked by hand and some of the cows were milked by a milking machine. And the cows that were milked by hand had no phthalates in their milk, and those cows that were milked by the milking machine, that milk had phthalates in it. So it's really hard to know, how to avoid them. If you go to buy a container of milk, even if it says organic on it, that could have been processed through a milking machine.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. If you walk in the grocery store, all the labels are on every single product. I mean, the FDA doesn't pay attention to all that stuff.
No. So you were asking me some simple things people can do. So I would say, if you can afford it, be organic, because a fruit being organic keeps out most pesticides. Phthalates are, by the way, mostly pesticides as in their ingredients, because they increase absorption of the phthalate into the plant. And in general, organic food is just more careful with respect to environmental risks. Okay, so I would say if you can afford it, and not everyone can, that you would buy organic food.
Or buy it from
Oh, buy from a farmer, ideally a farmer's market or something. But and try to avoid fast food because these tend to be ultra processed and full of huge everything. Again, that's an economic thing. Some people just have to, grab a meal at the end of a huge long day, But so then in the home, besides food, we talked about this, but we need to go to treating water because we now know that water contains lots and lots of micro and nanoplastics, and I would prefer not to drink that myself. So I distill my water, and I know you use a reverse osmosis. Those are both very good ways of treating water. You can also get a filtration system, which is a little more problematic because you can change the filter and so on. But don't buy water in plastic bottles, right? So
especially when the plastic bottles are sitting in the car or something.
Don't leave water in plastic bottles in your car. And then as far as air, our ambient environment, our air is full of these microplastics and nanoplastics. So HEPA filters is pretty effective. Another thing that's effective is to just leave your shoes at the door, that you're not bringing in those particles from the outside into your home, and vacuum with a HEPA filter. So try to keep your air clean. So these things come in every which way, through inhalation, through ingestion, that's eating and drinking, and dermal. So the dermal is your skincare products, makeup, sunscreen. You can worry about what's in those. And we don't have a completely perfect way of screening those. Environmental Working Group does a good job, and they have a consumer guide to personal care products. And cleaning products, by the way, also contain a lot of these technologies. So I would say going to some of the guides we suggest in the book, or, we suggested that you can hunt for on the web, try to buy products that have been screened to some extent, not very thoroughly, I would say, but to some extent, to be free of these chemicals.
Now you talked about how you distill. Can you walk me through how you distill your water and how that's done?
Sure. Yeah. Sort of. I mean, I can't tell you the actual mechanics of the machine.
Right. Like, is there a certain thing that you bought somewhere? Or?
I bought a distiller.
It's called a distiller.
Yeah.
Okay. Where'd you buy it?
On our web.
Okay. Can you search for distillers? You can look at it. I'm curious.
I would put, if you don't mind, countertop distillers.
Countertop.
Yeah, because you don't want something that's going to be huge for a business or, but countertop, home distiller.
Okay. Oh, one of these just sits on the counter.
Yeah, the one on the left is actually
That one.
But it doesn't mean it's bad. It's just, and that's how it works. You generally fill it up.
Read that.
By the way, I don't want to be endorsing any particular brand here, but to say this.
Oh, yeah. We just clicked on the first one we saw.
Yeah. So, if you put it in at night, it drips out, it evaporates, condenses, comes into that pitcher, a glass pitcher, and then in the morning, I just pour that water into 2 glass pitchers that we keep in the fridge. It's wonderful tasting water, and then my husband cleans it out. And by the way, what's left, I live in San Francisco, the water's good, but what's left after we pour out, after it's been distilled, the residue doesn't smell great.
Okay.
And so we cleaned it out with vinegar, and then we're ready for the next batch. So we do that every couple of days.
I've seen some of those water treatment. I have a friend who builds the water treatment tanks that are for like different cities. And he basically filter all the toilet water for all the cities. They go to these giant tanks that are bigger than an aquarium in SeaWorld. And they pour like tons of chemicals and stuff in there, filter it out, and that it's all siphoned out to Right. Right. Those chemicals are like full of phthalates. I don't like going around up in there for all.
Oh, sure, and pharmaceuticals as well.
Right. Right. It's disgusting.
So that's a good choice. And I don't know if you want to say anything about RO.
Yeah. What is RO?
Reverse osmosis, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. I don't know anything about it. I didn't bought one, so I heard they were good.
Yeah.
I got to install it. So it's like there's like these 3 filters that are installed under there, and the water travels through all. It's very complicated, but it makes the water taste better for sure. It's like there's a stark difference. I can tell the difference between tap water and that water.
Absolutely. And an interesting little experiment, which would not be hard, would be to compare taking the same source and pass it through a distiller, an RO, and a filter. And then blindly ask people which they prefer and test them for chemicals. That would be
a great test.
A great, simple experiment.
And you can test it with liquid death without water.
Yeah, there we go.
Not in plastic. You know, I think it's like 70% of all recycled plastic goes in the landfill.
Yeah.
That's disgusting.
Yeah. And it's not. It makes people feel like they're doing the right thing, which is, unfortunate because in fact they're not.
I'm sure I'm right on that. Can you see if it is 70%? I'm curious what's actually. I think it's close to 70%. Where does this go for humanity? Generationally. Like, if we can't start turning the ship now, right? If we stay on the trajectory wrong right now, where do you see this going in 50 to 100 years?
Well, first of all,
Okay, it's 79%. Only 9% of the recycled, vast majority is 79%. And you mentioned in your book, so 79% goes in the landfill, but you mentioned in your book there's this giant floating island in the middle of the ocean, the size of Texas, right?
Yeah.
That's all just plastic junk.
I think that's pretty well known. It's the Great Garbage Patch. Yeah, and people have seen, probably are tired of seeing these animals, fish, turtles, plastic around their neck, and the impact of these chemicals on the environment, on wildlife is tragic. But you were saying, where do I see this going? I just want to say, I think I am an optimistic runner, and so I have hope that we can, once alarmed enough, make changes that will really move the needle. And I think we did that after COVID came out, and we desperately needed a vaccine quickly. And it was produced faster than any vaccine ever been produced, right? So I just think that what we need is alarm, we need concern, we need pressure to get governments and philanthropists and people that have resources to do this. Say this is a moonshot. This is the moonshot we have to take. We have to make alternative forms of plastic. We have to get people to clean up their personal environment. And in animal studies, in 3 generations, full fertility can be restored. We don't have 3 generations. Because for an animal, 3 generations is 6 years. A rat.
For a rat, right?
For a rat, you got 6 years. 3 generations.
Years is what that's been around.
And for us, our life, we have intergenerational is 25 years, so we have about 75 years. But at the rate at which sperm count and other things are declining, it's probably not enough time. I think we have to clean it up faster. The other thing that gives me hope is that we have alternative ways that conceive of it. And more of those are, artificial insemination and assisted reproduction in general has developed tremendously. And I think that we should continue that for techniques for reproducing, which would be not the typical way to reproduce. For that to happen, people have to want children. And that's something that worries me a lot. We talked about this a little bit, but in many parts of the world, the desire to marry, to have children, is decreasing. Also, I haven't looked at the rate, but it's pretty dramatic in some countries. And South Korea, Singapore, Japan. So, for the species to maintain itself, we have to have 2.1 children for every couple in their lifetime. Okay? And
2.1 children per couple.
yeah, man, woman replace themselves, and a little bit extra replace their son-in-laws. Right? So that's called a replacement rate for total fertility. And we're below that, and we're dropping. And that's gone down about 50% in 50 years also, just like sperm count, right? And so think about 2.1. That's where you want to be if you want to keep the species replacing itself. South Korea is now at 0.8. And other Eastern Asian countries are around 1. And China has a big problem. And here's the thing. People don't want heroin to have more children. These countries are giving economic incentives for people to have more children, and they're not buying. So, I don't know what will turn that around. And economically, countries are recognizing that if you don't have enough children, you won't have the middle of the population pyramid to support the old people who are increasing.
Right.
And you have economic collapse.
Yeah, it's like we talked about earlier when it comes to culture. I personally see younger people, my generation and younger, you ask them when they don't have kids, they're just like, oh, I want to wait till I'm rich. I want to wait till I get my life figured out. I want to wait to get my career figured out. A lot of people I don't know, in their mid-30s haven't ever, 30s and even 40s, have never even considered having kids yet because they aren't where they are financially to have kids. And I think that what you also alluded to is the societal thing that's happening with women in particular that are finding more and more successful careers in various industries or whatever it might be, that they don't want to necessarily raise children. They want to have a successful career. They think maybe I'll do that after. They don't realize that you can't do that after. I think, and then you look at people, you have like Kourtney Kardashian, who just came out as she's pregnant with her, I think it's her 4th child with Travis Barker, and she's like 45 years old. So people think, oh, Kourtney Kardashian did it, I can do it too.
Right. And some can, but it's much more difficult. And pregnancies are more complicated. And actually, parental age is a risk factor for lots of bad outcomes later in life. Just interesting. For example, older parents have more autism.
Like, remember correctly, it's mid-20s, there's a 1 in 800 chance of having that chromosome E21 negative Down syndrome, and then above 30 it increases to like 1 in 100. That's terrible.
Yeah. So postponing childbirth is risky. It's risky because you will conceive, because as women age, they have fewer and fewer eggs that are available, or lambs, and more chances of chromosomal abnormalities in the sperm, and so more chances for failure of that pregnancy. And by the way, we didn't talk about this, but if you look at couples going for assisted reproduction and test their urine, and that's the man and the woman, the presence of a number of these EDC chemicals in the urine affects the success of that attempt to conceive that pregnancy. The embryo quality, the number of embryos retrieved, the embryo colony, the number of eggs retrieved, the embryo colony, the implantation rates, and the birth rates are all affected by the chemicals in parents. And that's a study of many studies at Harvard on what's called the growth study, and other people are looking at that too. But it's not just affecting the fetus in utero, it's affecting the fetus before it gets there. It's not a fetus, but affecting the eggs, affecting sperm, affecting what after they're put together, affecting every even after it's been implanted. So there's risks all along the way for the failure of this process.
I love the fact that you're optimistic, but I don't see how we're going to be able to fix it. I don't see. I hope it does, but it's going to take a lot of these podcasts. It's going to take really shaking up the hornet's nest to try to get people to get off their ass and take some action.
Yeah. That can try.
We have to keep trying. Is there anything else that we should talk about?
Yeah, I would like to just say that it's not just humans, right? So, I mean, there are a lot of information on declines in multiple species, insect decline, insect Armageddon, bird decline. You know that. You know what I'm talking about, right? And now there are studies that show even sperm count in horses and dogs decline as well as humans. So, of course, animals living in the environment, more domestic animals, are going to be exposed. Those domestic animals, those dogs, into the same air that we are, and the same water that we are, and probably they have a lot of stuff in their food that I've never analyzed. But in the wildlife, like the alligators, like the paca, that were producing smaller and smaller litters, and by the way, having smaller anogenital distance. Smaller penises, right? Penile size. That was the first thing that Lou showed, was that alligators and Lake Apopka have small penis. Lake Apopka was kind of contaminated by pesticides. So that was, when was that? It was like in the 90s. And so this is not a new story, and it's not just a human story. That's a point that I don't think I talked about to get into, but it's a planetary phenomenon.
But it's because of us.
A large part of it is because of us. I won't rule out that there are some other forces that are changing, but certainly we see direct relationships, as in like the Pampa, the trade pollution, and the fertility of that species, the ability of that species to reproduce. And I think everyone knows about species decline, the number of species that are declining as are endangered, and actually we are.
Is there anything specifically with marine life that we're seeing a decline in, other than like alligators that are in lakes and stuff like that, but like in the oceans? Like we talked about how specifically here in Florida, there's all these sugar plantations and pesticides are running off, and they're creating this giant algae bloom that happens here in Florida every year, where it just basically kills off hundreds of thousands of fish and wildlife that all wash up on the beach.
Where's your answer?
Yeah.
You've answered your own question.
But I wonder if there's been any sort of people like looking at this on a macro scale, red tides and things like this. Are there any things that we're missing?
Probably, but I don't know. I don't have that information. I do know that there's a study quite a long time ago where this researcher took two lakes in Canada and actually polluted one deliberately with disease and left the other one clean, and then compared the survival of fish in those lakes and showed very dramatically that the fish in the treated lake were pretty much wiped out. So there's no question that we do that, that's going on. And by the way, a lot of the chemicals that are manufactured have byproducts that go into the runoff into the lakes, right, for waste disposal. So
Yeah.
it's not a happy picture, but I'd like to just end by saying, countdown, first of all, is very good. Yeah.
Full of mystery pigs.
Oh, that's not
They're
okay.
just not from San
I can't hear it. We, first of all, the book has a lot of humor in it. There's a lot of personal stories, and makes it,
my sense of humor.
yeah. And my co-author, Stacey Colino, is an environmental journalist who was really responsible for that tone, that ability to bring some life to it and some humor to it. And we have 2 chapters of things you can do. So don't feel totally discouraged. Get the book, read it, and then share it. I think sharing it is really important because that's how we spread the word.
Why don't you tell people where they can find more about you?
ShaunaSwan.com. That's me. It's all over social media. Look for it there. I don't remember my Twitter handle.
I'll figure it out. I'll head down there and get that too.
Or I can send it to you.
Perfect. Oh, I already got it.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, thank you again. I very much appreciated this. And that's all, folks. How did you get into this world of publishing books?
Yeah, so I was a lawyer for a couple of years first, and then I joined my father's publishing company, worked with him for about 7 years, then he sold the company, and then I started Skyworks.
Is this book right here the book that kind of like really set everything off for you guys? Is that like your biggest selling book?
Yeah, this is definitely the best-selling book we've ever had, and
Hold up.
it's,
That's your big.
yeah, it's just a great story, so I'd love to tell the story.
Yeah.
But yeah, the real anthology, I don't know where to start.
How many books did you sell of that book?
So we wound up selling more than 1 million copies of it, which is kind of an incredible thing when you think about the fact that there were just clearly so many people who didn't want anybody to read this book, and they were just doing everything they could do to make sure that the book was hard to find, that it wasn't carried in bookstores, it wasn't in libraries. You get a single review in any major newspaper in the country. Nobody would interview Bobby Kennedy to talk about it. I mean, they were scared to death that this was a book that was claiming that the whole government narrative of everything Dr. Fauci was saying day after day on television was just all corruption and was all just a process of trying to make more money and have more control over people, never about public health. So the idea that a book comes out by somebody like Bobby Kennedy, who's a well-known guy, he's got 2,194 citations, he's got workers from doctors and lawyers, from a Nobel Prize-winning scientist. I mean, it should have been a really big event, and it should have made, senators, Congress people question it and want to sit down with Dr. Fauci, interview him, interrogate him, and find out whether this is true. Because this is somebody who's risking their whole career. Somebody who could have had an easy life, Kennedy, standing up, speaking out, and saying that he doesn't care what happens to him, what benefit to him, which makes him perfectly trustworthy, and he's coming out and risking everything to tell the world that Dr. Fauci is corrupt and that the government is corrupt and that they're trying to hurt people. And what happened was they just tried to silence him in every conceivable way. So you couldn't even place ads on, in newspapers. The New York Times turned down an ad. Usually they're chasing me down to get more ads. They turned down ads, yeah. And, they had no reason for it. So I asked them why. And they said that they wouldn't take an ad of any kind. So they have this division called standards management, where they look at ads and they try to figure out if there's something in it that is true. So basically, they're saying they don't care whether a book makes claims that are untrue. All that they're looking at is whether the ad itself makes claims that are untrue. Okay, so they would not tell us anything. They would not ask, they didn't ask us to change anything. They just said they wouldn't accept an ad in any way, shape, or form, any language for this book. So they changed their whole policy that they had described to me clearly beforehand, and just would not place it. So they were obviously getting pressure from the government not to be involved in any way. So the only thing that all the major newspapers were willing to do at the time was to run hit pieces against Robert F. Kennedy, just to say everything bad they could possibly say, to try to discredit him, to try to claim that his books and his speeches and everything that he was putting out was misinformation, misleading the public, and was harmful. But they wouldn't say why, so they wouldn't debate him. I mean, Dr. Fauci could have come out. They're coming out this right from Harold. Yeah, the black helicopters. Yeah, definitely. They're here, and I don't care, and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. doesn't care. So, here's the thing. Dr. Fauci, at the time, was probably the most powerful person in the world, right? Yeah. He was making all the rules that told everybody on the planet what they could do and what they couldn't do. So he could have gone on any show and trooped in any expert that he wanted. So why was he so afraid? I mean, why wasn't he willing just to meet with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on a network TV show and debate him to the end? So if you're really worried that there's, not going to be trust in government, the best way to do that isn't through censorship. It's through dialogue. It's through proving that what he's saying isn't true. So the way that people actually become more powerful in many cases is by being censored, right? Because people wonder, why are you doing that? What's the point of it? I mean, if you really have claims, go through some of those 2,194 citations and tell us which ones of those are wrong. Make a real argument.
So we were discussing a movie yesterday that's called Censorship is Gone on the internet, and like some of these interviews and videos getting taken off YouTube. That seems to do more harm for people that are censoring them, harm if you want to call it that. But what it does is it rallies that base, the people that have kind of questions of stuff, people that want to look deeper into it. Because like people like me, when I see something that's censored off of YouTube or censored off of the New York Times, it makes me want to look into it more and figure out what's going on and what are they actually saying.
Right.
So it seems like that probably helped a lot with what sells this.
Well, I think what happened is we got this whole team of people, and I was part of it, and I just went on to every show that would have me on, every radio show, and I was doing it all day long, just dawn to dusk, going on to small shows, big shows, everybody would have me. And there was a whole bunch of people doing that. And I think that with us all doing that, Bobby Kennedy doing that, it just sort of caught fire. But it was not because people were hearing about it from the mainstream media. So the idea there was they were just going to ignore it and hope that he was away. Because he was doing something that's hard to do. He was standing up to the most powerful people on the planet. To the most powerful government on the planet, the most powerful public officials probably in history. And he was telling the American public that they were all lying. And that's a pretty gutsy thing to do.
Yeah. I
I mean, these are the most, so if you take a look at this book, these are the most corrupt public officials in history. These are the most corrupt companies in history. You know, these are the biggest, most powerful people, biggest, most powerful companies. And he's standing up and saying they're liars, they're corrupt, they're stealing from the public, they're ruining your health. You know, that these are really dangerous people. And it was difficult for them, I think, to know what to do about it. And I think they probably sat around thinking, if we engage in dialogue, we're going to lose here because we don't really have anything, right? So we're telling the world what to do. We're forcing them to do it. We're threatening them if they don't do exactly what we tell them to do. They're going to have consequences. They're not going to be able to work. They're not going to be able to go to a restaurant, to a movie. They're not going to have a life unless they do exactly what they're told. And he was telling them not to do that.
Have you ever been contacted by intelligence?
Maybe after the show.
I would just imagine that there would be some sort of something going on, that there might be like intimidation or something that's trying to like talk to you or influence you in some way, like, hey man,
Yeah, I don't know how that all works. I mean, I know that there's something like 17,000 doctors who stood up and kind of disagreed all around the world. No, sort of stood up and disagreed with the mainstream narrative, with Dr. Fauci's narrative. So, you know, that's a lot of doctors. I mean, it's not a lot of doctors in the sense that they're, you know, thousands of them, but it's a lot of brave people standing up. And they did go after a lot of those people. So they went after their medical licenses. They tried to discredit them every way that they could. So it was the same kind of playbook, but there were a lot of other people in the background just not willing to accept it.
what was it like? Like, did he try to get this book published by any other publishers before coming to you? Or what was that process like? And did this book sort of open your eyes to everything that's been going on?
Yeah, so I had help. Yeah, I had known Bobby Kennedy for a while. We had published his book called Thimerosal, Let the Science Speak, which I think was in about 2014. And when that book came out, it was the same sort of story. I mean, it was a much smaller issue at the time, meaning that it didn't involve every person on the planet. But it was still a big story because thimerosal, which is a form of mercury, you know, is in certain vaccines now. In the past, it was in many more. It's in many, many vaccines that are sold all around the world in 4 countries. And thimerosal does have really bad side effects. And so he came out with a book that went through hundreds and hundreds of peer-reviewed studies. And while the CDC was saying that it was perfectly safe, they said that they took it out of certain early childhood vaccines, basically because they were just being really cautious. So they basically said, it's really safe, we didn't do anything wrong, but we're taking it out anyway. But then they refused to take it out of all the vaccines that they sent to Africa or to, you know, South America, to any poor country. They get the vaccines with full birth agreement. So, you know, the depravity of something like that, when all of these studies, this was just an incredible research project. And once again, they didn't respond to any of it. So they didn't say, you know, some of these peer-reviewed stories have been proven to be incorrect. Nothing, not a word. So the book came out once again. You know, he's claiming that tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of children's lives are being ruined by something that's in the vaccine that's being given to them, and all the families are being told that they're being safe. So it's the same kind of story. And this book comes out, and there's no research, there are no investigative journalists looking at it, not a single one, nobody in the country.
I've only about half of the book so far, but one of the things that kind of blew my mind was you mentioned that Google owns 2 of the vaccine companies.
Yeah, there's a lot of sort of mixing up of the ownership and boards of all of these different companies, and they're all corrupted. Even when you look at the CDC and the FDA, you find that people working for the government can own a piece of a patent, right? So they're supposed to be regulating one of the pharmaceutical companies, for example, and yet if they approve something, if they approve a drug or a vaccine, they can actually earn royalties on it. So the entire public health system is just riddled with these conflicts of interest. And once again, nobody is investigating it. Nobody is, there's no sort of watchdog group that's looking at each vaccine or each drug really carefully. There's nobody protecting the American public. Bobby Kennedy sometimes says that the only people standing in front of doing harm to children in this country are mothers. The mothers who know their own children, they know what their weaknesses are, they know that if they had a prior vaccine and had a bad reaction to it, they'd be more likely to with another one. But the whole idea of public health now is just to give the exact same thing to everybody.
Yes.
And so the reason there is that it's all about the money. Because if you were not concerned with just maximizing your return on investment, you would look at all the subtleties. You would say, well, do we want to give the same dosage to a kid who weighs 200 pounds that we give to a kid who weighs 50 pounds? But they don't do any of that. They have no concern for public health. They just want to help their pharmaceutical partners make as much money as they can at the expense of, millions and billions of people's health.
So how did the relationship with you and Bobby begin? Is it when you wanted to publish that first book?
Yeah, so I had listened to him giving speeches at various places, something like, I don't know, maybe 12, 14 years ago. And he'd given some speeches in New York City, where I live, and where I still live. And in those speeches, he had just been really convincing that there was this growing corruption in public health. And so I was really happy to publish that book, and then I stayed in touch with him. And when this book was ready, I was all in to hear the whole story, to learn about it. I was part of the entire process.
Oh, really?
Of writing it. No, not at all. Not writing it, but I read it several times, and I was in close touch with all of his team, and his team was just this incredible team of fact checkers, and they were so meticulous, and I could see that Bobby was working on this book 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, for something like 10 months. I mean, he was just at it, and he was so incredibly invested in it for one reason only. Not that he was going to make a penny. He doesn't even get royalties on the book. So there was nothing in it for him. He's just not a penny one. It all goes to Children's Health Defense, which is this nonprofit here. Okay. So his only concern was to protect people's health, primarily children. And he was so dedicated to that. And that's why I think he would make such a great president, because I don't think we've had a president in recent history where the person is just really dedicated to make the world better, to solve problems. Not just public health problems, but any problem. And so, part of the reason that we published this other book, which is The Real RFK is, it's the same kind of title.
Yes.
But the idea was that many people have an idea of who they think Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is. And they have that idea because of an incredible sort of a psyop of control over what the media does, and also over, what people think. So when you have just incredible censorship on the one hand. Then you have incredible propaganda, and the whole media is sort of helping with that propaganda, almost like they're reading, from the same uh, press release that's given to them from Dr. Fauci or somebody working with Dr. Fauci. So how are you ever going to know who a candidate is if that candidate is censored so incredibly? Even when he went on to ABC News, they taped him for something like an hour, then they cut it down. Then they weren't even happy with cutting it down. They cut out some of the things that they didn't like and tailored it to a presentation that they were happy with. But even that, they decided to kind of bookend it with disclaimers saying that it was misinformation, or that Bobby Kennedy shouldn't be trusted. And then they added in that many of the claims had been debunked by serious scientists. So that is so incredibly improper in a democracy to do that. I mean, this is a candidate, a serious candidate. He's polling at 20 to 30% of the Democratic Party. At the very least, they should bring in people who disagree with him, and give him the opportunity to respond. But to let him speak and then dissect it, put the disclaimers in there, call him names, call it misinformation, and not give him a chance to respond to any of those counterpoints.
Yeah, I saw something recently where someone combined like all of the recent articles that was published about him in like big publications, and there was like 10 headlines that all started the headline with anti-vaxxer Robert Kennedy Jr.
Right.
And it's bonkers, man. Like they use that to just like discredit him as an anti-vaxxer. What? And my apologies if I haven't done the research, but what does he say can be done if he was to become president as far as kind of reforming public health in the country and fixing some of the issues that he talks about in the book?
Yeah, so I think one of the first things he would do, what he says time after time, is that the people running the agencies of the U.S. government, the FDA, the CDC, the EPA, many of those people, many of the top people are corrupt. But most of the people working there are honest, sincere, hardworking people who really care, who study for years and years, did all kinds of research, and he believes firmly that they really want to do the right thing. But the problem is that the most corrupt and the most greedy people rise to the top. That this is a country that's based on money, and you have to find a way to kind of decouple money from public health or from any of the other agencies. So you can't have this sort of system where time after time people work for the government, then they go work for Pfizer or some other big company, and they all know that their whole life is tied to green-lighting certain products. So when people say that Robert F. Kennedy is an anti-vaxxer, that's a ridiculous statement in the sense that what he said all along is that he wants to look at the safety of vaccines. He wants to look at what's put in the vaccines and what those things are doing to people. So that doesn't make you an anti-vaxxer. It doesn't make you anti-anything. That's just a word that they come up with to confuse people. In the same way that they use words like misinformation or disinformation, malinformation, or even domestic terrorist, or they just come up with all of these terms, conspiracy theorists, when they don't have a real argument to disprove it. Because if they believed in biological debate, they wouldn't have to call people names. I mean, people should not be against vaccines or for vaccines any more than they're for a pill. So you look at a pill, nobody would say pills are safe, right? So the question is, what pill is it? What's in it? What does it do to you, right? All right, let's research it. Let's figure it out. What is a vaccine? It's a delivery mechanism for things that are in it. So if you put cyanide in a vaccine, I think we could agree that wouldn't be a good thing. So if you're putting mercury in the vaccine, and mercury is toxic to to a child's brain, clearly that's not a good thing. Right? If you're putting aluminum in there, is that safe? What's the research say? Perfectly fine for serious people to question what's being put into their children's bodies. Yeah. I mean, it's insane for them not to question it.
It's like he's anti-anything. He's anti-pharmaceutical.
But I don't see that he's really anti anything other than the greed and corruption that has taken over his country. I mean, if you look at some of the research that's been done on vegetables and berries, which we would all think of vegetables, salad, blueberries, raspberries, they're all great, right? But, even there, you have to think about what's on them. Are these, just doused with, drenched with pesticides? And if they are, this would be the most toxic foods out there. I mean, you might be better off, eating a candy bar than having broccoli that has pesticides in it. So it's not about what the delivery mechanism is. So if it's organic broccoli that's really good, healthy, clean broccoli or good, healthy, clean meat, that's probably really good for you. But you want to know. So you could see two pieces of steak, and one of them could be pumped up with hormones. They could look exactly the same. One of them could have all kinds of chemicals in it. You wouldn't want to feed that to your family. You look at the other piece of steak, and you have no way of knowing that that steak is, fed much better foods, isn't pumped up with hormones or other drugs, is grass fed. I mean, any of those kinds of things really matter. And there's nothing wrong with people wanting to investigate these incredibly large, powerful, greedy companies and a government that is in bed with them. So we need more people like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And I think that there are thousands and thousands of people who are seeing what he's done, seeing how he suffered in his, quest to kind of make the world more accountable. I mean, how is it that people, that the New York Times or the Washington Post, that they don't question the fact that we're the richest, most powerful country on the planet, and our children are the least healthy? I mean, how does that happen? So I can tell you how that happens. Oh, sure. I mean, you can go to third world countries all around the world, and their infant mortality rates are lower. The rates of autism are lower. The rates of allergies are lower. So how is that possible?
Sorry to interrupt, but this episode of the podcast is brought to you by Verso. We all know how important it is to get the right amount of nutrition, exercise, and sleep as we age. It's something I'm really passionate about and have discussed at length with doctors and nutritional scientists on this podcast. That is why I use Verso. Verso is a company dedicated to translating scientific breakthroughs into products that have the potential to increase longevity. I take Cell Bean every day to help combat aging by increasing my NAD levels with powerful ingredients such as NMN, trans-resveratrol, and TNG. NAD Plus is arguably one of the most powerful molecules in the body, but declines with age. Keeping NAD Plus levels high helps guide longevity genes called sirtuins. Sirtuins are called longevity genes because by activating them, they support overall health and slow down aging-related effects by regulating important processes inside of cells. High NAD Plus levels can improve your metabolism, repair damaged DNA, and ramp up energy production in the brain, immune system, and muscles. Now, you can't take NAD Plus as a supplement because it's too big for the cells to absorb. But NMN directly converts to NAD Plus, while resveratrol activates your sirtuins, which increases their attraction for NAD. These two molecules act synergistically and increase your NAD Plus more than just NMN on its own. Verso also publishes third-party testing from each batch produced to absolutely guarantee you're getting what you pay for. Head on over to ver.so and use the coupon code CONCRETE at checkout to save 15% off your entire order. Over at ver.so/KONCRETE right now. It's linked below. Now back to the show. It seems like these big publications are very much co-opted by intelligence and by the government. And I had a guy in here a few months ago, Jack Murphy, who was doing a report on this. he was doing a report on some spy operations, some sabotage operations that were going on in Russia, and like some railroad tracks being blown up, some factories being lit on fire. And he basically, through all of the sources that he talked to, what he discovered was that there was a NATO ally that was working with CIA to conduct some of these operations. And he was working with one of the top 3 publications in the US on this story for probably 6 months, close to 6 months. And right when they were getting ready to press the publish button on it, his editor at that publication said, we got to clear this with the deputy director of the CIA. Got him a quick phone call with the deputy director, and he said he has an off-the-record agreement with his publication, so he can basically say anything he wants, yes or no, or kill this, or don't kill this, and they have to do that, and they have to keep it completely off the record. So, for example, if he wanted to publish the article, and the publication was going to publish it and say, this is what Jack says, but the deputy director of the CIA denies this, and this, and this, and this. They can't do that. They just say, okay, the deputy director disagrees, we're going to kill the article. Right. So that's what happened to some of the biggest publications. They're all in cahoots with. And look, I get it. I understand that the CIA's job is to keep covert ops off the front pages, right? Like, protect national security or whatever it might be. But in this case, it just blows my fucking mind that it is literally affecting the health and the lives of kids in our own country, and they're still getting away with it.
Well, that's what happens when people get too much power. So, there was a Rachel Maddow clip that I saw yesterday, which was Rachel Maddow talking to Chuck Schumer, and they were discussing some claims that Trump had made, where he was coming down hard on the CIA and the FBI. And this is, 6 years ago. Mm-hmm. And Chuck Schumer said with a smirk on his face that Trump will learn what happens when you go against the intelligence agencies in this country. And he seemed to in some way be proud of that. And that was a scary moment, but it's easy to find. And it's real. And he obviously knows that they have an incredible amount of power, too much power. And it's the same kind of thing. I mean, Robert F. Kennedy, Bobby's father, was a corruption fighter, and he was saying the same kinds of things. And JFK was saying the same kinds of things. And, they were likely shut down for saying those things. They were likely killed for saying those kinds of things. So it is very serious, and like I said, it's very real. And it's hard to imagine. I think it's hard for a lot of people to imagine that there could be people out there who would give children something that isn't safe. So I think that's one of the reasons why people often don't believe it, because they don't think that there could be this many powerful people. It's sort of like the general theory that if a conspiracy is too big, then it can't be real. People are willing to imagine a conspiracy where there are 5 or 10 bad people get together, but how can it be thousands and thousands of people, right? But you look at something like the opioid crisis, and you see the same kind of thing. I mean, there were years where I think 200,000 people died unnecessarily from it. And that's not long ago. And I don't think that's just the Sackler family. I mean, they were sort of like, they were the face of it. But it was pretty clear that many of the other big pharmaceutical companies were doing exactly the same thing. And then people all the way down the chain just started following them. From the government to the doctors to the pharmacists. And, they were all taking part in it. So if you see that, and you see that there were hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people killed unnecessarily, why is it such a leap to think that maybe they would approve and sell and force you to take and give exemptions for safety to, all of these big companies who are creating a COVID vaccine that maybe doesn't work and maybe harms millions and billions of people. So that shouldn't be such a leap of faith. That should be a real, sincere fear after what we saw with the opioid crisis and what we saw with mercury in early childhood vaccines and what we saw with bios. We've seen just time after time after time. So nobody should be shocked by that. But it is hard to go up against these just incredibly powerful forces.
Is it when it comes to the presidential race, which is it's kind of premature right now, but it seems like he is the only one that is like openly talking about it and interviewed about it. I don't see Trump doing a little bit, I guess, but it's not really covered. I don't see much of it. I know he's doing like rallies, he's doing these big talks. I don't think Biden's saying anything about it. Who is there besides Biden that has a chance, do you think, on the Democratic side?
Well, so let's go back to the first thing that he said, that nobody else really seems to be running now. And I think that's a great point, because I don't really think Biden really ran for president in 2020, but he's certainly not running for president now. And, because all of his handlers, all the people on his team, they want him to stay as little as possible. They would never let him debate Bobby Kennedy. They would never let him debate anybody who didn't absolutely have to. So Bobby Kennedy, on the other hand, is flying all around the country, talking to anybody who will talk to him on every show, big shows, little shows. I mean, he is going full throttle 24/7 because he knows that he has to break through this censorship. So he went down to the border. I think it was last week or possibly the week before. And who else has gone down to the border? So he actually created breaking news. So the mainstream media didn't really cover it. So you didn't see a big New York Times front page story. But he pointed out, he interviewed something like 150 people, and he found people from all around the world who were coming across the southern border with nobody stopping them, no system, no plan. And they were from Africa, they were from China, they were from South America. I mean, they were from everywhere on the planet. So, that's a real problem. And that's not xenophobic, that's not racist. It's a problem that we have to have a plan. So, and the plan could take a lot of different forms, but he has said that he would make the southern border impervious. And I think, that's a great statement. What major power in this world just lets people walk across their border? I mean, why would you do that? We clearly need people to do certain kinds of jobs in this country. We have shortages of all kinds of workers. So, but we could easily come up with a process where we say, hey, the country is short of carpenters. Let's bring in carpenters from all around the world. And they can have paperwork, they can process correctly. There's no reason for this to be so. And there's nothing wrong with having a real plan. And I think so one of the things that clearly Bobby Kennedy would do is he would have a plan. It doesn't mean even that so many fewer people would come. It means that the immigrants coming into this country would do so in an organized fashion. You would know who they are. You would have some kind of balance of where they're from, what their skills are. I mean, that's just good planning. Everybody should want that.
That's something Trump ran on too, though, right? Like he ran on the border wall, building that wall, but I don't think he did much. I don't think much got done. It seems like people run with these kind of grandiose ideas, and again, I don't hear him touting it the way Trump was touting it, right? But there's this thing that seems to happen throughout history. People run on these things, and once they get into office, it's like there's some guys that come in suits and say, "Hey, this is going to happen. This is not going to happen." Yeah, and I'm sure he's got to be aware of that. Yeah, family history.
But I think part of the reason that Trump wasn't able to get anything done in that area and in some other areas is that so many people hated him so much, vilified him so much, that they had this idea that anything Trump said, even if it was just accidentally correct, anything at all that Trump said, they just wanted to do the opposite. Yes. And I think that that's where Biden got into trouble with the border. That he then told the whole world that we were going to have sort of like this kinder and gentler border, where we were going to treat people better. So what is that telling people, right? So he's not going to have any plan. He's not going to have any real order. And he's telling people that they should come, that they're not going to be processed, they're not going to have paperwork, or we're not going to have to know anything about who they are or where they're from. And of course, that was going to result in a lot more people coming, and the border getting less and less organized. So I think that, Alan Dershowitz's book that I have here too, which is called Get Trust.
And the threat to civil liberties, due process, and our constitutional rule of law by Alan Dershowitz.
So the idea there is that so many people just wanted to get Trump, wanted to get rid of Trump, wanted to, discredit Trump, but they did not care at all whether he had a good idea in one specific area or whether it was a bad policy. So the whole point was just get Trump any way you can. And part of that may well have come. Chuck Schumer may have been right that he went up against the intelligence agencies and they were gonna find a way to get him back. And then in that clip, Chuck Schumer, with a smile on his face, says they will find a way to get him back. So, right. So I think that's a great point that Alan Dershowitz makes, and that Bobby's made many times too, is that when you give up rights, it's not so easy to get them back. So people say, well, we want to, get rid of COVID, so we can force people to do all kinds of things, censor them, we can, make them stay home, we can do everything that we want, just as long as we have this goal to end this crisis. Or we can try to get rid of Trump and just say it's okay to do anything. You can take away all of our constitutional rights. Let's just get rid of Trump. Let's get rid of COVID. Let's end the war on drugs and the war on anything. I mean, there's always a war on something. So there's always a reason now for people to give up their constitutional rights because we're in this constant state of war. But the problem is that once you give up rights, it's not so easy to get them back. Once you give them up, you might never see those rights.
Yeah, that's very true. And it's clear throughout history. Alan Dershowitz, he's an interesting one. Is he in a similar boat to Bobby Kennedy, where he was having issues with censorship and putting himself public?
He was having a lot of censorship. My view of him is that he stands for the rule of law. So, he's a real lawyer in the sense that he believes in the constitutional right to have a sincere, hardworking lawyer defend you, and that that you can't be guilty in this country until you're proven in a court of law to be guilty. And then we get into the whole question of cancel culture. And so he was right in the middle of that. Wrote a book for us called Cancel Culture. But we've gotten in this country to the point where, and one of his books was called Guilt by Accusation. And the idea there is that you can accuse somebody of something, and then they have all the consequences, or at least many of the consequences that they would have as if they had gotten their day in court and were found guilty.
Right, and especially when you have these mainstream publications that have so much trust by a lot of people in the country, like the New York Times posting things, and people take it seriously because they're posting stuff when they have throughout history clearly been wrong with stuff, and they've gone back and fixed stuff.
But they fix stuff, on page 22. So they run their big story. The Biden laptop was Russian disinformation. I think they ran 7 stories on that, and they ran a whole bunch of stories that Bobby Kennedy was one of the disinformation dozen. That whole story of the disinformation dozen that came out right at the right time was that there are these dangerous people who are going to tell you things that aren't true. We don't have to disprove them. We don't have to have any discussion, even though we say it's a democracy. We can just tell you that they're part of the disinformation dozen. nobody even knows where that comes from. So it comes from this very little nonprofit that's very well funded from a bunch of kind of shadowy groups um, that didn't exist before. So it's this entity which has no gravitas. I mean, no history, no scientists working there who have researched things. So how do they decide who the disinformation doesn't? And it's obvious how they decided. They were told who to put on that list because that was a government operation to control the narrative. And they had to create these villains. And they had to say that everything that they said was wrong. Even in many cases where it's so clear that what they said was right. And even if at the time, many people thought it was wrong, now it's sort of mainstream knowledge that you can still get COVID if you're vaccinated, you can still spread COVID if you're vaccinated, you can still get heart problems if you were, at no risk from COVID, you can get heart problems and you can die of those heart problems. So, all of those claims, which were considered to be disinformation by all of the major newspapers. You take somebody like Dr. Mercola, who's a sort of well-known natural health doctor, who has a big, has a podcast and a daily newsletter, and he was called part of the disinformation dozen too. The New York Times wrote a big hit piece on him. Then they did a video on him, which was at a very high level. So they were really going after him on all these different kind of platforms in the same way that they went after Bobby. And so the fact that Dr. Nicola and Bobby Kennedy and so many other doctors and scientists were actually, even by the mainstream now, they've been proven to be right. Nobody has apologized to any of them. Nobody's taken them off the list of the disinformation dozen. Nobody's taken down. The Times hasn't run articles saying, hey, we're really sorry that we said these things about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. We're really sorry that we said all these bad things with so many people. Just hundreds and hundreds of people vilified, have their lives ruined. And they were right. And it isn't even clear now, in many cases, how right they actually were.
Yeah, and when it comes to presidential candidates, it seems like the ones that the quote-unquote deep state, whatever you want to call it, one of the best terms that Trump came up with. My favorite one was the drain swamp. I think that was right on what that is, fucking swamp. But like the people that they're worried about the most are the people that can't be controlled via Wall Street. The ones that Wall Street, they don't need the funding from Wall Street funding one of them. I don't know Bobby's situation with that. But it seems like some of the people who are most controlled by Wall Street are the ones that are most easily controlled, period.
I mean, Bobby Kennedy can't be controlled by anybody because he's not in it for the money. He's not in it for the power. He doesn't want to go to Washington and be a politician for the rest of his life. He believes that we're at this kind of turning point in history and that we're at this point where the future of mankind is at serious risk. So I think he wants to be president to kind of set it right, to put people in at the heads of all these agencies who will actually change them, who will decouple them from Wall Street, from the big pharmaceutical companies, the big agribusiness companies, and set the world in a better direction, and then go home.
Mm. And with the FDA specifically too, when you're talking about some of your pharmaceutical companies, but FDA, Food and Drug Administration, food is like has nothing. They don't pay attention to food at all. I just had a guy in here who's a former executive of the FDA, who's in charge of the supplement branch of the I forget the exact title of that, but he was saying that I think it's upwards of 90% of their budget comes from pharmaceutical companies, and like less than 5% of their focus is on actual food. And food is a huge problem in the country. Yeah, with overprocessed foods and the amount of people that are unhealthy and overweight.
Yeah,
that's a major part of it.
Yeah, is, well, so the first point is a great point, and they would say, to the New York Times' credit, they ran a good story on how something like 75% of the FDA's budget comes from the companies that they're supposed to be regulated. So it's just so clear that that kind of system won't work. It just can't work. It's just much too much of a conflict of interest. And the idea of it was that they would get good products that would help people to market quicker. So that's how they sold it to the government. That they said, look, we're willing to pay for the CDC. We're willing to pay for the FDA. We're willing to pay for the EPA. And all that we want is a much quicker process. But the problem is that with a lot of these things, you don't want a quick process. You don't want a quick process with something that you're going to put into the arms or the stomachs, of billions of people on this planet. You want real caution and real research, and you want to listen to dissenting voices, right? So you don't want to, like I said before, weaponize all these terms: disinformation, conspiracy theory, as a way to just get an outcome that you want. And the outcome is really just more money and power. It's not health, it's not progress, it's not speed to market of life-saving drugs. That they could have done at any time. It's a process by which everything is controlled by the most powerful people. So, Bobby often talks about how the middle class has been gutted in the last few years, that there was a new billionaire, I think, every day during COVID. Right. And so the middle class got poorer and poorer, and a really small number of billionaires got richer and richer and more powerful. And, so when you look at that, there's a system in place now which isn't good for anybody. And it's so clear, even the mainstream newspapers run stories like this one. And Bobby quotes this one from time to time. And that story is about how 53% of the people in this country don't have $1,000 that they could spend on an unexpected charge, like a medical charge that came in. So the richest country in the world, with more billionaires than any other country, more powerful corporations than any other country, and yet the country itself is suffering. So we're not only, extracting money from countries all around the world, but we're not happy with that. We're not happy with our sort of empire that we're extracting money and bringing it back to the people of this country. But we want to also extract the money from most of the actual people who live in this country, so that, like I said, there's worse healthcare here than in third world countries. Right, there are worse health outcomes here than in third world countries.
Yeah, we're like below Costa Rica when it comes to the health outcomes here. I think I'll say that.
Yeah. So that, I think, is really what Bobby is fighting. It's not about vaccines. It's about corruption, and it's about corruption in all areas. Corruption at the border, corruption in our foreign policy, corruption with our funding of other countries, and corruption with pharmaceutical companies and agribusiness companies. It's just a whole system that is sort of like a system of funneling money from the people who do the work to a very small number of people, and with no regard whatsoever to, like you said, the health outcomes of millions and millions of people all around the world, or their lives, or trying to actually make their lives better.
Yeah, there's so much focus in our government on different countries around the world overseas, like the military-industrial complex, and there's so little focus on what's actually happening to the people inside our own country, like inside the walls of the United States, when it comes to how much we pay for healthcare, or how much, like, these inner cities that are dealing with this poverty, like figuring out a better way to educate people.
Right.
to make your country better, you want to have smarter people. You want people to have an opportunity, or at least a shot, if they're interested, to get a higher education, become something. They should at least get that shot. Yeah, right. Like, and that's something that has always been overlooked in my lifetime. I feel like.
Yeah, and then there's all this sort of crazy stuff going on where we're sending something like $200 billion to Ukraine, and we're funding that by cutting people's benefits here.
Right.
So we're sort of saying, screw you to the middle class here, and we're getting involved in some war there, and we're actually pretty clear on what our objective is. It's not to save Ukraine. It's not to make people's lives better in Ukraine. I mean, it's clearly making people's lives worse here because we can't do any domestic projects here. We can't deal with homelessness here. We can't give people, decent benefits here. But it's all about weakening Russia. It's all about this sort of chessboard of the world, right? And so, people have to recognize that this whole period where everybody had a Ukrainian flag, on the back of their car, their front lawn, hanging from their window. That's when the Ukrainian restaurant is opened down the street. I've never heard of a Ukrainian restaurant before. Right.
I've never had anyone saying, "Hey, you want to look at some Ukrainian food?"
Yeah.
Never.
But when you think about it now, in the same way that people think that maybe Bobby Kennedy is crazy, and they think that because they've been told to think that by the most powerful, most well-funded people on the planet who are running these disinformation campaigns, these propaganda campaigns. So they don't want people to know who the real RFK Jr. is, which is why we did this book. But at the same time, they're telling people it's all about Ukraine. We're going to make our stand in Ukraine. Nobody even knows what they're fighting for, or who they're fighting for, or what the plan is. So they've forgotten all about Afghanistan because they've been told to forget about Afghanistan. But they shouldn't, because Afghanistan is a big problem. I mean, there are millions and millions of people there who believed in us, who believed the things that we told them, who believed that our adventure there wasn't about politics, it was about actually wanting to help people in this country. So we went there, we spent, $1 trillion, some huge amount of money that's inconceivable to anybody listening, and is inconceivable to me. Right. And we spent it there, and we got nothing for it. Nothing. I mean, the people there are no better off now. And to some extent, they're probably worse off, because it's possible that certain countries have kind of a development that takes time, and that there's sort of steady progress that they could have made, and then it would be legitimate and long-lasting. So we went there and we promised that we were going to give them a shortcut to real lasting change, where people were going to have rights that they never had before. The idea was that they would have rights like we have here, but they didn't get that, and so they got the taste of what it's like. But then they got the incredible disillusionment that they had been lied to too. So the same government that's been lying to the people in this country has lied to people all around the world in the promises that they've made, that they really are looking out for their welfare. And you have to kind of wonder, why did we go to Iraq? Why did we go to Syria? Why did we go to Afghanistan? And why is there no kind of reconciliation of that whole story? Like, we changed the world there. I mean, there were millions of refugees who flooded the entire planet. We had no objective. We didn't succeed in anything that anybody can point to. Yet, because we have so much power, we didn't commit any war crimes. Russia's said to be committing war crimes all the time, and for all I know, they actually are. But it's inconceivable that in this, almost 20-year period of us fighting wars in all these countries, bombing people all around the world and say we care about the environment, say we care about gun control or something like that. But why would we really do all of this? And the idea is that it's the same kinds of issues that are raised in the real anti-faction, that it's all about money and power. And if it's not really all about money and power, then I say, explain to me what it was about.
Right. I don't think anyone's denying it was all about money and power. What are his specific ideas when it comes to foreign policy? Because that's something I haven't heard him really talk about.
Yeah, so he says that he wants to bring the troops home from all around the world and, try to have the kind of peace that his uncle described. That his uncle didn't want to go to Vietnam at the end. He was getting closer to real negotiations with Russia. He was an incredibly well-loved U.S. president in Russia. People, put up posters of him in Russia, but all around the world, people put up posters of John F. Kennedy because they believed that he stood for peace, that he wanted to envision a world where we could peacefully coexist with people. And so I think that is Bobby's view. Now, clearly there are times when you have to have some kind of response, and it has to be decisive. But I think that it's clear that so much of it for us now is just once again about making money. It's about making weapons that we're never going to use. It's about selling weapons to countries all around the world. It's a game, but real people die in these games, and real people's lives are really coming. Just as in the COVID vaccine game, and in many other of these kinds of things.
It seems like you've become like the publisher of distance. Did that start with the Anthony Fauci book, or was that sort of the truth? Did that happen right before this?
Yeah, I don't remember a specific turning point, but we're the biggest publisher of JFK assassination books. I think we published like 60 of them, many of the real classics. But I think that there's been this period since World War II where there's been more and more corruption and a more and more powerful government. So I don't know when that turning point was for me, but there's just been case after case of it, and it's grown to be a bigger and bigger part of what I think about all day long.
Yeah, and now talking to John too, John Carriot, he's an interesting one too. That we talked about earlier, how government uses, and they try to throw blame on some of the worst things that they've done, like the enhanced interrogation during stuff with John Carriot,
where he was really trying to stop it.
Right. And there's just this incredible bureaucratic force that is just unstoppable.
Right.
Clearly the case in this situation in such a prison.
Right. But, so if you disagree and if you push back and you don't kind of toe the line, you suffer consequences. John Carriot is an incredible example of that. As somebody like Snowden.
Right. What sort of blowback have you received in your life, like personally, since doing this kind of stuff? And do you try to get discredited personally for publishing some of this stuff, or what's it like for you?
Yeah, some of the time people ask me whether I'm afraid of the consequences, and I think that's a good question, because a lot of people have suffered really bad consequences. But I think for me personally, I'm more afraid of the consequences of not publishing the books that I want to publish or that I think are important for people to read, and not personally just So I think that, 5 years ago, there were a lot fewer people who questioned their government, who questioned public health choices, who, there were many, many more people who just believed what they read or what they heard and did what they were told. And then bragged about how much freedom they have, versus other countries. But I think that during COVID, we've had this incredible force of people just saying no. People just saying, I don't believe this. That the government isn't telling me the truth. The New York Times is telling me the truth. I can't believe that the books New York Times bestsellers are actually the ones selling better. I can't believe that I need to be protected from Bobby Kennedy or the disinformation dozens. And so those people have led to this kind of show and so many other shows where, hundreds of millions of people all around the world are hearing information that isn't censored and that isn't controlled. And that, I think, has never been true before. So, I don't know where that leads, but I think one of the ways that you see that is you see that with a campaign like Donald Trump's campaign, where 75% of the people who were going to vote for Bernie Sanders voted for Donald Trump. And they were just voting for an outsider, voting for somebody who they thought couldn't be controlled. And I think that if Bobby Kennedy was allowed to actually speak to the American public, and if Biden started actually running against him, and they debated, and people were able to kind of honestly look in their newspapers and on their TV shows at two different visions of what's going on in the world. Biden's telling you that the government's honest, that everything that they do is for your benefit, and Bobby Kennedy saying that that isn't true. I think the American public would not vote for Biden, that they would not want Biden to be their president. And it's pretty clear that they don't want him to be their president, but they're not allowed to see that there's a really strong alternative.
It's become clear that the generation of people which is getting older and older, the generation who consumes content, podcasts specifically, people have more trust for that kind of stuff. It's because it's long-form discussions that are unedited, not curated on television. It's stuff that, everyone has their own favorite podcaster that they trust. And there's more of this growing sort of organic movement online with podcasters. And Bobby has been on some of the biggest podcasts recently.
Yeah,
I think his podcast with Theo Vaughn got shut down or deleted. The Theo Vaughn's the comedian. Yeah, I was just listening to it 2 weeks ago. It had 2-3 million views, something like that. And I went back to it the other day to finish watching the last 30 minutes of it. It was really gone.
Yeah, that's a great point. So there's been some focus on there being less censorship now than there was during sort of the height of COVID. But you see time after time now that there's a lot of censorship right now.
Right.
It's sort of quieter, but there are things being taken down. Shows that Bobby Kennedy did that were up on YouTube that you can't find them. Right. So they just sort of take them down. They don't even tell you that they take them down. They just quietly take them down. So I think it's probably a little bit like Twitter, that there are probably people who are embedded there. And that those people are acting for, government agencies to kind of curate things and just try to sort of spin it towards Biden. That Biden doesn't have to run, Biden doesn't have to talk, he's just going to be handed the presidency.
And here's where I question that. Personally, when I see 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 podcasts get shut down by Bobby Kennedy, but then he's on Jordan Peterson with no censorship, not even demonetized, getting millions of views. He's going on some of the biggest podcasts, Breaking Points, with millions of views. Yeah, they're not shutting those down. Those are important podcasts. Yeah, a lot of people pay attention to those podcasts. So when I see
some of those other podcasts get shut down, they're doing almost just enough to get people's attention. They're censoring just enough to show people, look, we're going to censor. So but we're still going to let it go on some of these bigger platforms. So it's like enough to get his message out, enough to show what he's talking about, but look, he's being censored at the same time. So it's almost like they're riling people up. It's like lighting a fire under their asses even more. So I always wonder, is there any reverse psychology going on here? Because it doesn't seem like it's hurting you at all, right? It seems like it's helping you. And I don't think these people are dumb.
Yeah, so, I always like to think about those kinds of things too. What are the plans? And, Biden is a tough one. So if you really want Biden to be president for 4 more years, it's hard to imagine that anybody would really want that, other than just as a figurehead being president. Maybe it's just an easy road. But I think that Bobby's able to break through and get on all of these shows, and these shows are harder to shut down. So if you try to shut down Jordan Peterson or Tucker Carlson, so Tucker Carlson, it's a strange story what happened in the last couple of weeks, where there were people writing stories that his new project on Twitter, that it was failed, even when it was just starting. But if you look up his first show, it's got more than 120 million views now. When has there ever been a show that's gotten 120 million views? He was getting 3.5 million viewers when he was at Fox. Right. So how can anybody call that a failure? When Bobby Kennedy posted on Twitter his take on what happened to Tucker Carlson, he got something like 12 million views for that. What did he say about that? He just said that he believed that it was a sign of corruption, that it was him going against really powerful people. It was him, in the prior week, he had Bobby Kennedy on, where Bobby was talking all about the Ukraine war. Yes, there's a reference to that. Yeah, got fired. Yeah, like 3 or 4 days before. So Bobby was just saying that he believed that it was a sign of the same kind of censorship, the same kind of corruption that he's been calling out in all areas of the government. And that clearly resonated with millions and millions of people. But then once again, like, you don't see the New York Times running a front page story on Bobby Kennedy's tweet getting 12 or 14 million views, or Tucker Carlson's first new show getting 120 million views. I mean, you would think that would be a big story, right? Why aren't there front page stories saying that? And so all of it. I mean, even with the indictment of Trump, and whether you love Trump or not, as Alan Dershowitz says in Get Trump, you have to believe in constitutional rights or not believe it. So you can't say we're going to leave Hunter Biden and not indict him and not really follow that story wherever it leads, but we're just going to try to take down Trump and still really have a constitution.
Didn't Bobby say that he was actually good friends with the head of Fox at one point when he was talking about, he would go on there all the time talking about the environment, some of the environmental issues he was behind. But as soon as he wanted to talk about pharmaceutical companies, he was like, I will never have you on Fox. And if any of my anchors ever do get you on independently, they'll be fired.
Yeah, so I think that story, or at least the way that I heard it, was that he met him at a restaurant, and he kind of asked him, why he wouldn't let him talk about these kinds of things, or why he wouldn't have him on to talk about the kinds of things that he really wanted to talk about and that he thought were newsworthy. And the guy from Fox said 70%. Actually, I don't think the guy was from Fox. He was from Fox, but it was from some big network. And he said 70% of our advertising comes from pharmaceutical companies,
sides, that the companies are funding all of the media, they're funding the universities that are doing all the research, that people are afraid to come up um, with science that disproves the people who fund it. There was something on, somebody posted something on Twitter that I thought was kind of funny, which was that 90%, or no, 97% of the science that's done in this country um, agrees with the people who are funding it. And the other 3%, they get censored and deplatformed. That's heavy. I mean, I have no idea if that's true, but I believe that it is the vast majority of the science that actually, gets peer reviewed and makes it all the way through and is taken seriously is science that is just helpful to the people who are funding it.
Right. What now in the Real Anthony Fauci book? The sort of subtitle is Bill Gates, Big Pharma, and the War on Democracy. What specifically was Bill Gates' most biggest role in this whole thing that he talks about in the book?
Yeah, so one of the big roles is that, Bill Gates was a big proponent of vaccines, of the COVID vaccine. He was, he invested, up to his eyeballs in vaccines. And if you listen to him,
Wasn't it right before the pandemic kicked off?
I believe so. So I think that the story there, to some extent, and he's involved in a lot of different things, but the story just when it came to vaccines, which I find kind of fascinating now, is that there are a lot of clips out that show him saying clearly that, the COVID vaccine is incredibly safe and incredibly effective. And then the story is that he sold some of the shares in the companies that he owned shares in, and then his view of the success of the COVID vaccines changed drastically. So he played it perfectly, where he was sort of a marketing guy for it, uh, then made all the money, and then tried to join the other side when it was convenient to do that, when he didn't have to spend money, and where he could kind of take credit for being somebody who's, uh, more nuanced. But he was only willing to do that when it wasn't going to cost him any money.
Right. Yeah, he's one of the real ones. Has he ever debated with Bobby? Or has he talked to Bobby? Has Bobby ever spoken about this?
I don't believe so.
And
But I would.
Bobby hasn't sued, has he?
No, that's a great thing. That Bobby said about the Real Anthony Fauci when it first came out. He said this is an alarming book. That if you read about the financial entanglements that have gone into our public health since the AIDS crisis, you will be shocked by it. And if you think that it isn't true, ask yourself, why hasn't Fauci debated me on any of this? Why doesn't Gates debate me on any of it? Why haven't I gotten sued? So he said that time after time, and nobody has sued us for, any information in the book being incorrect.
Really?
Yeah.
Are lawsuits a big thing to deal with when you're on a publishing company?
Lawsuits cost a lot of money, and most of the books don't have any kind of potential lawsuits that would lead to making lots of money. But you would think that if people really thought that they could shut Bobby down by suing over things that were in the book, that they would have done that.
Right.
I think what they believed was that the best way to handle it would be to vilify him and to run his season and try to make everybody in the country think that he's anti-science, that he's crazy, that all of the bad things that they've said about him. But it's so clear that there's been this sort of attack on science, and the attack isn't coming from Bobby Kennedy and the disinformation doesn't. It's coming from this fake science that's taken over the world. That's what the real anti-science is. It's science where you're not allowed to disagree with it. Because anybody knows, any scientist knows that real science has to stand up to disagreement. That's what the scientific process is. That people disagree and they fight it out to the end. It's like the fight club of science. The people bring their very best arguments and their best data, and they disprove somebody else, and that's how we make progress as a species on this planet. Versus just saying the only science that you can hear is the science that will make us more money.
And they are actually online conversations, aren't they? I don't think they're doing debates, are they? For the presidential election?
For the primaries, they don't want to do it.
They don't want to do it.
Yeah, but I think that people, well, look at Biden. Biden can't have a debate with anybody. Like you could pick anybody in any restaurant in the country and just bring them outside and say, here, have a debate with Joe Biden on this. And I think almost anybody would out debate Joe Biden.
Yes. Yeah.
So think about Bobby Kennedy, who's really going into the details of each issue. I mean, I'm fascinated by his way of sort of, there's so many different things that maybe he's not an expert in. So even as a candidate, you have to make, outreach to people who are experts and to hear kind of both sides and really think it through. When was the last time we had a candidate doing that? It was really kind of open to any argument.
Right, and that's the thing too with politics, right? Like there's these presidents, they run on all these issues, but they don't really have hands-on experience with these issues.
Yeah,
they sort of like have this. Okay, we're gonna run on this, and this. These are our talking points for this. But this guy's like litigated himself many lawsuits, 500 lawsuits, like done all the research, read all the reviews and the studies. Like, yeah, the amount of time and effort he's put into reading this stuff and writing this stuff is like no other president has spent that much time on anything.
And I mean, he's a scholar, he's a reader, he's a serious thinker. And when he brought each of these lawsuits, he was reading science for them,
right?
Because you had to learn it, right? You can't, go up against Monsanto and fight about glyphosate in Roundup. And that is a massive lawsuit. It's a massive issue that is poisoning people all around the country and all around the world. You can't go into a battle like that with a multi-billion-dollar company without comprehending the science and without really being careful in your reading of it and consulting, so many different experts in it so that you can, go up against the most powerful people on the planet and actually beat them. So he was able to win a $70 million judgment against Monsanto, which then, to some extent led to the 13,000 or so pending lawsuits that they have. So he took part in taking down, one of these most powerful companies out there. So I think, it's possible that one person can do that, and that one person can inspire millions of people to help do that, so that we could then have a country where we don't allow products to be sold or things to be injected into young children that are not well researched, and that we don't call those people anti-vaxxers, we don't call them conspiracy theorists, we call those people folk heroes, or freedom fighters, or people who really are working day and night, who dedicated their lives to trying to help other people. So the idea that everything's sort of flipped on its head, and that the people who really want to do good things are called the villains. Like the villains who make the right district. And right now, Fauci got to write the story to some extent. But I think that it's important not to let it go. And it's important to keep fighting it even though the crisis period is over, because the problem and the danger is that even though he's just one person, there are more and more people. It's like a many-headed monster, and and it's just going to be somebody else, and the same kind of things are going to happen time after time after time if we don't get to the bottom of what happened and make sure that everybody in the world knows what happened and that the products of greed and corruption, not about some hero trying to protect us from the virus.
Now, running for president is not cheap. How are you going to fund all this? And these big pharmaceutical companies are enormous for sponsoring presidents in some of these, some of the biggest industries in the country that are responsible for the environment or for public health. Those are sort of like the biggest components for funding these campaigns. But how is he going to do it?
Yeah, so I think that he's going out there on all these podcasts, and he's been saying that this might be the first presidential election that's won on radio shows and podcasts. That and if you look at the actual data, so you look at what are the main TV shows now pulling in, maybe it's 2 or 3 million viewers, and that's maybe the top 2 or 3. But Joe Rogan is pulling in 11 million, maybe 12 million. Tucker pulled in 120 million, and the second one I think was 50 million, third one was something around there. So, yeah, right. Well, I don't know. kind of hard to tell what the numbers are. We need either 2 or 3 people, view it at different times. But even if you dissect that 120 million views, you have to dissect it a lot of times for it to get anywhere near as low as mainstream media is. So when you have Biden, he's going on any podcast. Biden might go on to some network TV shows and read some canned message that somebody else wrote for 45 seconds and hope not to fall down or to misspeak and say that Russia is our partner fighting somebody else. All of these kind of misstatements that he makes. Right. But to have a candidate who's going on a show that maybe 120 million people watch, and then asking them to help, to send in $25 or $50, I think there's a good chance that the American public is waking up to what's happening. Like I said before, that I think 3 years ago, 5 years ago, there was a small fraction of the number of people in this country who really believed that it was possible that a bunch of big companies were colluding with the government and public health officials and other kinds of government officials and doing things that even they knew were not good for the public. But now I think we probably have half the country doing that. And I think some Democrats think that's all Republicans, and I don't think that's true at all. Even when Tucker was still on Fox, something like 35% of his viewers were Democrats. There were a lot of people who would watch Tucker and they would disagree with a lot of things that he said, but they felt sincerely that there were a lot of topics that he covered where they couldn't get the information anywhere else. Maybe they could get it on a bunch of smaller shows, they could get it on Joe Rogan, but they couldn't get it from the newspaper that they've been reading for the last 10 years, or from the network TV shows that they've been watching for the last 10 years. So I think that power, the power of speaking directly to huge numbers of people in this country, is a very powerful tool. And if Bobby keeps doing that and keeps, talking day after day, really big shows. But, there are so many other forces. So, there's some of the polls have come out, and they're not mentioned by. So there's the Harvard-Harris poll came out, one of the prominent polls, and they listed something like 15 Democrats going down to 1% of the vote, including a whole list of people who have already said they're definitely not running, like Bernie Sanders, and they just left Bobby out. So, that I think is another piece of the kind of DNC kind of saying, hey, we've decided we can call up pollsters, tell them not to include Bobby, we can call up our friend at the New York Times, and,
some of the other most controversial things that you published besides, some of the stuff Bobby's talked about, public health, right? You got Pierre Corey on there.
Yeah, Pierre Corey's book, I think, is a very important piece of the puzzle because it, on the one hand, seems really clear, and there are a lot of peer-reviewed studies saying that ivermectin helps prevent COVID, helps lessen the effects of COVID. And so if Pierre Corey was allowed to speak and was allowed to show his studies and make the argument on national television at the time that the COVID vaccines were approved, arguably they couldn't have been because they had to get a waiver of the proper study. And the only way that you can get that kind of waiver is if you show that there's no viable alternative to this product that you're offering.
Yes.
And so the whole reason for coming out and having Dr. Fauci and so many other people go on to 100 different TV shows, and I've seen sort of these things that people post on various sites. Instagram, though, there's some where they have 20 different people at various news stations, and they're all saying almost the exact same thing. Where it's like, ivermectin is a horse medicine. It's only meant for horses, and it can kill you.
That's like something I remember watching.
Yeah.
But they're all on the same screen, same
Right.
time.
And it's just almost the exact same. Most of them saying the exact same thing. And so you look at that, and this book shows you that isn't true. That the truth is that millions and millions of people have taken ivermectin without any side effects over the last, I believe, 20 years. And that it's meant for humans, that they're two different kinds. One is actually for livestock. But it's a totally fake story that was sort of sold to the entire American public and to the world. And it was a lie. And even now, nobody's come back. You don't see ABC News or NBC News or the New York Times running front page stories saying, sorry, we were wrong about that. If you had all taken this, the outcome would have been much different. And so you look at what our outcome actually was, and now it's something like 1.1 million people are said to have died of COVID. And it's kind of hard to know whether any of those numbers mean anything. But that's more than 4 times the number of people who died on the whole continent of Africa.
Right. We didn't have any ivermectin to Africa, or was it like the Southern American countries?
No. Africa, it's a very common drug there that's been used for the last couple of decades. And so on the one hand, it's fascinating that with a 1.4 billion population and countries that are much poorer than our country, that they would have something like 1/16 of the deaths per capita.
Right.
So,
right.
Yeah. So, how is that possible? And how is it possible that we're so proud that we're looking up to this genius, Dr. Fauci, who gives us results that are 1/16 of the results that they were able to achieve in Africa? So part of the reason might be that a large percentage of the population there was taking ivermectin, right? Before COVID, during COVID, and still.
There was no country that was worse than us in deaths per million, I don't think.
I don't believe that there was either.
It's such a weird thing too, because like if you're gonna eradicate it, if you're gonna fix it, like how do you fix the problem? Because it's human nature. Like this it's sort of the worst part. What's happening with pharmaceutical companies is like it's the worst part of capitalism, right? It really is. It's like a bastardization of capitalism, whereas people they find they like fuck taking care of our community or our country. focus on driving as much profit as we possibly can. And like the patents are a big problem with this, right? Like some of these medicines that were getting suppressed were the patents had expired and there was no money. Right? But that combined with the revolving door of the regulatory agencies and the pharmaceutical companies, it's like if you fix that, how do you stop it from happening again in some other direction? Right? Because it is human nature, and there's so much money moving around. It's just like, how do you keep the check on it? It seems so hard for me to comprehend how that would happen.
It just seems like you need better leaders, and we just haven't been able to come up with good leaders. And part of that might be, that it started with, Robert Kennedy, Bobby's father, and JFK, and so many other people getting killed during the 60s. That since then we haven't had incredibly smart, incredibly dedicated leaders. And then you see all of this data of, senators who came into power and they had a net worth of $500,000. They're in the Senate for 30 years and now they've got $120 billion net worth. Yeah. So you see that every side of it is about money.
Yes.
From the lobbyists to the actual politician, and everybody's taking money.
Right.
And, so, one of the things, and then corporations are people so that you can have all of these big pharmaceutical companies being found guilty of crimes. So you have like this incredible situation that I think people will, just be fascinated with in 50 years when they look back on it and they study it in law school classes, where you have crime without criminals. So you have some of the worst crimes in the history of mankind, where nobody goes to jail, where they're just criminal fines. So, Vioxx is said to have killed 50,000 to 100,000 people, maybe more. There are all these documents showing that that they knew about it, that they knew people were getting heart attacks, that they got letters from researchers and scientists who worked for Merck at the time, and they just didn't do anything because they had no personal liability. There was a lot of money in it. They didn't have another drug to take its place. They were worried that the share price was going to plummet, so they just let these people die. So when you talk about, somebody lets 50,000 people die in a year when they know what's happening and they know that they can stop it, and then the only consequence is that there's a criminal fine, which becomes almost like a cost of doing business.
Right. But it seems like the only people who want to get into politics are the worst people, like the people that are even in Wall Street and finance and any sort of politician is just run up with these people who have no talent in anything else other than ass kissing and ladder climbing. Right? It's just this societal ladder climbing game of making more money, and those people are not the people that you want around the country. They're not. You want people that actually have care. You want people that have the right moral compass, and those kind of people have no interest in politics.
Right, and that's a big part of the problem. But I think people need to be inspired, and they need to see a leader who's different.
Yeah.
And when they do, then I think, when John F. Kennedy was president, I think there were a lot of children thinking, I want to go into politics.
Right.
I want to do something good.
He might be the last guy. John F. Kennedy.
Yeah.
The last good human being.
But they were really thinking, not just in the United States, but all around the world. And it's true, and it's covered in this book, that there really were, like I said before, people in Russia, in Africa, and all around the world putting up posters of John F. Kennedy.
Right. Or should be named after him,
right?
Any other
Because they really believed that he was a leader who wanted to change the world and make it better, who wanted world peace so that people didn't have to said that I think is important for people to hear about is that one of the things that they might come after him with is say, well, if you're going to reform all of the agencies of government, and if you're going to make it harder for big companies to kind of squeeze more money out of the population and out of the world, isn't that going to lead to some kind of economic crisis? Right. So the idea, though, is, and he said this many times, is that corruption, destroying the environment, all of these kinds of things that he's fighting are actually anti-capitalist. These are not things that are good for real capitalism. These are things that are good for fascism. These are things that are good for a handful of billionaires running a handful of incredibly powerful companies that want to tell the government what to do, that want to tell every person in the world what to do, what to think, what to put into their bodies. So that isn't capitalism. Capitalism is the 53% of the people in this country who don't have $1,000, because the fascists have destroyed capitalism. Because having a good environment, having healthy people, having small businesses that were destroyed during COVID, that builds capitalism. That's the real capitalism. And fascism is the destruction of all of those companies, and the building of bigger and bigger companies that are just make it impossible for innovation, for progress, for all the kinds of things, or to build a small business, right? All of the kinds of things that are the good sides of real capitalism. And now he's a big proponent of nuclear energy, right? No, he seems to have mixed feelings there. So he's right. Bad, my bad. Yeah. But my guess is there. So what you get with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is you get a really sincere thinker. So his history with sort of 3 Mile Island and the New York area, where nuclear power plants have a bad history. So the idea then is the possibility that nuclear power, which is really, potentially beneficial to the whole world, the idea is, can you make it safe? And so, if there was ever anybody who would be potentially convinced of something, where they would have a view, like John F. Kennedy started out as kind of like a cold warrior, but he was convinced that peace was possible, so he had a real transformation over a relatively short period. And I think that if there's any candidate who is open to ideas, it's Bobby Kennedy. That if you could convince him, if you could, have a room full of scientists who would show studies that prove that nuclear power can be safer than it's been in the past, then I think he would be all for it, right? So I think that's what you get, and many times people look at politicians and they find one thing that they don't like, and then they go, I don't like that. So the idea is that you're never going to have a politician who you like on everything. What you really want to know with a politician, and with Bobby, you get this in spades, is that you can trust him. So you can trust this person to do the right thing, to not be corruptible, to not be bribable. And if there's anybody who's not corruptible and not bribable in any sense, it's Bobby Kennedy, undoubtedly.
And I think you talk openly too about when it comes to energy stuff. He says he hasn't read all the papers and the studies, right? When it comes to some of the public health stuff, like he's a bona fide expert when it comes to that stuff, like legitimately.
Yeah.
But when it comes to some of these other stuff, at least he openly admits that, like, look, I'm not an expert on this. This is what I do know. I can easily have my mind changed with better
and he made some statements there, and I can imagine that he would make more. So one of the ones that he made was that he didn't think that transgender men ought to be allowed to compete in women's sports. Yeah, and he said that because he said that he believes that that's an assault on feminism. That sort of like there's been this progress that's been made in sports where women have really made these great breakthroughs, and where the sports professionally are really viable, and they're well watched. There are all these new superstars in all these different areas, all of the various sports. And if you allow transgender men to come and play all of those sports, that's actually anti-feminist. That you would then have all of the stars be essentially men. And so I don't think that that's in any way transphobic. I mean, if there's going to be, so let's just say that the world right now is right, and there's just a huge number of people born in the wrong side. I don't believe that that's true, but let's just say that that's true. If it's a significant part of the population, we can have a third kind of sports. So we can have men's sports, we can have sports for women, and then you can have trans sports. But to do it the way we've been doing it now, I don't think benefits anybody. It isn't fair. It's not progress. And Bobby Kennedy had said very clearly it's not fair.
Yeah, it makes me more see about this stuff. It makes me feel more and more like we're living in some sort of video game. This whole transgender. You see something was on the White House lawn yesterday. It was the trans man, I think. But yeah, pulled his top off and had like the tits.
Yeah. That's just crazy.
It's like we're living in a simulation, man. No,
It's just an insult to the country or the United. But then, if you take a step back and see what's the big product that goes along with this. And the big product is a pharmaceutical product called a puberty blocker. And so, it looks like we're going to get to a point, if we don't change course, where there are going to be millions of children in this country taking puberty blockers. And these are untested drugs. Nobody has any clue what happens 30 years down the road. These are the kinds of decisions that can impact the future of mankind.
Right. This is late stage empire shit. Like, this is very scary.
But this is, the carelessness and the ruthlessness of it, and the desire for just another pharmaceutical product that you can sell to millions of people at a very high price. So, and that brings me to something like GMOs, where it's the same sort of thing, where I don't think anybody should be pro-GMO or anti-GMO. It's a lot like the vaccine, is that you need to know the details and you need to do the research. But when you're talking, about having a GMO salmon or, GMO mosquitoes or, vaccinating bumblebees. There's stories about that in the New York Times, I think 2 weeks ago.
Vaccinating bumblebees?
I don't even know how you would do that, but that was the story.
For real? So you gotta find this.
Yeah. So, when you're talking about doing these kinds of things, of introducing GMO species or feeding the entire planet GMO foods or vaccinating people with, genetic products, you're really getting to the point where you're screwing around with the future of mankind recklessly. And, that I think is not something that, free people in a democracy will allow. So people who haven't been lied to or fooled or censored or, subjected to censorship and propaganda tools that these powerful forces have would be the envy of any dictator in history. That they can just get to everybody. They can blanket people with a message. They can, like we said before, they can have 100 newscasters, 100 different shows on the same day, parroting all the same, all the same statements, all the same claims, right? And that stuff, gets into people's brains, and it does brainwash people. So go to the top of this again, Michael. Where's the title? USDA approves first vaccine for honeybees. Gallon animal health vaccine for American fowl brood, an aggressive bacterial disease, is the first of any insect in the United States. Company in Georgia has received conditional approval from the U.S. Department of Agriculture for the first vaccine for honeybees. The new scientists say can help pave the way for controlling a range of viruses and pests that has been disseminated to the global population. It is the first vaccine approved for any insect in the United States. Yeah, so I think that, it's just another product that they're selling. And, I think that any sincere person who looks at these type of things and who knows what's been happening in the last 20 years in this country is going to look at that and say, we should slow down. We should do more research. Because the impact of getting it wrong is so severe. And it's the same thing with the COVID vaccine, that the impact of getting it wrong, is unimaginable. It's something that you put into the bodies of 7 billion people. So I think that that's a lot of the reason why we need Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to be president, because he recognizes that we're at this turning point in history. And I don't think that's about trying to make people afraid, but I think it's about being honest. Is that you just have stories like this every day, and you don't know whether to believe that the people who are doing this kind of thing, what their motivation is. Is it just to have another product to sell? Is it just sort of interesting to try it? Are GMO salmon a good idea or a bad idea? The company that makes them wants to get them to market as quickly as possible. So I do think that we need some regulation in this country that's not owned, funded, by the people who are going to make money off their decisions.
Right.
And that's what I think you would get with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. But you could also get this new group of scientists who are, some of them have written books for me, but they're very serious people who, like Bobby, have taken a lot of risks to say what they believe is true. And I mean, Dr. Pierre Corey is one of them that, he could have had a much easier life. He didn't have to take this road. There was no money in it for him. There was no benefit for him. So he didn't have to fight the disinformation campaigns that were being waged where, that we described before, that people were saying that ivermectin or any of the similar things that were available at the time. He could have just sort of told the line and made a lot more money, probably had more friends, more connections, and a brighter future. But there are a lot of people who have come out during this period and they're not willing to live that kind of life. And so I think people like Pierre Corey, people like Dr. Peter McCullough, people like Dr. Robert Malone, there's so many of these people out there who risk everything, who would make, even, somebody who I really like is Dr. Joe Latipo, who is the Surgeon General of Florida. Oh, yeah. And he's just such such a sincere guy. He does real research and just sort of follows it where it goes. And so if people like that group were running the CDC and the NIH and all of the different medical health divisions, I think that would go a long way to turning things, to a point where the direction could be permanently changed. Not that it gets perfect right away, but that you get a whole bunch of powerful people who feel that it's their mission in life to end corruption. So you need a leader who's taken the time to get to know all of those people. And Bobby knows all of those people well and spent the time getting to know which of those people are really trustworthy. So the question is, it's easy to talk about. You can look at Ed Dowd's book, Cause Unknown, right, which is about the other side of whether vaccines worked, whether they prevented COVID, whether they prevented the transmission of COVID, which is pretty clear, that they haven't. The other side of it is that they've led to these, massive heart attacks by, thousands and thousands of young people who are at no risk from COVID, who are at statistically zero risk. And one of the things that this book does is it shows the actual headlines and the backstories of hundreds of young, healthy kids, mostly athletes, who died suddenly on the field. Many of them actually on the field. People who have never had any health problems before. And, you kind of look at that and you say, we've had these people who have lied to us. And, they sold us a product. They gutted the middle class. They ruined businesses. They shut down schools. And we don't even know what's going to happen with a whole generation of children who missed a couple of years of school. Right? So we have all of these problems that are sort of the side effects of big lies. And so the question is, what kind of truth and reconciliation can we have to set the country straight and to get in a direction that is more hopeful, where we really would have a sense that our leaders care about us, that our doctors and scientists and our pharmaceutical companies are actually trying to make us healthier, or trying to make people live longer. And we're far from that now, but I think that we're closer actually than we were before COVID. Bobby Kennedy is kind of the leader of a rebellion. It's a rebellion that's really broad-based, where people are just sort of sick and tired of what they've seen, and they're just not going to stand for it anymore. Right? And they're ready to join something and to fight against what they see. They don't quite know how to do it yet, but I think that they're primed to sort of say the world is going in the wrong direction. And that we need a leader who's going to turn that around, and that we need a broad-based sort of group of people who are willing to stand up and fight. And that's what they get from alternative media, from something like 17,000 doctors who refuse to do things the way Dr. Fauci wanted them done. Leaders like Bobby Kennedy, shows like this show, people who are willing to take some personal risk and really try to turn things around.
Well, I appreciate you doing this, man. So you said over 1 million books sold in the last, 2 years it's been published?
Yeah.
It's fucking incredible.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Where can people find all these books that you're publishing?
Yeah, so the company name is skyhorsepublishing.com. My Instagram is Tony Lyons is Uncertain, which is sort of like, prove to me what the truth is. Don't force me to do anything. And let me think where else people can find it. Right. So So for Bobby Kennedy's campaign, I would really encourage people to go to the Kennedy campaign website and to donate money. And then I'm part of a super PAC, which is called AmericanValues2024.org.
And what's a super PAC? I heard the term. I kind of loosely know what it is.
Yeah, so a super PAC, so if you want to donate money to Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s campaign, the most you can donate in total is $6,600. So $3,300 for the primary, and then $3,300 more after that. They'll do it all at once. Okay. So, but if you want to donate much more money and help him become president, you can donate the money to a super PAC. And so, if you donate money to AmericanValues2024.org, we then use that money to do anything we can do to get the word out and to amplify Bobby Kennedy's message. So, for example, he's on 20 different podcasts, and we take clips of those podcasts and create talking points from them, get influencers to kind of go out and discuss those talking points, send out emails, send out text messages. So those are the kinds of things that all politicians do. And they're usually really, really well-funded super PACs. And part of the reason that they're so well-funded is that the politicians are corrupt. So it becomes kind of
That's the word PAC. Super PAC.
political action.
Political action.
So
Or super political action.
right. So there's no limit on the amount of money that you can donate.
Okay.
So if you're a pharmaceutical company and you know that you have a candidate who's going to kind of give you immunity from prosecution for the products that you create, or it's going to speed them through the process, it's a really good idea to put as much money as possible into this super PAC to help that politician get elected. But it's more like lobbying.
Right.
In that case, it's sort of like you're almost putting it on your P&L. It's sort of like, we're going to spend $10 million to get these 3 people elected to Congress, because then we're going to have enough votes to get something passed that's going to make us $50 million. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's the kind of thinking. And that's the kind of corruption that we have to get rid of in this country, because we don't want politicians who are put into power for the sole purpose of helping big companies make more money.
Right.
At our expense.
Well, I appreciate everything you're doing. Some of the most fascinating books, from Robert Kennedy to John Kerry Author. I'm a big fan of all of them. I'll make sure I link everything below.
That's great.
And thanks again.
Thanks again for having me.
So, thank you to Hamilton Morris for giving me the title of this podcast episode. Andrew Gallimore is building a DMT machine to connect us to the alien worlds.
Kind of. That's kind of true.
I'm not building it, but that's beautifully stated.
Yeah.
So, thanks for coming, first of all. Thanks for bringing your books, beautifully designed books. What do you do, and how did you get into this world of psychedelics and doing what you do now and studying these extended stay DMT trips?
It's a long story.
6 hours.
Well, I mean, how far do you want to go back? I mean, when I was really young, like primary school age, I didn't want to really get like 7 years old, really young. I was interested in just ghosts, vampires, werewolves, the unholy trinity, call it, and weird things, weird experiences, much to my parents' concern at the time, because I was kind of too young, interested in dark, occult kind of things. But as I grew and got to my teenage years and started thinking about my future, that I morphed into an interest in psychedelics. And I remember friends talking about psychedelics for a while. This was before I'd ever had any actual experience. Something about stories that I'd heard about psychedelics because of the piece. And I remember a friend who was school, these Terence McKenna interviews from the backstage. He was describing his favorite drug, something called DMT. It's just fascinating. I thought, oh my god, this sounds incredible. He's incredible. And his characteristic, he's kind of baroque oratory on DMT. In the middle. So, okay, this is fascinating. I didn't know what DMT meant. I didn't know what it was. I didn't know what DMT stood for. I went to the library. I was like, what DMT meant. Got completely wrong answer from this book of acronyms or something. But I knew from this point that I would want to study psychedelics in some way. At least 16 years old. But they both connected to study oncology and chemistry. So I did university and studied chemistry, pharmacology. I developed a reputation amongst my friends at that time. To be honest, drug guy that liked drugs. And it all kind of developed from there. And it wasn't until maybe 15 years ago that I started really thinking seriously about DMT. As my scientific understanding of drugs, pharmacology, the interface with the human brain kind of matured. I started to realize that DMT was truly something remarkable, that it wasn't just any psychedelic. It was something much more profound. And, but even then, it wasn't until I actually experienced it for myself. And by this time, I had the best part of a decade of Terence McKenna lectures, books under my belt. I'd heard all the stories. Wow, so you were deep in this before you had ever experienced it personally. Exactly. And I thought, because of that, that I could know what I could see, what you feel like. I know what kind of experiences. But I was completely, it shocked me to my very bones. Just, and it wasn't even a breakthrough experience. This was sub breakthrough, and yet I was confronted with this undeniable, immense intelligence, this inordinate complexity, this hyperdimensionality, this thing that's far, far more than I could possibly have imagined. And I remember lying on my bed, coming back from this experience, kind of reconstructing my human self. And just all I could say was, oh my God, shakiness. I was shattered. All of my fundamental ontological assumptions,
And so that was the moment when I really thought, okay, to devote my life to this technology. So I don't think that rather than just drug molecules, but just since then I've been evangelizing, writing, speaking, thinking. That. How did we first discover DMT? So, well, DMT has a history of use in humans that goes back thousands of years in traditional preparation. So, right, ayahuasca, the snuffs, cahoba, snuff, little. This goes back thousands of years. But actually, the first time that Western world realized when the psychedelic properties of DMT, the molecule, were first discovered. That was back in 1956. It was a Hungarian physician, Stephen Zara. He was at the time. This was not long after Hoffman had discovered LSD, of course. So psychiatry at the time had become increasingly interested in psychedelics and their potential for studying consciousness, studying the human mind, studying disorders of consciousness, things like schizophrenia. And so Stephen Zara, he became interested in psychedelics, and he tried initially to get this LSD. He failed. He was behind the iron curtain at the time. So he got some mescaline instead, which he consumed as a beautiful experience on Christmas Day. But then he came to the connection with the snuffs. Used by indigenous tribes in Amazonia. And there has been some previous research into snuffs. What is a snuff? What is a snuff? So it's like a so cahoba snuff specifically is a ground up seeds, roasted seeds of this plant that contain a mixture of different tryptamine, but particularly glufotamine, and 5-methoxy-DMT and also DMT. And the studies at the time had come to the conclusion, erroneously in my opinion, and the opinion of Zara, that glufotamine was the major hallucinogenic or psychedelic component of these snuffs. So yeah, the snuff, to kind of go back to your question, the snuff it's ground to a fine powder and then forcefully, so you have this fine powder, very, very fine, a bit like, Rabbi. Rabbi is this as a powder tobacco snuff. It's the seed is finely ground up and then placed into a long tube, maybe large one. Well, yeah, and they can be up to a teaspoon of certainly a quarter of this. It's laid out in this tube. One person on one end come out, another person puts the tube in their nostril, forcefully forcefully push this into your skull. I mean, it sounds like an appalling experience. I'm sure it's extremely painful. The eyes start running, the mucus starts flowing from the nostrils, blood. It's not nice. Certainly more efficient than psychedelics than that. I just recommend any stretch of the imagination. But these have been used for hundreds of years. Yeah, so the studies of the snuff that have been done, chemical analyses, isolated glufotamine, but what they actually do, they took this glufotamine, they inject it into a group of inmates of Ohio State Penitentiary, and tested the effect on their nauseous and blood pressure shock. It wasn't, there was some kind of imagery that they saw, geometric visions, that kind of thing. But it wasn't convincing Stephen Zara. This was the conduit to the gods. This is how they communicated with the gods. It just didn't seem that psychedelic. So he turned his attention to the other component that is an isolated dimethyltryptamine. Glufosamine is 5-hydroxy dimethyltryptamine. It's a different molecule. Okay? Is that the one where people talk about like inside the sun when they're in there? I think there's light. That's $500. Oh, okay. I know to have an extra carbon. Yeah, but they're closely related. So Steve Nazari, he synthesized, he's also an organic chemist as well as a physician. He synthesized DMT and he started swallowing it in increasing doses. Now we know now that DMT is not already active on its own, so nothing was happening. What happened started very low dose, programs increasing. In the end, he swallowed like random stuff. And just nothing was happening. So he thought, okay, maybe I'm just playing things on the wrong track, out of track. Then a colleague said to him, he's got about injecting it. So he injected it into a cat. I don't know what happened or what the cat said, what kind of what he got from the cat. Probably not much. So he decided that to inject it on himself. That was it. It's instantaneously. Just a couple of minutes of injection, he started seeing beautiful, complex, rapidly altering scenes. He said he was having the world's first pure DST trip sometime in April 1986. Wow, yeah. So he got straight to work. He got some volunteers from the hospital, got the treatment stuff going. Got to where he worked, he began to learn his first DMT treatment. So, yeah, the rest is. When did we first discover that our brain works with DMT? And can you explain how our current perceptual model of the world works and what DMT has to do with that? Yeah, so, I mean, I've never been that convinced by the idea that Rick Strassman proposed that low levels of endogenous DMT is responsible somehow for the way that we experience reality. So, like, I've never been too convinced by that. So DMT's level. So DMT is very closely related to serotonin, which is of course an endogenous neuromodulator. And it's not that difficult to kind of divert the metabolism from. So serotonin starts from tryptophan, next goes to tryptamine. Then you hydroxylate, you get 5-hydroxytryptamine, which is serotonin. You could also go in a slightly different direction, but tryptamine is dimethyl. It's very easy, in other words, to make DMT. And so way back in, beginning in the 1950s, scientists, psychiatrists were already thinking maybe there is some aberrant metabolism in certain people where they produce more DMT than normal. This is responsible for schizophrenia. So this was referred to as the transmethylation hypothesis of schizophrenia. So straight away they were looking for DMT in schizophrenics. So measuring DMT in blood, trying to find a consistent, significant difference between DMT levels in schizophrenics versus normal. How hard is that to measure the DMT in blood? It's not difficult to do, but it turned out to be difficult to find any significant relationship, and this hypothesis kind of bore them out and bait them out. There aren't really any psychiatrists who take seriously the idea that schizophrenia is caused by an excess of DMT, and it doesn't make sense to me, at least, in terms of the phenomenology. The DMT trip is not the same as the schizophrenic experience. So it just doesn't make any sense to me that these things responsible for schizophrenia. That can explain why they didn't get the results that they were looking for. So in terms of what DMT does, we kind of need to get back to, as you say, your model of reality that the brain constructs. So the world that you experience in normal waking life, the world you experience when you're dreaming, even the world that you experience under the influence of DMT is always constructed by the brain. This is absolutely fundamental. It's something that I repeat and I repeat and I repeat because questions about it are poorly constructed. So people will say, oh, is it real? Or is it all? We all heard that phrase, oh, it's all. Right? But all experience are, in a sense, all in your head. They're always being constructed by your brain. Your brain constructs your world model. Your brain, I like to say, is a world building machine. Right? It constructs your world model from patterns of neural activity, patterns of a unified pattern of information, basically. Now, that applies under all circumstances. It applies in dreaming, as I said, it applies in dream future. So when you take DMT, your brain is constructing a different world model, constructing a different model of reality. Now, in the normal waking state, this world model is constrained, modulated by a constant trickle of sensory information from that thing outside that we call the environment. We never have direct access to movement space. It's not something we can directly access. So the world you're experiencing now is this model. It looks like you're experiencing the outside world, but actually it's all internally constructed in this light, sealed, black, dark space we can still led by your presence.
The place people go when they do these things, like whether it be DMT or psilocybin or anything, is it things that are already there, like invisible, that are just becoming apparent? Or is it just the mind like turning inside out on itself? Okay, so this is the central question that I've been wrestling with for the last 20 or so years, right? We don't know the answer to that question, but there are a number of explanations for the experience. First of all, when you smoke DMT, take any psychedelic, it's the world model changes. What psychedelics are doing, they are interacting with certain receptors, deep layers of the cortex. The cortex is the outer layers of the brain, structural world model. And the classic psychedelics, so that is DMT, LSD, psilocybin from psilocybin, they interact with these receptors and they perturb the world building machines. They allow your breath to construct a different model. So the model changes, the structure and the dynamics of the model changes. Now, with a low dose of something like psilocybin mushrooms, the effect can be relatively subtle. You get kind of an altered model of the normal waking world. It's more fluid, it's more dynamic, it's more sensitive to incoming sensory information in that state. But with DMT, something quite different happens. Terence McKenna used to call it a 100% reality channel switch. Your brain does it. It's not just an altered version of the waking world, but it's a completely different model of reality. It's like switching the reality channel. And the question is, and it's a really difficult question to answer, the kind of the orthodox explanation to this is, oh, it's your brain is just making it up. So it's a wild cortical fabrication. But that's never made much sense to me, because we know that the brain wasn't dropped to Earth ready to kind of construct worlds. The brain evolved to construct the normal waking world, a model of the environment. This is the world the brain knows, has learned, has evolved to construct, knows how to construct one world model, right? So then you ask the question, well, how is it then possible that when you perturb the brain with this simple plant alkaloid, it suddenly becomes capable of constructing entirely coherent, inordinately complex, hyperdimensional worlds filled with seemingly hybrid
intelligent beings, where did it learn or evolve to construct these realities? It's confounding to me from a neuroscientific perspective. It's like imagine a young American child who speaks English, a 5-year-old or something, then suddenly wakes up and starts speaking fluent Siberian or some South African language. It would be shocking. Like, where did you learn to speak this? It's like it's similar. It's similarly confounding to me that the brain knows how to construct these bizarre alternate realities that have no relationship whatsoever to the normal waking world. Nothing was taken from our world and brought into completely disjoint reality. And that is, to me, remains a great mystery, unless somehow the brain is receiving information from somewhere else that's kind of constraining and modulating and informing its construction of this alternate world. That is why it's such a problem. Explain.
Where could that somewhere else be?
Yeah, we don't have a clue where this other space could be, and this is kind of what I sometimes refer to as the data input problem. So the normal waking world, as I said before, it's always receiving information from the environment. We understand how that works. We understand stimulation, visual stimulation of the retina. We understand how sound information works. We understand how information gets into the brain to help the brain construct the normal waking world. So this data input problem as well, if this DMT world is being modulated by information from elsewhere, where is this elsewhere? That we don't understand. And that is in constraints of space-time. Exactly. And this is where, well, we're getting to later, we start to think about where these other domains might be, the kind of relationship between our reality and these other domains, and to see the intelligences that we see within these other domains, which are often way beyond anything we can imagine.
Now, everybody, when they do DMT, they always experience the same thing. They always experience these extreme geometrical patterns, and they all experience these so-called elves that are dancing around telling them things, like giving them positive messages that are transformative in some aspect or another. Is this pretty much consistent through everyone? And is there how much deviation or variation is there from all the people that you've actually studied or talked to that experience DMT?
So everyone experiences in some sense. Everyone has to construct their own model of DMT space, right? We all construct our own model of the world. Everyone's model of the world is somewhat different. Yes, there is a consensus about what's what. I can never get access to your brain and look at your model and see if it matches the mine.
I think about that all the time. I think about like I'm looking at you right now, and I see this room, and if I walk outside, I know like what the trees look like, and what the cars in the parking lot look like. But I always wonder, like how would you know, looking through somebody else's eyes, if they're seeing the same thing? We use the same language to describe these things. Yes. The language is the same, but we have no fucking clue if it's how similar or dissimilar it really is.
Yeah, I mean, this is why we create this consensus reality, because there is some consensus there. But I don't know if when you look at the color green, what that looks like to you is the same to me. But it doesn't, because I have a very mild form of color deficiency. It's mild form of red green color blindness. So my reds are different to your reds. But we agree that they're reds. And you can apply this to something if we don't even know, if I was to be able to look through your eyes, whether even that world that I saw makes sense
it might be completely confusing, bizarre,
Right.
to look, but you make sense of it. Your brain has learned to construct that model of reality.
But some people go through most of their lives not being able to see three-dimensional, and they don't even know it.
Right. I mean, you can get some. One way we know that your brain is constructing, how your brain constructs your model of reality is when things go wrong. So there's a certain part of the visual cortex, for example, that's responsible for your experience of motion. Moving that gives motion to objects in the world. If you have this rare condition called echinotopsia, where there's damage to a very specific area of that cortex that's responsible for motion information. They see the world as a series of still images. I can't imagine what that's like. Can you? But I really can't. But that's how they see the world. And similarly, achromatopsia is when the part of the brain that represents color information is damaged specifically, and the world becomes black and white to these people. Right?
I heard that like something around 95% of the neurons in our brain are dedicated to vision. Or an absurd amount of the neurons in our brain are dedicated solely to vision.
Right? We are a visual species. We rely on visual information more than any other information. I mean, imagine looking at the room now and trying to describe it in such detail using words, using sound, such that somebody can reproduce that in the room to photographic precision. You know, imagine that, right? So clearly, there's a lot of information. There's so much information that we have in our visual world, and all of that information is represented by this unifying pattern of neural information in the brain. But getting back to the entities, right? So to answer your question about do people see the same things, everyone's experience is certainly different. But there are certain universal DMT motifs, if you like, that many people describe. The structure, the ambience of the space, the geometry, and also, of course, the space, so-called DMT entities. And this goes back, I mean, of course, it goes back to these indigenous tribes and Amazonians using DMT. They used it to communicate with beings. They call them spirits or gods, right? We might have a different name for them now, but certainly it's clear that this is a characteristic feature of the DMT experience, is the experience of other beings. And Stephen Zara, so you mentioned these elves, right? The elves, the machine elves, kind of call them, they're by far the most famous denizens of this hyperdimensional realm. But many people like to say, well, people see elves because McKenna saw elves, McKenna spoke about elves, so that's why they see elves. It's hard to get past that. So what we did actually a few years back is to go back to the let's go back to the 1950s. Look at the reports there. Stephen Zara's very first studies. Unfortunately, back then they weren't that interested in the kind of the details of the report. It's not like Rick Strassman studied in the 90s, where he carefully had to write down everything they experienced. So they would say, I saw hallucinations. But even within these old papers, you get these little snippets of trip reports that have these that had back then the characters of the DMT playlist. They were describing this rapidly changing, rapid procession of complex geometric imagery. They were describing beings that they called gods, the language of the time, or they were called spirits. That was the lexicon of the time, if you like. You see some kind of non-human intelligence is referred to as a spirit. Nowadays we might call it something else. But one of Stephen Zara's first subjects described these little dwarf-like beings that moved around very quickly. That's all he got.
to me, this is part of the characteristic of these DMTLs, these very sprightly, lively, these often very cheerful, welcoming into the space. They love to show you things all the time. Look at this, look at this, look at this. They were there in the first trip reports. And then in the 60s, people like to be really describing elf-like beings in the second order, like beings and reptilian. There's certain types that are reptilian, and they can be ferocious. In mixed values studies, one of the subjects describes being, I should say, raped by reptilians. Yeah, pardon this brief. Yeah, fortunately, all I want is frightened by the vast majority of entity encounters are either positive or neutral. Often they were the majority because but what about that 10%? What's going on with our guys? Well, I mean, they vary as much in their character as you go for. We pick or beings of the planet. That's to be expected, right? The same on Earth. Like, not everyone's nice. Most people are nice, right? To some, or kind of neutral. This is the same with the empty space. They often seem to be aware of the large gap between their intelligence and what's this is their world that we're kind of entering, if you like. So they like to kind of have fun. So there's a lot of kind of mocking going on sometimes. Teasing, kind of trickstery kinds of behaviour with these entities. And they like to scare you. So you see how you kind of aware of that. But there's no evidence that it can actually do harm other than it's a bit of a scare.
Has anyone ever been harmed by it? I mean, other than like abuse? Because I know personally people who, during their young age, like through high school, college, that abuse psychedelics like LSD or mushrooms. They've been off ever since, or like they never really cognitively recovered from that.
You don't. Well, I mean, the problem with the longer acting psychedelics is you've got a much better chance to get yourself into a bad headspace, right? When things start to go wrong, you start to freak out, become anxious or panic. That can last a long time. And so the greater potential for to get yourself into really bad places with psychedelics is why they last like hours. Exactly. The DMT, for most people, it's shocking, it's astonishing. In terms of Ken used to say the only dangerous DMT is death by astonishment. Right? These are shockingly astonishing. Choose your superlative. I mean, these are so bizarre and profound and strange, impossible experiences that the real danger, I think, or the real risk is that everything you thought was true, everything you thought you knew about reality is about to be obliterated. You're going to come back and realize that you know fucking nothing, that everything you thought real or not real or possible or impossible, so it's gone. It's gone. There's no coming back from that. So you will be fundamentally changed in one aspect. So you have to be prepared for that. But for me, I was euphoric after I had seen this, realized this. But for some people, you have a particular ideological position about human relationship with the cosmos. Then you're a bit surprised by that, to say the least. But for most people, it's so rapid. It's like being on a roller coaster. You're screaming, you're scared, it's wild, but you don't get a chance to, while it's over, you don't get a chance to think about the uh, the implications of it at the time, only after. Yeah. So by the time you kind of oriented yourself, if that's even possible within the space, you're already kind of on your way out. Then you can think about what's happening. And for most people, they actually forget a lot of the details. They come out ranting, raving, oh my god, this happened, that. It's like a dream, just fades away. You can't remember details. So, most people have no vesting, something like psychological damage. No, like, I've always been worried about, like, I never tried hardcore psychedelics. Like, I never went past weed or, like, edibles, but I've done edibles and had some pretty trippy experiences. Like, whenever anyone describes mushrooms to me, when I do an edible, that's what I experience. Like, it's wild. And I'm a hyper responder when it comes to any drugs. So any drugs I do, whether it be medication or, like, drugs, that just takes a little bit for me, and I have like crazy reality. Like, I just take one pull of a joint and I'm singing. When it takes like, my friends or anyone else, anyone else I know who's with me, they have to smoke the whole joint. But for me, it's only one pull. Yeah. So like, I've always been super scared of diving into that world. And then on top of that, when I was little, when I was young, I heard a story. I don't remember where I heard it, but I heard a story about these two Marines that were roommates, and one of them took mushrooms, and the guy was tripping on mushrooms, killed his roommate, cut his heart out, put his heart in the oven, and ate it. And after I heard that, I was like, I'm never trying mushrooms. But there's a lot of those fake stories. Yeah, like in the early 90s. Oh yeah, I mean, those stories go back to the 90s. They're jumping on stage, they look fly. And there's no doubt, these drugs aren't without risk. Anyone claims that should be listened to. There's certainly these are very strange headspaces you're getting yourself into. And of course, there's a potential for problems. But these are not drugs, these are not party drugs for most people. It's like these things, but certainly in some of these experiences, you need to be very careful about what you're doing. Be in the right environment, where be with the right people. Something is not triggering, something very experienced, so they can really direct your consciousness. But all of that stuff, DMT seems to kind of transcend sense, I always say. It has no relationship to normal human experience. So, and it's so vast. There's basically nothing you can do to prepare for it, in my opinion. And there's no, so another thing I would be concerned about is coming out of it and having like a lasting, slippery grip on reality afterwards. Again, DMT, what's something that comes remarkable about DMT is it's so complete. It's faster in that more fucking deep, like deeper into this alternate reality than you could possibly have in action before you go into it. It's just remarkable in every way that this can happen. The brain can do this. The brain can actually switch its reality channel in such a efficient way. And then you come out just as quickly. Then within 10, 15 minutes, you might still have certain afterglow. And when you're euphoric, after having seen this and experienced something that you couldn't conceived of prior to being empty, but then you're back to normal within 15, 30 minutes. And how old were you the first time you tried it? Sometime in my early 20s. So relatively late, actually, for many people. I don't recommend people to take it or anything. There's this guy who has a really popular YouTube channel called All Gas No Brakes. I think they changed it since then, but he does like these really cool kind of like run and gun documentaries on weird subcultures around America. He did an interview where he talks about how when he was like in his early teens, he did a lot of LSD, and now he's like tripping. Mm-hmm. He said he like sees hallucinations in his visual field all the time. Yeah, so this is called post-hallucinogenic perceptual disorder. That's it. Post-hallucinogenic perceptual disorder. It's quite rare, but it does happen. We don't quite understand why it happens. It's not that much research into it. I would imagine it's not the shift when you're like young and your brain's still developing. That's it. I would suggest the same thing. Advise people about what they do or don't do. It's their decisions. But yeah, I think that your brain is developing, certainly if you're 15, 16 years old, certainly your brain is chance to mature before you start assaulting with any kind of psychoactive, not just LSD or DMT, but any kind of psychoactive. Wait until early in your 20s. With anything, either it's not psychoactive. I see so many kids that are in their like mid-teens now. They're injecting testosterone, trying to like get jacked at the gym. And it's just like, what are you doing? What are you body before you fucking 16 years old? Yeah, totally unnecessary. So how? So you said you're originally into chemistry, right? Yeah. How did you evolve into becoming a neuroscientist? Well, the thing is that to really understand psychedelics, it's interdisciplinary. It's multidisciplinary. And whilst understanding the chemistry is very important for pharmacology, like how do these molecules interact with protein receptors in your brain? What effect does that have on these information generating cells, these neurons? That's the realm of chemistry and pharmacology. But to really understand what's going on at the cortical level, the global brain level, how do these cause these effects on structure and dynamics of your experience world, your consciousness, that requires an understanding of neuroscience. So you need to be pretty conversant at every level, from the chemical level all the way up to the global brain level. So after I did my PhD, which was in biochemistry, I realized that the neuroscience part was kind of missing from my repertoire, if you like. So I thought, okay, I need to do a postdoc in something neuroscience. So I shifted with great difficulty, I'll add, into a completely different discipline, computational neuroscience. That's a nice sounding word. Yeah, it sounds nice. That sounds impressive. Yeah, that's another benefit of studying that, because I'd spent years in the laboratory doing wet biochemistry, which is, some people like it. It sounds really tedious, slow process, growing cells that die when they get infected. Everything takes a long time. So I was tired of the lump. So I didn't want to work, killing rats. I didn't want to get into that. So I thought, okay, computational neuroscience. This is where it's at, actually. Modeling brain function using computers. That to me seemed like the way that the discipline field was moving. There's only so much you can learn from studying wet brains. What were you doing studying wet? Like what specifically were you doing studying wet brains and studying rats? I wasn't. I didn't want to. No, that's the thing. So I thought, computational. That's the route. So I did a couple of postdocs. I did one in York University, Oxford University, studying synaptic plasticity and computational models of how neurons communicate, how those connections change over time, etc. Then after that contract finished, an opportunity, shall we say, opened up in Okinawa, Japan. And I'd always wanted to live in Japan since I was a teenager for some reason. Don't ask why, because I don't know why. I did. I tried to learn Japanese when I was a teenager as well, but they all that. Yeah, with my German teacher said something fascinating about Japan. Yeah, I'm in the middle. I'm on season 3 of Man in the High Castle right now. Oh, really? Have you seen that? I haven't. In the original language? Yeah, I never knew it was in Japanese. No, it's basically a show about if the premise of it is if America lost World War II, and it's the Nazis and the Japanese are occupying North America. This is PK Dick. Story. Oh, is it really? Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. And so they're basically an alternate reality, right? And there's this one Japanese guy his family in that dimension, his life in this dimension, and there's this crazy, like, it's insane. It's really mind blowing, but it's a lot of like the Japanese culture really comes down in that documentary. It's fascinating.
Yeah, Japanese. I love the culture. I love the people. There's something weirdly, I would say, many people quite psychedelic about Tokyo. It's very strange, very big. It seems to be almost DMT-esque in just the lights and the complexity of the city. It's like a fractal city. You see, you walk along the roads, streets in Tokyo, and you see all the storefronts lit up. There's big, huge, like neon lights everywhere. You go into a building, you go up the elevator, you find yourself in a world with like more stores kind of tucked away within one floor of one building, really tiny bars and things. You can never get to the bottom of Tokyo. You can have 3 or 4 lifetimes going to a different shop or different store, different bar or restaurant every day. You'll never get to the bottom of it. So it's very cool. It's very small. All the streets are kind of narrow, very different to Florida, believe me. That's something.
There is another dimension.
Yeah, it's amazing when I come to America. The rooms are so fucking wide, so broad, it's huge, beautiful, but very full, very different landscape.
Yes, very dense, right? A lot of people there too. A lot of people, but not as people imagine that where you go to Tokyo, it's always going to be, like crushed people in certain pockets, like Shibuya or Shinjuku. You're going to see that a lot of the time. Like serious crushes, loads of people. But then you can turn a corner and find yourself on an empty street. There's nothing there. You might hear a shutter close, you might hear a can, you might see a couple of kids playing something very peaceful actually. So I live in my area is relatively quiet. I can go for a walk for an hour after lunch and hardly see a handful of people.
Really?
Yeah.
So it's on the outskirts or something?
In West Tokyo, a place called Kichijoji, it's kind of a hidden area. It's within Tokyo, but 20 minutes from Shibuya, Shinjuku. But
Some of the imagery I've seen online, but the countrysides of like these mountains and these big lakes and stuff, it just looks incredible.
Yeah, you've got everything. You've got the cities, obviously, but then you can get a train out of Tokyo, and within an hour you're in a place like Nagano. Beautiful mountains, region, lakes, and Alps, the Japanese Alps. So if you like, you can do everything relatively simple. If you like, sometimes you want to be in the city and kind of the hustle and bustle and the excitement there, and then you want a weekend out in the mountains, hiking and stuff, you can do it all. So yeah, that's kind of why I like it.
Can you speak Japanese now?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Really?
But now, don't get carried away then. It's fiendishly difficult to learn. I've been there 8 years. I'm still learning. I'm still studying every day, learning words, learning the kanji, the sounds. So it's really just the way they construct the sentences is completely alien to the way we construct sentences in English. So you have to learn a completely new way of constructing your thoughts and expressing yourself. And sometimes you think, I want to say this. It's like, oh, how the fuck do I translate that into Japanese? How it takes a long time to do that. It speaks so quickly, and it has this certain characteristic sound. A lot of the words sound the same sometimes. You can move pieces of the word around, get a new word. So unlike in English, so if I take the word television, right, there's no way I can't switch that around and say vision telly. That's not a word. Right? You never get that confused. But in Japanese, often the words are very, very similar. And you can move pieces. You can rearrange the pieces of the word and get a brand new word. And so you have to remember
which way round it is. So you don't get the feel, I find, of a word in the same way you do in English. You know, if you take the word elephant or something, you kind of sits in your brain somehow as that word. In Japanese, they're so similar, they can be rearranged. It's hard to develop that feeling, that sense of the word. So I'm often thinking,
Can you write in Japanese too?
I can read, I can type Japanese, but writing all of the kanji, so I know about maybe 2,000 kanji, what's called the Joyo kanji, which is what you need for basic literacy for all children in school, basic kanji, all of the documents, 2,000 kanji, which in itself is a lot of kanji, but there are 50,000 of these kanji, so for reading, it's weird, right? When you read a novel in Japanese, you'll often have above the kanji, so above this Chinese character, another few characters that tell you how to pronounce that kanji. Because each kanji, right, can have up to, some kanji have like 10 or 15 different ways of saying that one kanji. Imagine that. So you look at it, you have no idea how it's said. Like, that's even more complex than Chinese. In Chinese, you get one mapping, one kanji, one Chinese character, one sound. In Japanese, you can't do that. So you have kind of Chinese readings and they have Japanese readings. So it's such a difficult language in my opinion. I never struggled intellectually with something as much as I have. You know, I'm not dumb by any stretch of the imagination, but with Japanese, really,
and being able to having to translate all of that and communicate with people in the field that you're in, it's got to be like a compounded level of difficulty.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't lecture in Japanese, certainly not neuroscience and psychedelics. I can converse, I can have conversations with my friends, but sort of academic level, scientific speaking.
Sushi is good too.
Of course, sushi's I don't eat sushi anywhere else.
You don't? Oh no, you wouldn't get anywhere else.
They had it in Palm Springs, just up in Palm Springs.
Oh yeah, that's awful. Anywhere in California,
Yeah,
sushi's
I'm eating sushi in the middle of fucking desert.
It could be dolphin. You know, they eat dolphin. A lot of dolphin. They used to feed. They used to feed like pack the schools with dolphin. Like feed dolphin in Japan. Have you seen the movie The Cove?
I've seen that. Yeah, I mean, I think Japanese people would be shocked to most Japanese people certainly not consider dolphin animal.
Right. But I don't think they knew about it. Like they were slaughtering all those dolphins and just trying to find those like diamonds in the rough so they could sell them to SeaWorld. And then they ended up like all of this dolphin, which is super bad for human beings. I'm super toxic for what's in it, but they're actually it's yeah, that's crazy. That was scary. So what were we talking about? So you moved to Okinawa originally?
Yeah,
When you were how old?
35. Get my age away here, but
How old are you now? You look young.
thank you. How much you got?
I would say you're like 40.
Pretty close. Leave it there.
A little bit north.
Scotch like it.
So, do you think, by the way, do you think you'll stay in Japan? You want to live there forever?
I have no intention of moving back to the UK. I've built my life there now. I feel at home there, so I'm resident. Right to remain such a
That's cool. So, you transitioned from the wet lab stuff into the computational stuff, and you decided like you wanted to get a better understanding of the entire human brain and how it relates to different chemistry.
Yeah, exactly. So I wanted to be able to understand why. It's one thing to know that DMT or LSD binds to this particular subtype of serotonin receptor. It's another thing to explain how that event going on at this subcellular level is causing these dramatic changes in consciousness. So that making that connection, that being able to form that narrative to
to a satisfactory extent in my own head. How that worked has been something I've been working on for a number of years, and it's the basis of my latest reality switch technology, where I think I've kind of together applied everything that I've been thinking about, researching, and studying over the last decade or so to form a coherent narrative of how psychedelics work. That's kind of the aim, what I wanted to achieve this.
You wanted to find out exactly how psychedelics work. And you described this, I believe, a little bit in Hamilton's podcast, but correct me if I'm messing this up. But from what I understood is there is a column, a cortical column, where neurons travel through, and basically there's error signals. So like if I'm walking down the street and I see the trees and the road and the cars going by, there's no error signals, so I don't have to process that. But when you take psychedelics, something fundamentally changes. You start getting all these errors.
Yeah, that's pretty good. So going back to what I said before, your brain is constructing this model. It's a pattern of neural information. It is these cortical columns. So the cortex is constructed as like a 3D mosaic of these columns, right? They are cylindrical. They're all stacked side by side. So if you imagine looking at your cortex from above, you would see like little circles or something like that, all packed together. Each column is responsible for it's the fundamental computational unit of the cortex. It's responsible for representing a basic feature of the world. And so you can think of like pixels in a way. It might be a little bit misleading, but you can imagine that an image is formed from lots of pixels. So imagine that your entire world is constructed as this mosaic of a pattern of cortical column activation, basically. And this pattern of activation is changing all the time as you experience moving through the world. It's this constant stream, this constant flow of this cortical column pattern of activation. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So what's happening when you take a psychedelic? Well, actually, let's go back to, you mentioned error signals. So your brain has this model, right? Your brain's model is kind of like its best guess, its best hypothesis about what's going on in the world. So it uses its model. Your brain has this model. It's working. The brain doesn't know if this model is true, if it's correct. It doesn't care. There's no way of knowing the truth of the model. All it knows is, does this model work? Does this model allow me to predict the flow of sensory information? Right? So the sensory information is always entering the brain. The brain is trying to make predictions about what's going to happen next. This model is working. The brain should be able to predict the pattern of information that is coming next. So, to make this a bit clearer, imagine you've got a pool ball rolling along a pool table at a constant speed, right? So your brain constructs this model of this ball on this pool table, right? And so because the ball is moving at a constant speed, the brain knows that it has a model of the movement, the trajectory of this pool ball. Your brain knows that the ball is here in this position now. If the model is correct, it should be able to predict the information coming, sensory information coming from the ball in the next moment. Your brain has this model, it's working. It doesn't need to know actually anything of really. It doesn't need to know anything new. There's nothing surprising happening here. The ball is just moving. Yeah? And so when the brain receives that information from the ball, that's moving constantly, it says, okay, this model is working. I don't need that sensory information, and it extinguishes it. So it filters it out. It doesn't need it. So the model is working. So does that make sense? Yeah. Frowning a little bit, but
No, I'm just thinking,
concentration makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. So the brain doesn't. Processing sensory information is expensive. It has to be passed through these neurons. Neurons have to communicate, and there's a lot of energy expenditure in processing information.
information from the outside world. It also disrupts cortical activity. So your brain tries to filter out and not use sensory information as much as it can. But, so as long as the model is working, your brain is making these predictions all the time. You don't know it. Your brain is making predictions all the time. If the prediction is correct, nothing happens. You don't process that sensory information. It's filtered out. But if something surprising the brain didn't predict, it makes a prediction about sensory information. That prediction turns out to be wrong. Or suddenly takes a right turn. Takes a right turn, right? Let's start it. And your brain then generates this prediction error because there's a disconnect between the prediction and the actual sensory information. Okay, yeah. This creates an error. So if the prediction matches the sensory information, there's no error. If the prediction is different to the sensory information, there's an error. Like the gap, the difference between them. This prediction error is then processed and sent up into the high levels of the cortex, and it's used to update the model because the model must be wrong. The model's not working. It must be wrong. And so then only these error signals need to be used to update this working model. And this is much more efficient than trying to absorb all of this sensory information. Most of it you know about anyway. So what is the error? What does the error look like? The error is just like anything else in the cortex, is a pattern of information in the form of action potential. It's electrochemical signals being passed up through into the cortex.
So is it like learning? So like learning would be an error?
Yes, I mean there's learning. Well, there are many types of learning, but certainly all the time your brain is updating its model. I prefer to think there's a model update, which you can think is learning.
So if I'm like learning to play chess for the first time, would it just be a ton of errors? Or if I'm learning to play, like do any sport that I've never done before?
Yeah, that's probably a better example. Right? That's probably a better example. Yeah, you're learning. When your brain is faced with a novel situation it hasn't seen before, it doesn't have a very good model of it, then you're going to get a lot more prediction errors. But as the brain refines its model, those prediction errors start to go down. Yeah. A good example, when I was a few years ago, I was walking through my hometown, and the window of one of the department stores, right in the window, there was a police officer stood there, like literally sleeping next to the mannequins. Yeah, this police officer, yeah. But as I walked around, so at that point, let's think what's going on. My brain has seen this sensory information, received this sensory information, and it says, okay, there's a police officer there. And there literally was a police officer in my world model. That's the important point. My brain constructed a model of this police officer based upon what it knows about the world. Now, as I walk around, so the brain is then predicting, as I walk around the police officer, I should see his face go into profile. The brain is predicting what it's going to look like, sensory information you can see. Right. But what was it? It was a big photograph, black photograph of a police officer that you put in the window. It wasn't actually a police officer. So as I'm walking around, where I should see the face come into profile, that didn't work. There were errors. The model was failing. Then my brain said, "Oh, this model is wrong," and I suddenly realised it's just a photograph. It's there to kind of discourage you from stealing. Right. But so that's kind of how your brain is doing that all the time. It's trying to building this model of everything in the world and trying to predict what's going on. It's only when it fails to make a prediction that it generates these error signals that your brain then uses to update its model. Have you seen the hollow face illusion?
No.
So the hollow face illusion, people can Google this. It's very famous. It's too blue label. There we go. It's like it's a picture of a mask, and it just a normal mask
three-dimensional. You look at it and it looks like a normal face. The nose coming out of it.
Oh yes, I think I've seen that.
As it grows, so what's happening here is your brain is seeing this sensory information. It goes, this is a face. The brain knows how to build model faces. So it constructs a model of, there we go.
That's it.
Yeah.
I've seen it before. I've seen a statue or something.
Right. So if
Oh wow.
right, so what's happening here? When your brain sees the mask from the back, it assumes it's a normal face. It doesn't. The brain is not used to constructing kind of hollow reverse images. Right,
Yeah.
okay, faces like that. So your brain constructs a normal three-dimensional face, and you see it exactly as you would a normal three-dimensional face. But as the mask rotates, the prediction, so the models start to fail, right?
Yeah.
And so your brain then has to update its model. That's when you realize, that moment you realize, oh, it's the concave side of the mask. That's the moment your brain has updated its model. It's changed its model from convex, regular normal face, which is the default, to this alternate model, right?
Right.
So that's what your brain is doing all the time. It's constantly testing. It's the cycle of model testing. That's the role of sensory information. So you don't actually need, as long as your model is working well, you don't really need much sensory information. And what's interesting about psychedelics is what they do is when they bind to this subset of serotonin receptor, this receptor called the 5-HT2A receptor, they stimulate these neurons that are important in maintaining the integrity of this world model. Right, so I spoke about these cortical columns that mentioned them first, right? There are certain types of neurons, pyramidal cells, and they are important in generating these predictions of the model. Right, your model is constantly making predictions, like we said, and in order to make good predictions, yeah, your model has to be coherent, it has to be strong, it has to be well formed. And what psychedelics do is they stimulate these pyramidal cells in these columns, and they make them more likely to fire. They increase their excitability. They're more likely to fire. They're more likely to share their information with other pyramidal cells within other cortical columns. So overall, this world model that your brain is constructing starts to break down. It starts to lose its structural integrity. It becomes more fluid, more dynamic. So as a result, your world, or from your subjective perspective, it's your world that starts to change. Yeah. So your world becomes more fluid and more dynamic. Your brain is shifting from this stable, predictable world, this very unstable, fluid, and dynamic. Now this has interesting consequences because if the model is starting to lose its integrity, the predictions themselves become degraded. So your brain can't make good predictions anymore. So as a consequence, the error signals increase. Your brain, if it fails in its predictions, there's going to be a greater mismatch between the prediction and the actual sensory information. So error signals go up. Now we can say that in simpler terms. Well, the brain becomes more sensitive to incoming sensory information, because sensory information is only processed in the form of error signals. Am I making sense? Yeah. So from your subjective perspective, what happens is the world becomes, the colors become brighter, everything becomes richer. You're literally receiving more information from the environment in the presence of a psychedelic molecule like LSD. Now, that is kind of cool in itself, right? But we can take this one step further. So the brain is receiving all of these extra error signals in the presence of the psychedelic. Now, the error signals are used to update the model. And so the fact that the brain is receiving all these error signals means the model isn't working anymore, which it isn't. We need to update the model. But no matter how much the brain updates its model, it can't reduce these error signals. The model just it's lost its kind of its structural integrity. And so this means that the brain constantly tries to update its model, from your perspective, the identity of objects changes before the eyes. That's what's happening. So you look at something and its identity will change. Yes, you will look at a microphone and it will become a cat or something. Or you will look at the pebble driveway. This is described by Alexander Shulgin in his book Peacock. He looks at this pebble driveway and it becomes this glistening bed of gleaming jewels. Then it turns into a snake, the back of this huge, beautiful snake. So that's kind of, that experience, which is quite common in psychedelics, can be explained just by looking at this simple interaction between this molecule and this receptor and working it through the effect on the model, the effect on the brain's ability to make predictions based upon its model, loss of integrity of the model, failing predictions, increased prediction rates, greater model updates. So that's that's the level of understanding I've been trying to reach over these years, is trying to make that connection, multi-level connection between effects on receptors and why people have these certain subjective effects. Wow. But that doesn't explain DMT.
That does not explain DMT.
Not quite. Not quite, right?
So what you just described, it sounds like right now the brain structure, the way it works, the way these cortical columns interpret the world and basically funnel it to us, to what we experience, it seems like it's crystallized. Am I kind of like getting this right? It seems like it's crystallized in a certain way, and when you introduce the psychedelics, what it does is sort of like melts that. It makes it more plastic.
You've got it. That's perfect, right? That's a perfect way of describing it. So it's sometimes referred to as a hot state. I think of it, imagine like a piece of glass that's very, very rigid, very hard. You can't manipulate it, right? Heat that glass up and it bends to your will. Right? It becomes hot, of course, and it becomes more fluid, more flexible. You can bend it. That's kind of the state that your brain is in under the influence of psychedelics. And from that, we can explain why psychedelics are useful clinically. Because let's imagine that somebody is deeply depressed. What's going on there? Well, they have certain embedded neural activation patterns, right, in their brain. The brain is rigid, but it's rigid. It's producing certain patterns that are negative. You're ruminating about how fucking awful your life is, whether it's worth living, and that becomes entrained in a certain sense. It becomes rigidified, and you can't shake it off. People say, can't you just snap out of it? No, you can't, because your brain is always to some degree flexible, but you can certainly entrain these connections in the brain. It becomes, over time, it becomes rigidified. You can't shake and get out of it. So when you take a psychedelic, the whole brain becomes much more malleable. Well, that's a bit extreme. Yeah, you're heating up. You're not literally heating up the brain, but you are creating this so-called hot state in which the brain is much more fluid. You can start to break down these rigidified patterns of connections and explore novel states. You can explore states outside of that. You can generate much more positive states, more positive patterns of neural activity. And then as you come out of the psychedelic state, the idea is that your brain cools down your way back into a more positive state. So that's that.
Right, but like for things like depression, right? Like for psychedelic treatment of depression, you don't necessarily know that their experience is going to be positive, right? So like with some of these therapies, are people sort of guiding their trip, or like sort of like pushing them in the right direction to make sure it's positive, to make sure they break this depressive loop, or are they just taking it and taking the psychedelics and hoping for the best?
Well, so normally you do have Well, I mean, it's like if you took a piece of glass, you need a skilled glass blower, right, to get the shape that you want. If you're not skilled, then you end up with, well, it's shit. Yeah. Right? So it's kind of important. So yeah, it's not just, I mean, people do find benefit sometimes, but I can't recommend it. Just taking a bunch of mushrooms and going on a hilltop and just exploring themselves more deeply and being able to access, you know, normally latent memories or things like this, and that often is very beneficial. But sure, in a clinical setting, you won't just have the tripper give the patient, so to speak, but also somebody who is going to direct their thought process, direct their conscious into more positive places. Yeah, right. Sure.
Yeah, that seems like it's got to be something that only comes with experience, to where you can do it and kind of like actually take some sort of, like, is that possible? Can you do this? Like, get into like a one of these states and actually control it and sort of like become part of it? Because I know, at least in my experience, it's always something that like I'm fucking white knuckling the chair and like hoping like God to get me out of this. But you know, for someone who's doing some sort of therapy to cure their depression or PTSD or something like that, that they're brand new to it and it's going to be terrifying, and they're going to want to take, that's a natural instinct is to be like, I've lost control. How do I regain control?
Okay, so this is so before I was talking about this, the brain becoming more sensitive to the flow of information from outside. So when we're thinking about this, and this will relate to DMT, we'll get to that a bit later, is that the brain is more susceptible to, or the cortex is more susceptible, because it's in a hot fluid state, it's more susceptible to incoming information. Yeah, so the information, if you like, is helping to reorganize. This is what I call information reorganization. The brain is much more susceptible to being reorganized by sensory information, incoming sensory information. Now, there's also another source of information coming from, not from the outside, but coming from deeper brain structures. So all the time, your world is being modulated and informed, not just by information from the environment, but also by memories, for example, right? The way you've seen the world before, how you remember the world before, is important for how you're seeing the world now. And it's useful to know what a cat looks like. Yeah, you don't have to kind of build the model of the cat separately. It's useful to know if you met somebody and the last time they were total dick to you, right? And you had a really horrible argument. When you see that person, your instant response is going to be back off and avoid this person. Right? It's almost a subconscious thing, right? Because your brain has this memory, it sees that person. You see the thing. You don't see their face. You just see their face like, oh, fuck that. I'm out of here, right? So that is the memory trace of this individual. The emotions associated with it are also flowing up into your world. Yeah, and that's happening all the time. But again, that is kept under control. You don't want your brain being flooded by memories when you're trying to navigate the world in the current moment. You don't want to be, it's quite difficult sometimes. You don't want to be thinking about, imagine if something, when something really awful, annoying happens, or you said something to somebody you regret, and maybe you're driving and you can't stop thinking about it. Oh, I wish I hadn't said that. And it intrudes. You can't fucking concentrate because it's this memory of what you did. It's so emotionally charged. It's kind of intruding into your world. That can happen to your brain. This brain's world model is not only trying to constrain in the flow of information from outside, it's also trying to constrain information coming from its lower subcortical brain structures, an area called the hippocampus, which is in memory. It's stopping the flow of information from memory as well, keeping that down to a trickle, just what your cortex needs to help, to inform the current model of the world. What you see in psychedelics, and this has been observed for many decades, is that under the influence
high dose LSD, for example, people get flooded with past memories. It's really, yeah, they find themselves reliving experiences that in the past. So you can imagine, right, and why is that happening? Well, it's happening because your world model is losing control of the flow of information from the senses, but also losing control of the flow of information from the lower subcortical structures, including the hippocampus, that's responsible for memories, right? And so we kind of understand why that's happening. And you can also imagine why that might be helpful. If someone had a particularly traumatic experience in their past, which is still, they're not able to process and make sense of, they're pushing it down deeper and deeper, they're preventing it from making its way into the cortex, into the current experience of the world, so they're unable to process it. What psychedelics can do is allow that kind of release those, what I guess psychoanalysts would call repressed traumatic memories, releasing them up into the cortex so they can be dealt with. But that in itself can be very traumatic. This is why you need someone really experienced with you doing this. So if you sort of from something like post-traumatic stress disorder, you might be repressing memories of the traumatic experience for very good reason, because they can cause massive disruption when they enter the cortex. But they need to be dealt with. You need to do they like? What is the downside of them being just keeping them repressed? What is the actual effect of having these traumatic memories that you just don't even think about anymore?
Yeah, I mean, just because they're kind of repressed doesn't mean they're not having an effect, and certainly they're always connected to emotion. And emotion is also central to how we view the world. The way that we emotionally respond to things is absolutely central. That's our value system. We're constantly judging. When we meet someone, we're constantly judging. How we respond to them depends on how we feel. Always, that's happening. If you have these repressed memories, then they can still have some kind of influence on the way you're interacting with the world in quite negative ways. And so you have to kind of bring them up and process them properly and form more adapting or more positive construction of these models of these and memories. So it is useful, I think, to kind of release these repressed memories, but at the same time, it can become dangerous, opening these floodgates. So it should always be done with some experience.
Wow. When we were talking about having these triggers that unlock deep buried memories, I remember that happened to me the other day. I was walking down the street, and one of my neighbors had their garage door open and was doing laundry, and I got this pungent smell. It was a good smell. Yet it was this smell that I haven't smelled in like 25 years or like 20 years. And it brought me and it put me right back in the last situation I was in where I smelled that smell. And it was like this girl's house during high school. I was like hanging out in her bedroom, and I remember specifically being there because that smell was always in her bedroom. And it literally just shot me back into that part of my life. It was so weird. And I kept wanting to go back because I would forget about it as soon as it went away, or I would have trouble recollecting it again. So I'd walk back past it, and it would shoot me right back into that memory. It's so strange.
Yeah, smell it's so evocative. I will smell a perfume of an ex,
Yes,
long time ago.
right.
We're talking maybe 25 years ago when I was with this individual. I hadn't seen him in more than 2 decades.
Right.
And yeah, when I smell that scent, instantly, it's
associated with that one person. It always will be.
Yes. It's so weird too because like I had no idea that memory even still existed in my brain. Right. Like it's like I think my hard drive's full because all this stuff I do and like I don't have room for any more memories.
Yeah.
But like that, the fact that memory came up from that smell was just mind blowing. Like I hadn't thought about that smell in over 20 years.
Yeah. Smells do elicit very strong, very strong emotional responses. I mean, this is important, of course, in our.
But it's not with like sight or like noises so much. Maybe a little bit.
But smell directs to very deep centers of the brain. I mean, you can imagine if you smell like putrefying flesh, the response to that is pretty strong, right? If you open the refrigerator and you have some shrimp in there that you've left in there for a month, it's like instantaneous and it's recoiling. It's a reflex response. This is appalling. It's a sense of disgust. Right? And that's obviously so important in our for us to survive, to be able to recognize rotten food, eating huge mistake of eating rotten food, that you can die, right? And the same positive sense, things that smell nice for reasons as well. Fruit smells nice, right? These kind of scents. So this is why we have these scents, these hardwired deep areas of the brain can elicit emotions are also highly connected to memories. So you can imagine you're setting off, you're triggering this emotional and memory circuitry with certain smells. And that's why when you smell something that was emotionally charged to you, right? So you don't get this effect if you went to, I don't know, something kind of mundane that was not particularly important to you 20 years ago. It's had a character of smell. When you smell that, probably nothing will happen. And you're like, oh my God, that smelled like that studio I went in 5 minutes, 20 years ago, right? But if you, as I said, with like a relationship, when there's a strong, whether it's positive or negative, strong emotional, because emotions are important in forming memories, right? If you get yourself in a bad situation where you're frightened, right? Let's say you get robbed down a particular dark alley somewhere in, I don't know, wherever. At that point, your brain knows, okay, this is something I need to remember. If you're scared, you need to remember this. It's clearly something that your brain has to hardwire so that if you get yourself in the same situation again, that you know how to respond. So often, if you avoid that dark alley for the rest of your life, and every time you go down there, if you go down there accidentally, the brain's going, it recognizes the structure of the space and it activates this emotion. So sometimes you have this gut feeling. I don't like the feel of this. The brain has made some deep processing that's unconscious to you. You don't recognize it. It's not up here. The brain has made that connection. This is bad. And you get that gut feeling, a feeling in your gut, that emotional response. I need to get out of here, right? That's not an accident. It's not psychic abilities. It's the brain. It's a deep processing that's gone on. And if there was a particular smell associated with that as well, that's going to activate this pathway. And these emotions that are associated with it. So this is why smell is so
it's so fascinating too how rare that happens. I mean, that does happen. It's so profound too. Like whenever that happens to me, it's like I want to talk about it to everyone. Like, have you ever had that? Have you experienced this? It's such a rare thing that modern humans encounter.
Exactly. Well, we don't rely so much on smell anymore. I guess that's why. But other animals might be very different to them. They would use that circuitry much more than we do. But sometimes when there's a smell that's connected to something quite emotional, that memory, that circuitry is laid down, and will remain there for a long time. It could be decades. So also, this is kind of interesting. When I was young, just a little kid, maybe 8 years old. I had two twin brothers, not my twins, they were twins, younger than me. They got really sick. I used to fucking love jelly. You would call it jello.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like, seriously, I used to, whenever I went to my grandma's, she would always have a big bowl of jelly made. My mum would always make jelly because it's fucking cheap, right? It's cheap. But I absolutely loved it. And anyway, I came home one evening, my little brothers, they had the flu. They were really sick. And my mum said, oh, I made this bowl of jelly for you. I went down to the kitchen, quaffed down this big bowl of jelly. The next morning, I caught the flu and I became sick, like really sick. I could never eat jelly. Really? Yes. Why is that? Yeah.
It's the smell.
It's simply because your brain associates emotion. Your brain associates not just emotion here, but if you eat a certain type of food and you become sick, your brain makes the connection. This food made me sick. Do not eat this food ever again. Yeah?
Yep.
Again, this goes deep into our evolutionary history. Very important. If you make a mistake eating bad food, don't do it again. Yep.
It's the same thing with when I go to a restaurant, I get food poisoning.
Right.
Same thing. I will never go to that restaurant. I've been to Burger King since I got food poisoning in like 2015.
There you go, right? So sometimes that mistake that connection is erroneous. The Jello didn't make me ill. The brain doesn't know the difference. It's better to have a false positive in this sense than a false negative. So after that, now I can eat it a little bit, but I don't have any desire to eat it. But since then, when I've certainly throughout my childhood, I went from absolutely fucking loving this delicious sweet jelly to being repulsed by it. Wow, yeah. So it's powerful. Emotions, the way the brain works. There are some really deep, old mechanisms that are designed to keep us alive. And they still function, even though in this case it destroyed my love, the love of my life at the time.
Okay, it probably made you healthier.
Yeah.
Now, isn't there some like I know the stories of like Jolly West, Sidney Gottlieb, and the MK Ultra stuff, and the Charles Manson stuff, where they were studying basically how to make people became more suggestible when they were under the influence of psychedelics, and they were able to manipulate them in different ways. Is this using this same process you're talking about, where it kind of like softens the whole world structure of the human brain?
Got it. Yeah, exactly. So it's the same, presumably. Anyway, it's the same process going on. You have this highly manipulatable, if there's such a word, brain in many ways, and it could be information driven throughout the organisation, essentially information from the environment, but it could also be ideas that's going into the brain, and they can reorganise, if you like, neural activity. So the brain becomes globally or broadly susceptible to inputs. I'll explain that.
Yeah, so there's that story that from when I think Jolly West was involved with the elephant. Are you familiar with that one? Jolly, you'd have to look it up. Look up Jolly West. He killed an elephant with LSD, I think. He gave an elephant an enormous amount of LSD, and something happened. And he did all these experiments. This one was he was proud of this one. I read about it in Tom O'Neill's book Chaos, where he basically explained with that book. Tom O'Neill, he was an investigative reporter who was tasked to write an article for, I think it was the 20th anniversary of the Manson murders, and it ended up being a 20-year story he did, and he basically got sued by the publications that he was hired by when he refused to stop reporting on it because he just kept finding all of these holes in the case, these gaping holes, and he eventually got connected to this clinic in Ashbury, where it was a CIA-funded clinic where they were giving people LSD and amphetamines. And there was these research papers where these two guys were doing giving these hippies LSD and giving them amphetamines, and like studying all the stuff. And Jolly West was connected to this clinic, and Jolly West was the guy who did that experiment on, there it is, the LSD-related death of the elephant. One of the more unusual incidents in West's career took place in August 1962. He and two co-workers attempted to investigate the phenomenon of, what does that say? Muscle in elephants? I can't read it. In elephants by doing Tusco, a bull elephant at the Lincoln Park Zoo in Oklahoma City with LSD. They expected that the drug would trigger a state of similar. What is that word, Michael? Must. M-U-S-T-H. Instead, the animal began to have seizures for 5 minutes after the LSD was administered. Beginning 20 minutes later, West and his colleagues administered the antipsychotic promazine hydrochloride. They injected a total of 2,800 milligrams over 11 minutes. The large promazine dose was not effective and may have contributed to the animal's death. It died an hour and 40 minutes after the LSD was given. But yeah, so he's being interviewed by Tom in his book about Charles Manson, and he's like bragging about how he killed that elephant with LSD. And he was just fascinated by, like, he would go live in dormitories with students and like be like giving them, like, they would all be doing LSD. They're a part of this crazy new movement. It was like in the 60s. He was a wild character, but I don't know where I was going with that. But like suggestibility, yeah, the suggestibility part of it with like Manson and his followers, and then like he was this just wild, charismatic guy who knew how to talk, and when you give, and he was giving his followers LSD, and he wasn't necessarily taking it himself, and it's wild what can be done to the human mind in that kind of setting.
Sure, I mean, with LSD, even if you take it on your own, you can have some kind of rather wild ideas and thought processes that often seem quite profound at the time. When you kind of come back to a more focused, rational state, you realize actually that's not as profound as I imagined it was. Right. You gain some insight. All right, yeah. But if you have someone reinforcing this when you're in a psychedelic state, whatever message they want to imprint to you, I imagine this can be quite effective as a tool of so-called mind control.
And what about, I'm curious too, because they were doing amphetamine studies. Are you familiar with what amphetamines do to the brain?
Yeah, I mean, so this might have been the same study. I mean, Ken Kesey, who wrote on the Cuckoo's, yes, he was in a medical trial. It was probably around the same time, and he was given LSD. He was also given alpha methyl tryptamine, IT290 at the time. It was described as a super amphetamine, but it wasn't actually a super. It wasn't actually an amphetamine. But yeah, so I mean, amphetamines, they work completely differently than psychedelics. They release noradrenaline and dopamine, particularly into certain areas of the cortex. So you have these. So when dopamine is released, it's kind of taken back up. It's kind of vacuumed back up into the neurons, released from the neuron, and vacuumed back up through these special transporters that kind of terminate its action, which basically allows the brain to kind of control the levels of dopamine that are active. What amphetamine does is it switches these channels, these pumps, if you like, back to reverse, so they start pumping dopamine out of the neuron. So it floods the brain with dopamine. And that makes you feel fucking good. The noradrenaline has this neurostimulatory effect, the same effect on neuroadrenaline as well. causes neurostimulatory effect. Dopamine causes euphoria. So you can imagine, right, you have this combination, kind of semi-speculative here. If you've got a combination of amphetamines that are making you feel good, this LSD, which is loosening up and making the brain more suggestible, you're receiving these messages, you're feeling fucking great. It's telling the brain this message is fantastic, like you just found the most delicious food or something, right? Right. This flood of dopamine, feeling great. So you can imagine, like, you get this association perhaps between this message, which is becoming imprinted in the brain, and this sense of euphoria and elation and stimulation. It's like, oh my God, this is it. This is the message. This is God speaking to me. You can imagine that kind of happening with yeah. So that might explain it.
That's what Hamilton described on this podcast. He described a situation where he was going to a shoot, he had to take an Adderall, basically because he was flying across the world, and then he took to help himself go to sleep, took some sort of psychedelic, I forget what it was, Gaboxidol. And he said he had the craziest trip of his life.
Yeah, so that's not a psychedelic. You shouldn't have psychedelics. It's a completely different mechanism. But it's like completely different receptors. But in high doses, apparently, it was news to me at the time, kind of like profound psychedelic effects. There were a number of ways, actually, that you could reach these different types of psychedelic effects. The brain doesn't have to be stimulation of these 5-HT2A receptors. Molecules like salvinorin, they also can have effects that are reality-tearing effects that can really take you to another fucking world, but they work completely differently. It's a remarkable molecule. This salvinorin was isolated from this single plant, what was a very rare plant in the wild that grows in these cloud forests in southern Mexico. The only plant of its kind that produces these, the only plant in the world that produces this particular molecule that looks nothing like the classic psychedelic. It's a completely different mechanism. Nobody predicted, and yet when its discoverer, Daniel Siebert, so this salvia divinorum has been used traditionally for a long time, and normally it's there are a number of ways to consume it. But often you would take the leaves, you would roll them into a cigar and just chew them gradually over a number of quite a long time. And this salvinorin molecule is absorbed into your bloodstream and generates this psychedelic effect. But we didn't know until it was the early 90s what the psychedelic component was of this molecule. Daniel Siebert, who's kind of a salvia aficionado, he's the man when it comes to psychedelics. He made this extract of salvia divinorum, a very pure extract, it turns out. We didn't know this at the time. It's like 80% pure salvinorin. And he smoked just a small amount, again, a couple of milligrams, but simply a small amount. He was instantaneously catapulted. He was taken out of the body. He found himself in these impossibly strange worlds. His reality was torn apart, obliterated in a second. It was a horrifying experience for him, but he developed, he discovered the psychedelic essence of salvia divinorum, so in many ways he was related.
What else did he say about that world?
Well, he describes it, you can find it on the internet, I forget the details, but so the thing about salvia is salvinorin, particularly the isolated molecule, is that it's very different to DMT. It takes you to, like DMT, in high doses, it takes you to incredibly strange worlds with very strange kind of geometry, populated world filled with intelligent beings, often more malevolent, but there seems to be a greater propensity for negative experiences with self. Most people don't like it. Most people who do purified salvinorin never repeat their experience. Some do. Some psychonorm head cases. They really kind of get into it. But he found himself being propelled through many different types of worlds, over about 15 minutes, possibly bizarre worlds, until finally he kind of came back. What's kind of, I think, quite frightening about deep Salvadoran states is what I call existential absoluteness. Once you're in that space is all that's ever existed. Any memory, any connection to your humanness in this world is gone. It's completely gone. You've no memory of it. You've no memory of ever taking a drug. Nothing has been brought. You were in this space, and you've always been in this space, and you will always be in this space. And to me, that thought is horrifying. Not having a thread back to reality, back to, or should I say, not having a thread to the normal waking world and your existence prior, just finding yourself in this existentially absolute space that is not necessarily a nice space. It's not like going to heaven. Right?
What would you say has happened?
Okay, so there's a deep part of the cortex. So the classic psychedelics, they work the cortex. I spoke about these pyramidal cells, right? So it's stimulating these pyramidal cells during the cortex, deep below the cortex. Now, underneath the cortex, you have this very important but relatively small part of the brain called the claustrum. And the claustrum is like the
What is produced?
yes, but completely different. Same word, but completely different. And the claustrum is, well, we don't fully understand the claustrum. There are still like conferences devoted to understanding the claustrum. That's that, yeah. We know about it for a long time, but we don't really understand it. But it seems to be an orchestrator of cortical function. It's a global inhibitor. It keeps your the construction of your world model keeps neural activity constrained. It's constantly sending out inhibitory signal, keeping the brain under control. That's what it's doing all the time. It's like a conductor of an orchestra. Yes, it's telling conducting an orchestra, it's controlling which instruments are sounding, which ones should be quiet, which ones need to be loud. It's controlling the flow of the music from moment to moment. Now imagine a claustrum doing that in your brain, but with your world model being constructed by your cortex. It's telling which parts of the brain need to be quiet, which ones need to become activated, and then quieting down so other parts can become active. It's constantly maintaining this control over the flow of cortical states from moment to moment. Yeah. Now, what happens when you consume salvinorin? Well, salvinorin binds to a type of receptor called the kappa opioid receptor. The same family of receptors that morphine binds to, right? But completely different. Now, these kappa opioid receptors, they inhibit the neurons which they activate the kappa opioid receptor. Basically, it shuts down the neuron. There are lots of these kappa opioid receptors across the body. So when you take salvinorin, it binds strongly to these kappa opioid receptors and it shuts down the claustrum. So it's like shooting the conductor of the orchestra in the head. Yeah, and the orchestra just goes wild, you know what to do, right? And so your brain is like a release mechanism, whereas the classic psychedelics are stimulating the brain directly. Yeah, stimulating the cortex by binding these fibrate T2A receptors. Salvinorin is shutting down the orchestra, the conductor, and it's employing this release mechanism. It releases the cortex from claustral control of the right claustrum. And this is why you get these wild patterns of urgent activity.
So there's no string back to our current reality.
There you go. That could be it. I mean, we don't really understand why it has certain qualities, but that's kind of a broad explanation of why the salvia provided from your subjective perspective, why your role models completely disrupted. Completely novel patterns of cortical activity begin to emerge, and that is experienced by you as this a complete shifting of your body. Everything breaks apart, brand new patterns of your activity start to emerge, and it's the experience of this reality tearing world shift effect. Very dramatic.
Has anybody ever used psychedelics or any of these other drugs to, like, talk a little bit ago about like how you can reconstruct somebody's loop that they're stuck in, like with depression or reliving suppressed traumatic memories and sort of break them out of it. But like it seems like this is all very much connected to plasticity, like neuroplasticity. Has anyone ever utilized any of this stuff to like learn new things? Like to, for example, learning Japanese for the first time, because you essentially sort of like loosen up those cortical columns and those neurons and introduce something new or like a new way of looking at the world, and then let kind of relearn or retrain your mind in some way.
Yeah. I mean, certainly the way that we view the world can sometimes impede the rigidities, the kind of these very strict, rigid models that we've constructed, ways of thinking about things, ways of approaching problems. Yes, this can become quite embedded, quite rigid. And in this sense, that's kind of a good thing. We want to be able to approach a problem that's worked in the past, for example, in a specific way. And that 95% of the time, or whatever, that's going to work for you. But what happens when you're faced with a problem you can't solve? It's like, what do I do now? And it's very difficult to get out of that rigid way of approaching something. And so you take a psychedelic, it loosens that up. It allows your brain to explore more possibilities, and perhaps arrive at a novel solution to the problem. And that's why I think psychedelics are so useful for creativity. We get in our own way. I think, a lot of the time. When you're trying to, if you're a musician, for example, find yourself, I'm not a musician, but I guess if you find yourself going through the same chord progressions, or you can't let yourself go. And I was speaking, actually, coincidentally, today with the airport in Palm Springs, a musician who uses low doses of psilocybin to write a gram. Super psychedelic, it's a pretty good amount. Well, maybe. For me. Maybe for me. But it's he still has connects, right? He still has conversation, he still think. But everything's loosened up and it allows him to become much more free in the music that he's making. You can think of new ideas a lot easier. He gets out of his way because the brain is capable of exploring novel routes. It gets out of these embedded, rigid routes that the brain has kind of established over time, and into novel areas. So you can imagine it being useful for art, or even like architecture, stories of architects going into a room, taking 50 micrograms of LSD and spending time with a problem, coming out with an interesting solution. Francis Crick, who discovered the structure of the DNA molecule, reported much later on that he was using LSD at the time. And he had a vision of his double helix structure. And that was, solidly certainly one of the most important scientific discoveries of the last century. No doubt about it. So, you might find that LSD carried molecules that the TCR reaction. Yeah, he also was a user of LSD, and he said actually that what LSD was TCR reaction. So psychedelics can certainly be useful in bringing creativity to what are otherwise quite rigid and strict disciplines such as science or mathematics or mathematics.
John Mack studies?
Oh yeah.
And his interviews with people and talking to people who had encounters like with beings and UFOs. So Karen Mullis described a lot of these weird encounters with like paranormal encounters where he would like have like there was one specific where he walked out into the woods and encountered some dark like evil entities, and the next thing he knew, he woke up in his bed and it was the next day. So like he had a lot of these weird experiences.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, same with psychedelics because you're. I mean, obviously we're getting into really, really speculative territory now. Yeah, when we kind of start to think about the connection between the work that John Mack did with abductees and the experiences of people who take DMT. Some people would say there's no relationship here, but even John Mack, towards the end of his life, was tragically cut short by a car in London, right?
Right.
Yeah.
You look at the wrong way.
James Fox, yeah. So John Mack, toward the end of his life, he started to think that he's, first of all, he was a very eminent psychiatrist. He was not by any stretch of the imagination. By all of his analyses, these individuals who were reporting being abducted were not insane. They weren't crazy people. They had these experiences. Now, the question is, what was going on? Were they being physically lifted from their beds and carried in ships, waiting for some gardens, or was something strange going on? And I think John Mack began to believe from recent writings that there was something else going on, something beyond the physical. There was some interaction between these beings, wherever they are, and the individual, the abductees' minds. Perhaps they weren't being physically taken from their beds, but actually they were manipulating neurotransmitters, perhaps. So,
Like these beings, these gray aliens, could be similar to the elves people see on DMT.
it's possible, yeah. We just don't know, but I think there's a much closer relationship to the UFO experiences, but that's much broader than UFO experiences, alien experiences, alien abduction experiences, and DMT than many people have considered. Interestingly, I was just up in Palm Springs over the last couple of days, and I met, so you know J. Allen Hynek, of course. Yes, he came up with the Close Encounters. So I met his son, Paul Hynek, who's a really great guy, and we became friends kind of instantly. And he heard about my work, and I was very pleasantly surprised that there were so many people, including Paul, no longer consider the alien phenomenon to be restricted to wet, brain, physical beings coming from the planet. There is some other, shall we say, other dimensional or trans-dimensional or choose your word. You don't really know where these beings might be coming from or the relationship between their reality and our reality. But he seems to be something non-physical. That he's become very, very interested in DMT because it reliably grants access to what is often described as a hyper-technological domain filled with extremely intelligent beings, exactly the kind of being you might imagine as being far more advanced intelligence, far more advanced alien intelligence. What would that look like? Now, okay, so this takes a little bit of getting to. We could just kind of accept that and say, oh, maybe people seeing earlier, maybe there is this relationship between alien intelligence that other people have been describing UFO phenomenon community and the DMT experience. But to me, that's not satisfactory. I want to know
why that relationship might exist, and why should there be this connection here. So I go back to thinking about the progression of advancement of civilizations, right? So let's take our civilization. We are humans. We use this wet brain, carbon water-based creatures that exist on this earth, obviously. And so far, for most people, when they think about aliens, they think about other wet brain carbon or something based beings that exist like us on a different planet. You know, it's pretty naive in a way to think like that, but that's how we have imagined it for a long time. Because that's all we know. That's all we know what intelligence looks like. It looks like ours. It looks similar to ours. It's physically placed in this universe. But actually, I think that is a grave error that we're making here for a number of reasons. And this isn't kind of a fringe or cranky, goody position that I'm taking. It's many physicists and astrobiologists and philosophers have thought about this. If we're looking for life, other intelligence elsewhere, i.e. not on Earth, what's the best way to look for it? What's the best way to kind of make contact with this intelligence? And so far, we've been firing electromagnetic pulses into the sky. I hope we look at some findings in 25,000 years or something from some other distant star system. But that's kind of a stupid idea. Terence McKenna, what he said, to search expectantly for a radio signal from a distant civilization is a culture-bound presumption to search the galaxy for a good Italian restaurant. Right? It's a great line, right? You know, we're so limited in our thinking, the idea that these aliens, these advanced intelligences, would be using radio signals. But I think it's even worse than that, because we think about the progression of intelligent civilization. We have a number of phases. To me, I break it up into three phases. We have what I call pre-technological phase. So this is us, more than 100 or so years ago. We weren't thinking of, in a really intelligent way at least, about communicating with other intelligences. We weren't doing it. We didn't have the ability to do it. We can send radio signals, right? So we can kind of forget about those civilizations, other civilizations at that level of advancement. There's no way we can communicate without physically going to their planet and finding them, because they don't have the technology either, right? Then we have us. We are in this technological phase. We can conceive of other intelligences elsewhere. We can conceive of how we might communicate with them. We can even think about how we might ultimately leave planet Earth, how we might even transcend our biology. Even that is something that's strongly considered now to become a form of artificial intelligence. The idea of uploading our consciousness or something into some computational structure, right? That's already an idea, and according to people like physicist Paul Davies, philosopher Susan Schneider, writing about this, it's their contention that once a civilization reaches the level of advancement where they can conceive of transcending their biology, becoming post-biological, there's probably only a few hundred years of doing so, right? So we can no longer be physical intelligences using a physical wet brain and body to kind of instantiate our civilization. We would become post-biological. And so that means, right, that if you think about all the intelligences elsewhere in the cosmos, the number of intelligences that are within our technological phase, it's a very narrow temporal window, right? Maybe a few hundred years. Once an intelligence reaches a technological phase, they're probably only a few hundred years from transcending their biology entirely. Yeah, going post-biological. Talk about what I mean by post-biological. But what that would mean is that they would be completely transparent to any mode of communication we have. Beyond, we couldn't even conceive of an intelligence that become post-biological at all. And so focusing our attention on technological beings that are sufficiently technologically advanced but still in physical, wet-brain, carbon-based forms is restricting research to probably, I don't want to give a number, but a very small proportion of the intelligence in the cosmos. The vast majority of intelligence in the cosmos is likely to be post-biological, completely transparent to information. So what does post-biological mean? So there are a number of ways of thinking about the advancement of civilization, intelligent civilization like that. So the Kardashev scale, the Kardashev scale is a way of looking at the progression of advancement of civilization based upon how they harvest energy. So you have like type 1, type 2, type 3 Kardashev civilizations. I've heard that. Yeah, right. So you've got type 1 Kardashev civilization, which I think can control all of the energy of their host planets, their great planets, right? So we're kind of before that. We're like a type 0. Type 0, right? Yeah, we're not even there yet. And you can think of intelligence that can control the energy of the nearest star in the solar system, right? That would be a type 2. You do something like that. And you can expand that to intelligence that can control the energy of the entire galaxy. Keep going further and further outwards to larger and larger scales. Yeah? And you can imagine a civilization that can control and manipulate entire galaxies, entire universes. Imagine at higher and higher ends, this Kardashev scale has been kind of extrapolated quite a bit. But imagine a civilization that can control the entire universe, perhaps even an entire multiverse, able to actually create and destroy universes at will. We have no idea what intelligence like that looks like, right? But this is how you progress in one direction. But actually, if you really think about how human civilization is progressing, we're not so much thinking about moving more and more outwards. Yeah, okay, let's talk about populating Mars or whatever. But actually, most of our effort is directed not at larger scales, but at smaller scales. Yeah? So think of the large hadron, the hadron collider. Yeah, we're more and more interested in nanoscale, even smaller than that, manipulating much lower scales of reality. Chemistry, what is that? Manipulating molecules. Then down to atoms, manipulating subatomic particles, or the interactions with subatomic particles. That's something we also kind of do, which is to a certain extent. But you can imagine going deeper and deeper and deeper. That tends to be actually the progression of intelligent civilization. Tends to be deeper and deeper down reality. That's where we're trying to get. That's what the Large Hadron Collider is about. It's about understanding the fundamental structure of our reality. You can imagine this deeper and deeper and deeper. Ultimately, you'll get to the ground reality, whatever that is. Once you develop an understanding of that, and you're far from that, I would say. When you think about then, well, what do we do with that? How do we become a post-biological civilization? I don't think what you're going to do is kind of run. People might imagine some like stacks of servers stacked on the nearest moon, kind of running civilization on computation. Again, this is very human-centric when you think about it, right? It's not going to be like that. It's more likely to be that the civilization intelligence will instantiate themselves at the lowest level of reality, exploiting the fundamental computational structure of reality. That's where they're going. They're going deep down. They're not expanding to larger and larger scales. They're going deep down to the fundamental ground of reality. That's where they kind of left this scale of reality, and they're deep down, and they are practically invisible. We have no fucking idea. It's completely impossible to comprehend or to conceive intelligence like that would look like. John Barrow, the cosmologist, invented a term he called it the micro-dimensional masculine scale. Okay, very mainstream famous cosmologists addressed this. So the micro-dimensional masculine scale is that opposite of the partition. If you're looking at the development of civilization down, deeper down. Yeah, who's that? Status quo. Down, yeah, anyway. So yeah, down, deeper down. And get to these, so it starts at type 1 minus, opposite the culture, type 1 minus, type 2 minus, okay. And even there's this civilization called the type omega minus, right? So that they have got right down to the fundamental ground of reality, and they are substantiating themselves right down there. That's where they are. There's no way we know how they communicate with them. We have no idea what they look like. We have no idea what kind of worlds they construct for themselves. We know nothing about them, but if that is our kind of destiny in a sense, and if that's the destiny of all successful intelligent civilizations is to achieve that, then the vast majority of intelligences within our universe are likely to be something like that. The vast majority of intelligence is likely like 99%, just don't know, right? It would be inconceivably strange. You can't imagine they would in a sense be everywhere, but nowhere at the same time. And then you think, wait a minute, that's true. What's happening in this moment is completely into this hyperdimensional world, super intelligent being, highly complex, constructed in organic space. Is there a possibility that we are somehow incorrect? This type of mega minus civilization. Is that what's going on? That's the question for me, because I think to myself, how would we communicate with some intelligence like this? Whereas, we can't send up lasers. It seems like we can't do anything. But then I thought, well, it's the most obvious way for them to communicate with us if they chose to would be using our brains. Because, why? Because the brain receives information directly, and it can use that information to construct the world. And so you can imagine us being able to the flow of information is gated from this other domain that sits around about reality everywhere right now. Our brain could begin to construct a model of that reality that allows us to literally enter their world, experience their world, that allowed our brain to construct a model of their world. So that's where I'm leaning toward. We take these intelligences seriously as it seems to me it would be something like that, a world that has a very close, for us, incomprehensible and ununderstandable relationship to our reality. That is where I think we might be finding. That's why I think DFT might grant access to this. Quantum computing could perhaps help us to communicate with beings that are operating on atoms, right? That's possible, but again, we're talking probably several layers lower than atoms. I don't really know. We call them certain things, like atoms, that's just fundamentally something we know. But actually, it could be many levels below that. We just don't understand the fundamental structure of reality. And so there's the problem. We don't understand how these other realities, our relationship to these other post-biological domains where these type of mega minus civilization might reside. And so so going back to what I said before, right, the DMT or other psychedelics, when they enter the brain, they create this hot state, where the brain is much more susceptible to incoming information, to the information-driven reorganization. So that would be precisely the state in which the brain would be susceptible to receiving information somehow. And I think it would be at the lowest level of reality this information is coming in. somehow into our brain. Everything is coming through more coming from the senses, certainly. The brain is, this information is entering the brain and reorganizing. I always say, you don't break through to the DMT world. The DMT world breaks through into you. It is taking control of your world building machinery and using your world building machinery to construct its world. You're not going anywhere. You don't need to go anywhere. All that needs to happen is information flow into your brain. And your brain, which is a world building machine, as I said, to construct a model of that.
Do you think people like Alan Hynek and Terry Mullis could have the ability, just people like them who could have the ability to tap into this without psychedelics?
Possibly, yeah. I'm not saying necessarily. DMT seems to be the most efficient. It seems to cause, unlike the other psychedelics, which create this, as I said, this very hot state of the brain. With DMT, it seems to go past this, transcends this state. You get this sudden reorganization of the emergent patterns of activity in the cortex. And this seems to be the reason we don't understand. Makes the brain even more susceptible to information driven reorganization, if that's what's actually happening. Right? Well, this is speculative. I'm not saying yes, when you take DMT, you're communicating with advanced post-biological civilizations instantiated in the ground of reality. I'm not saying that's true, but I'm trying to find the connection there. We do take these entities seriously. I think we need to. I don't think it's simple to explain their presence within the DMT state. I don't think it's simple. I don't think it's easy to simply explain them away as hallucinations, as archetypal structures from the collective unconscious. There seems to be something much more profound going on here. These beings, they have clear intent to go into the space. They're waiting for you. You get to work, right? You get to work on you. They're expecting you. They welcome you, and they have an agenda. They have an agenda, and it seems to be far more than your brain just making it up. Your brain doesn't really, in my opinion at least, doesn't seem to have this ability to model these hyper-complex, hyper-dimensional realities for these beings that bear no relationship to anything in the whole world. Do you think that we need to actually take seriously? I say this as somebody who is something of a sober neuroscientist. I'm not one of these people who says, oh, it's the spirit world, it's the astral plane. I always avoid that because there's no explanation there for me. As you say, go to the astral plane. Well, what's the connection? How does that work? What's the connection? So I'm looking for some kind of coherent explanation for what's going on. I haven't found it in the orthodox paradigm of modern neuroscience at all. I read the interpretations, I read the explanations of the empty hallucination. That doesn't make sense to me. They're far too complex, they're far too coherent. It's just being made up by the brain. But at the same time, I don't think that we can explain it in terms of archetypal structures as well. I think there's something completely non-human going on that has no relationship to either modern or ancestral humans. There's nothing in our evolutionary past, our historical past, that can explain why people are seeing these types of non-human, extremely advanced intelligences. So I think we have to start with at least entertaining the idea that there's something far, far stranger going on.
It's also that Hynek and Mullis and Jack Parsons, like the father of rocket science. Jack Parsons is like one of the most, I think, Werner von Braun attributed a lot of his discoveries to Jack Parsons. Jack Parsons was hanging out with Aleister Crowley and L. Ron Hubbard.
There you go.
And there's like this deep, and Alan Hynek was obsessed with, I never know how to pronounce it, esoteric?
Well, I would say, what would I say? What would you say? Esoteric?
I've said esoteric before, but I think it's esoteric.
So esoteric or esoteric or esoteric depends. Like tomato, tomato.
Right.
I say tomato, you say tomato.
Right. Okay.
I say potato, you say potato. I don't say potato. Everyone says potato. But yeah,
He was obsessed with the esoteric stuff. And even Jacques Vallée, when Diana went into his apartment in San Francisco, she said he had a library full of these esoteric texts and these texts on and these books on angels and demons. And he had this book that he gave her all about the history of Satan. And he said, "You need to understand this book."
yeah, Vallée was very interesting, and I was actually Paul Hynek quoted from Vallée or something, paraphrased from it. Vallée said that if this phenomenon turns out to just be extraterrestrials from another planet, you would find that incredibly disappointing. It seems to be something far, far more than that. But we just don't have the cognitive toolkit, I think, to actually grasp what's going on here, what these civilizations are, what they look like, what is their relationship between our world. We don't even know what our fucking reality is really built from. So the idea that we have a kind of a full grasp on other worlds or whatever. I mean, the idea of other worlds or parallel universe, other dimensions, that's pretty standard cosmology or pretty standard theoretical physics. No one would rule that out, that there are other realities or whatever that might even be populated. Where you get into trouble, I think, with physics is making the claim that there is a possibility that there could be some interaction between those worlds and our worlds. But I always said, I don't agree with that because we don't understand. We don't even understand our reality. So the idea that we understand what is or isn't possible in terms of interaction between our reality and some other reality, we haven't got that information. So if we do, if you do meet beings that are apparently extremely intelligent, clearly quite aware of the fact that they're extremely intelligent, extremely advanced, you have to think, well, maybe they are who they say they are. We don't understand how we are establishing communication, why when you perturb the brain with a simple plant like wood, it allows it, grants access to their domain, gates the flow of information from the domain to our brain. We don't understand that, how we look at that. But that doesn't mean that it's impossible. It doesn't mean we can rule it out to say that's not a reasonable, feasible explanation. Because it could be if we just don't understand that deep connection, deep relationship in our reality.
When it comes to John Mack and his book, his abduction book, he's interviewing all of these experiencers. What do you make of that and what those people are experiencing? Because they're all talking about experiencing the same things, very, very similar things.
Yeah, that's what kind of attracted me when I first read Abduction, the first of John Mack's books that I've read. I was as struck by the fact that this is not just some kook. It's not just a collection of experiences. These are experiences that have been reported to one of the world's most preeminent psychiatrists, Harvard psychiatrists, who didn't really want to get involved in this abduction stuff. You can imagine. He took a lot of academic stick for this. I mean, people wanted it out of his job. It was destroying the reputation of Harvard University by pursuing it. But he was convinced, and he obviously went into this assuming that they were psychologically disturbed. These were hallucinations. Carl Sagan, I remember Carl Sagan, John Mack said, Carl Sagan said to him, they're just hallucinating, John. And John said, what the fuck do you know about hallucinations? So that's what he had to deal with, people who didn't have his training, explaining away deep experiences that he himself could not explain not someone who's susceptible to being kind of taken in. You're hearing about disorders of consciousness, disorder of one's neurology. He found these people were both insane. What they reported happened to them because they were concerned this happened to them. And not only that, you read the book, it's absolutely clear that there are so many different commonalities that all describing the same kind of process of being taken up into these highly technological environment, beings that were confident, these particular, what appears to be reproductive agenda that they have, where they're trying to produce hybrid babies, apparently, and after people meeting their hybrid children, feeling great love for them, extremely traumatic, but coherent stories, and one abductee reporting this experience more than another. Eventually, I think you have to say, well, there's something going on. You can't say what it is. You can't say, okay, aliens are landing on the front lawn, going to the bedroom, and then that's a jump to fly. But at the same time, you can't really say they're just incredibly dismissive and disrespectful to John Mack's intellect, claim that he was being misled. He knew what he was doing. He knew what he was talking about. A trained psychiatrist. So if he thought there's something strange going on that we can't explain, then I don't want to appeal to authority here, but there's some people who are worth listening to, and some people aren't. John Mack is certainly worth listening to. So I tend to focus my attention on people who are worth listening to. John Mack is certainly one of those.
Yeah, and then, like we were talking just a minute ago, there's this collective consciousness of human beings where it's what's his name, Chardin's philosophy. You guys know Chardin? He basically had this philosophy that there was like the biosphere, like living beings create the biosphere of Earth, and then there's the neurosphere, which is like
Chardin, yeah.
Chardin.
I can't pronounce that. That's it, yeah. It's a bunch of things.
Yeah, yes. And this neurosphere is like human thought or human consciousness, how it's like this extra layer above the biology of us. And that it's like it permeates everywhere, right? It's like it's its own entity. And I think about that a lot when it comes to like technology and screens. And people see things like when Betty and Barney Hill were abducted right around that time. There was this TV program that came out that showed the gray alien being. I forget exactly what the name of the show was, but and then they like described it, and there's always other people describing it, and like more and more people talk about it. There's this collective consciousness or collective understanding of what this thing is, and that's what people use to argue against this, against what these people were experiencing.
Well, I think, if you think about this with the notice, right? Yeah. It's not so far away from what I was saying earlier about these, what John Barrett would call the type omega minus.
Right.
These are civilizations that transcend biology and shape themselves to construct reality and kind of everywhere to nowhere at the same time. That sounds kind of similar idea. So I don't think it's an excuse to dismiss these things at all, because it suggests that there is indeed what you call it. You might want to call it the collective unconscious, but I hate doing that because a lot of particularly DMT users are self-described. They say, okay, anything that we can't explain, any experience that is strange or unusual, we'll just put it into the collective unconscious. That's what it is. Yeah. It's really, really convenient, extremely convenient to toss things into the collective unconscious, which is often very poorly described or poorly defined anyway. So I need more. I need more of a mechanistic, clear explanation of what people mean. What do you say if they come from the collective unconscious? What is that? I have a very neurobiological interpretation of the collective unconscious. Because as I said before, we didn't. The brain wasn't really dropped to the earth ready to start building our modern realities, interacting with the environment. Something that evolved. There were certain patterns that developed in our ancestral history, some really basic, fundamental ways that we interact with the world. In relationship to your mother, for example. If you think about your mother, a good relationship, you have a good relationship, or have a good relationship with your mother, then it evokes certain feelings. There's certain ways of interacting with this figure or your mother. It generates a feeling of protection, of someone you want to move towards, remain with, right? These are basic, fundamental human interactions that are wired into our neural architecture, and they're deeply embedded. We're born with these. And when you can say the same about interacting with enemies in your life, how do you respond to them? Again, deeply wired, emotionally laden neural structures that we're all born with. In animals, we call them instincts. What are instincts? They are essentially they're instantiated by patterns of neural structures that have been honed and developed throughout evolution. You don't need to learn. You don't need to learn. But they're very simple models. They're basic models of how we interact with our environment and with other individuals in our environment. They're quite rigid. They're very strong, and you don't need to learn these things. They're quite simple models, really. You need to elaborate them. So for example, if you take a mouse, newborn mouse, or a set of mice running around in a cage, and you drop, and these mice have never had any exposure to any other animals. You drop a bunch of cat hairs into that cage. Those animals start, those mice start. They're very aware of this fur. They look at it, they don't want to approach it, they stop their kind of playing behavior. They're very curious, but they're very hesitant to go near this fur. It doesn't work a dog for them. Wow, right. So they didn't learn this is how you respond when the cat's the enemy. Yet it's embedded. So that is an embedded neural structure. Their relationship, the way that they interact with the cat is one of fear, it's one of avoidance. So these are basic models that we're all born with that. So imagine that with humans now. Slightly more complex, but still very simple models of the world and our interaction with agents in our environment that are absolutely critical for our survival. Interaction with your mother, so in the early stages of your life, that is essential. You will die if you don't know how to respond to your mother. You will die if you don't know how to respond to snakes. You will die if you don't know how to respond to other enemy tribes or whatever, right? So these are important. You have these. And so it's not surprising that these take the form of images. There's no images in your consciousness. This is an important thing. It should surprise some people. There are no images deep down. These are very simple models. Everything's about models. Everything's about models. The brain is constructing models from the lowest levels of the brain all the way up to the highest level. The most complex model is constructed in the cortex process. The model of your world, very adaptive, very flexible and fluid, constantly changing model. Then you have simpler models that go deeper. The deepest levels of the brain, you have models that allow you to control your blood pressure, control your heart rate, control your breathing rate. These are very rigid models, but they're very simple. They work. They have to work. If they fail, quite simple model of these basic interactions with other humans, for example, or certain animals. Why people are scared of spiders? I think they're scared of snakes. Yeah. But they're simple models. And we all carry them. That's collective. This is the collective unconscious, in my opinion. Right? It's not this magical, mystical domain that these beings are inhabiting. It's those universal inherent structures that give rise to certain images. So if I ask you to draw a mother, right, or something, or you would come up with something quite different to me. It would be based on your personal experience. Or if you were to describe a mother, it would have certain basic fundamental characteristics that would also be coloured by your own personal experience, right? But the model itself is actually very, 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 very simple. These are the archetypal structures, not images. They're basic patterns of neural connections, neural architecture that you are born with. Neurognostic structures are often described as. It's not a realm filled with creatures that are kind of living out their existence. That's not the collective unconscious, in my opinion. Just a set of universally inherited structures that come from our evolutionary past. So we can use the collective unconscious to explain why certain types of images might emerge. We cannot use these very simple, low-level, subcortical patterns of activity, these very simple models to explain why people see higher dimensional objects or why they see extremely advanced, intelligent civilizations existing within this inordinately complex space. That doesn't make sense. We're trying to create great complexity from what are actually very simple models. It doesn't make any sense to me that you can explain away these type of experiences as archetypal structures. Some people disagree with me on that, but I'm trying to find an explanation that makes sense to me as a neuroscientist, and appealing to the collective unconscious to explain anything that is otherwise inexplicable is a cop-out. It's a convenient place to drop things we can't explain. I just don't agree that's what the collective unconscious is.
What did you think about that video we watched about the basal ganglia? And Gary Nolan's talking about some people have a very hyperactive basal ganglia. Well, what was that? Yeah. I mean, obviously you didn't know anything about that going in.
No, I did. And I'd have to think about it a lot to come up with a semi-coherent response to that. But yes, we can look deeper into the brain, but we can't disconnect what we understand about the brain, which of course is limited. We don't know everything about what the brain is doing. We do at least know something about the way that the brain is constructed, the way that the brain evolved, and the way that the brain is constructed from these very simple models deep down into more complex models going on. The reason we have a cortex is to allow us to build very complex models. You can't build complex models, really complex models, certainly not the complexity of the models that are constructed at the cortical level, deep down in the structure. There's simply not the complexity there. So we have to be careful, I think, about appealing to these lower structures to explain away often anomalous experiences. But there might be relationships. There could be relationships disturbed. It's not all going on at the cortical level. You've got to perturb the behaviour of the subcortical structure as well. So the brain is connected. Everything's working together. You stimulate or you inhibit or you somehow disrupt certain areas of the brain. You can have completely unpredictable effects that are going on at the higher level where you're experiencing the world. So we saw with LSD, for example, where you get this effect on the cortex, but it also causes the release it inhibits these lower subcortical structures, like the hippocampus, for example, which is constantly sending memory information up into the cortex, so allowing that flood of information into the cortex. So the brain is a unified, highly complex system. And so often disrupting one part of the brain can have completely unpredictable effects that you never have predicted until you actually do it, until you actually look at it and think about what does that mean.
Okay, so let's go into your DMTX research. How did you get into this, and how the hell did you get funding for this? Like, this is beyond any sort of like clinical trial I have ever heard of.
Yeah, so, well, first of all, I didn't get any funding.
You funded it yourself.
I don't personally, it's always correct people. People always talk about my DMTX study or something. I don't do any DMTX studies. Like, I live in Tokyo. I don't work with give humans DMT or anything like that. So let me tell you the story. It'll make sense. Yeah. So as should be kind of clear by now, I do take seriously the idea that it's possible that we are indeed communicating with some kind of other intelligence, that the location and identity of your distinctions that have no idea about. I take that seriously. So then the question arises, well, what do we do about that? DMT reliably grants access to these intelligences, but it is very short acting. It's 5 minutes, easy straight. Go up roller coaster phase, burst through this breakthrough phase into this strange, very strange domain with these intelligences, and then suddenly, maybe just a few minutes later, might just be 3, 4, 5 minutes later, you're being dragged back down. Just as the state is starting to stabilize and you're starting to establish communication with these entities, you're being dragged back out. So it's not conducive to establishing stable two-way communication with whatever beings are in it. It's actually studying the space, studying these intelligences, developing some kind of relationship with these intelligences. Really learn about what they are. Again, if you take these intelligences seriously, you want to establish communication with them, want to understand and know where they're from. What's the relationship between us and them? You have to stop treating DMT like a god. Treat it like a technology. Technology that you develop. And that's the fundamentally important cognitive shift. Once you start treating DMT like a technology, then you think about, okay, what's the best way to use and develop this technology? It's a crazy way to put it, yeah? But it's right, yeah? Because then you free yourself from the idea that it's in the world. You think, okay, we use technology for entering this ultimate reality model, this ultimate world filled with these. How do we develop this technology? How do we improve upon methods of administration and utilization of this molecule? That's the key cognitive switch. So that switch happened to me. So I thought, okay, let's think about how we can improve this technology. So DMT is a fascinating molecule. Not just chemical effects, but also it has these what I call pharmacological peculiarities. Unlike the other classic psychedelics, as you said, very short acting. It is for most people merciful. Most people 5-10 minutes in that space, why not? Why not? But as I said, for extended journeying in that space, giving more time to interact with the people, study the space, map the space, look at the geometry, topology, dynamics of the space. You need more time. So how do we extend the time? Well, DMT, short acting, doesn't seem to have subjective tolerance. It's completely non-toxic.
What do you mean? Can you expand on the subjective tolerance part of it?
Yeah, so Rick Strassman, of course, did the largest study of DMT in humans in the 90s. He was jumping through a lot of who studied DMT, and he made it as boring as possible.
Didn't you do it for like schizophrenia? Didn't you get like the funding from the war on drugs or something?
He got, I can't tell you where he got the funding from. He must have right, that they might become something that's dull and uninteresting. So, of course, what came out of this was with all these trip reports, it became part of the book. He was spirit religious. That was the real study. That was genius. Oh yeah, absolutely. But one of the, as well as simply, so he injected like 60 volunteers, injected them with bonus DMT, injection all at once or within 30 seconds. So normal DMT trip, basically, they go into space, they're there for a few minutes, standard stuff. But one study that he did was to look at the subjective tolerance. So if you take something like LSD, if you take LSD on day one, have your LSD trip, say 100 micrograms. If you take the same dose the next day, you'll have a much more diminished experience. So I subjective tolerance down to a number of mechanisms going in the brain, like that is the case, but that's what you see. It's like a tolerance. Yeah, exactly. Tolerance. The reason we say subjective tolerance to the effects, we measure the intensity of the effects in the individual. They are diminished over time. Now, Rick Strassman wanted to test whether that was still the case with DMT. So if he injected some DMT and measured the intensity of the effects using this rating scales, and then injected them again 30 minutes later, what is the intensity of the effect? Does it get down? And he found it didn't go down. The intensity of the effect, but the effects remained the same no matter how many times he injected them which is kind of fascinating. But what that in itself is an interesting scientific result. It's another one of these interesting pharmacological peculiarities of GMT. It has this particular characteristic. But to me, this suggested that DMT could be utilized not by bolus injection, but you could actually infuse DMT into someone's bloodstream and actually maintain a stable brain DMT concentration. And the intensity of the subjective effects would remain constant because there's no subjective tolerance. Yes, and also because it's so rapidly metabolized and moved from the brain, it doesn't build up either. Yeah, so this technology is called target controlled intravenous infusion (TCIV). It's well established as a technology. It's been used for decades in anesthesiology. So in anesthesiology, once you put somebody under general anesthetic, what they don't do is inject the anesthetic and then put to sleep. The anesthetic will rise in the brain and then begin to fall. So they go to sleep, so they become unconscious, and then they will start. That's no good. You've got to hold someone unconscious for several hours. What you do instead is a very short-acting anesthetic drug with no subjective tolerance, so that you won't have to use the effects over time. You infuse it. You develop what's called a pharmacokinetic model. It's a mathematical model of the metabolism, distribution, the absorption, the excretion of the drug over time, which allows you to program this infusion device such that you can maintain a stable brain anesthetic drug concentration. You can push it deeper, you can bring it to a more shallow anesthetized state. You can have really quite good control. So this is well established technology in anesthesiology. And my thought was, well, let's repurpose that. Let's replace the anesthetic drug with DMT. We can develop a mathematical model, the same pharmacokinetic model that's been used for anesthetics, but use it, but created using the data from DMT. And we could Strassman have that data published. Measuring the blood levels of DMT over time. So we had a model, of the absorption, rise of DMT in the bloodstream, and then the subsequent drop off. So I knew you have that data. That's the data you need for this pharmacokinetic minimum amount of time within certain practical considerations required. So I sent an email to Vic and said, hey, I have this data back in the 90s, in 2015. Unfortunately, having to unlike some sort of this discarded or lost data. That's an Excel file which he fired back to me after about 30 minutes. So we agreed at this point to kind of like propose this technology. I would do the modeling, which is pharmacokinetic model, and then we would get together, write the paper, and explain why this technology could be used for extension. Of course, there was necessarily, my aim was this would allow us to go through intelligence and spend time in space for that. You can write down. We probably rejected it. But we wrote the technical application for much more control psychedelic statements, possibly psilocybin.
You say, sorry to interrupt, you say it would be rejected. Who are you aiming this paper at? And then who are you trying to get approval from?
Well, I mean, if you write an academic paper, you want it to be published in a peer-reviewed academic journal. Okay, yeah, so you have to. There are certain constraints about things that you can't contact, right? Right. You kind of say things like, hey, intelligence, science, not allergy. We wanted a mainstream, over proper scientific journal. There are a lot of kooky journals out there, and we've accepted it. We wanted this to be taken seriously. So yeah, we kept the paper kind of sober and not boring, but bearing in mind what we were needing. We worked something together, and then we managed to get it published. Relatively easily, the first journal we went to publish the paper for us, and this was just a proof of principle model. It was basically to say, look, this technology should work. Yeah, it wasn't a technology. It wasn't a technology or a model that was ready to be deployed in humans straight away. We just wanted to show that hey, DMT has the right pharmacological properties that would make it amenable to this kind of technology. And when the paper was published, it got quite a lot of attention. People were writing articles about all of these scientists building machines to communicate data, a lot of kind of hype.
It's a good clickbait headline.
Absolutely, yeah. And so, for that reason, many people still think that I am injecting people with DMT. That was never the aim that I was running these studies. All I wanted to do was plant that seed in the size of consciousness, get people to notice it, and they did. So, the Imperial College team, certainly the academic institutions, were the first to run with this idea. And they proved some of the model it wasn't by any stretch of imagination a perfect one. It wasn't ready to go through back at the end with a time on the project proof of principle models. So the Imperial team spent time recruiting pharmacokinetics, pharmacologists to actually get a really good model ready that would allow them to do this. And they were successful, and they recruited maybe 2 or 3 years ago. They recruited a small number of volunteers for a pilot project. It was 11 people in this pilot study, and were successful. They published the paper very recently in the last few months, and demonstrated that it works. They can stabilize this DMT state in this study for 30 minutes. 30 minutes, and it was tolerable. These people weren't freaking out, they weren't going mad. Their anxiety levels peaked at the start of the experience and then settled back down to pre-dose level. Right? They were very comfortable in the stage. Their heart rate, again, it's the same deal, blood pressure, etc. They were dealing with it very well. They were experienced DMT, by the way. They didn't call people in the street, they were taking people through before and saying, hey, let me infuse it. Nothing like that. That would be. But yeah, it was completely safe, completely tolerable. There's a group in Basel now, Switzerland, who have extended it to 19 years. They just published their paper on this, and again, able to stabilize the show in 19 years at several dose levels. So you can have a light experience where you can push it right through to kind of breakthrough levels, the same kind of level of brain concentration as you would get by taking a couple of months of pure DMT vapor. So real proper DMT, serious DMT experience, but accepted and controllable in real time.
Now, what are they doing with these people? While they're infusing these people with DMT, what are they doing specifically to measure stuff? Like, are they literally, is there someone sitting on a chair next to them, talking to them and asking them to talk about stuff? Are the people that are under the DMT that are getting infused, are they writing down notes? What are they doing?
Not at this stage. So this was really a safety and tolerability study.
Okay.
Just to test the drug. So no, they didn't have that. They were getting measurements of things like intensity or entities. This was actually done after they came back. They got them to report at certain time periods. They were being told the time: 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. So they could have some connection to the outside world. And then after the experience, they were told to report on various characteristics that how intense was the effects, were there a lot of entities, scale of 1 to 10, how many entities were there, things like this, very broad, kind of coarse-grained data. Just to establish that there wasn't nothing horrible was going to happen. But in my, what are we going to do with this then? Is the next question. If it works and it's safe, it's tolerable, what do you do with that? And I think, yes, we need to have real-time delivery of information from this DMT space, from these beings back to the team waiting on the other side. You can't remember everything. Right? If I ask you to remember everything that happened in the last 30 minutes, you give me a detailed breakdown, you would struggle. So imagine doing that in a DMT experience. Forget about it. So what do? Is you need some technique which we need to develop to actually deliver information in real time to a team waiting the other side. What would that look like? What sort of tool could we use to do a sort of live sort of like relay of what these people are experiencing? Well, how coherent are you when this is happening? Remarkably, actually, what I hoped would happen is that with the DMT state, as I said, initially it's roller coaster effect, it's disorientating. You don't know where the fuck you are. You don't know what's happening. Everything's really changing very rapidly. And I was hoping that once the brain settles into constructing this alternate reality model, actually what's going on here, that it would stabilize, the brain would settle, and that the experience would still, of course, progress and quite rapidly. Things would change, but it would be more stable, more navigable, more coherent over time. That seemed to happen over time. So that's great. That suggests that, yes, you can navigate, or at least you'll be able to learn to navigate the space and to establish communication with the being within the space. That should be possible. Then, your question, how do you get information out in real time? And there are a number of ways you can think about this. One is, of course, learning. You can ask them to describe what's going on. Alternatively, you might have Timothy Leary, interestingly, had a machine. He was, of course, most well known for LSD, but he had a deep interest in DMT as well. And he developed this device called the experiential typewriter, which was 2 typewriters really, one in each hand, with a number of keys. And each key was mapped to a certain feature of some kind of feature picture of the subjective experience. And so you would go under, you would be in the DMT space, against the DMT, break through the DMT space, and then you would, rather than having to speak, you would use this keyboard, which would need to be trained upon, of course, to deliver information. You have these whole like paper roll, pen, that kind of thing. So for you, way ahead of his time, he was already thinking about how do we get information back. So you can imagine something like that would be much more sophisticated, of course, than what Timothy Leary could construct at the time. But it was something like that. You would have some kind of device you would have to be trained upon. These voyagers would be trained to control this device at time to deliver certain type of information. And what that information looked like. Here you need specialists, you need linguists, you need mathematicians, you need cartographers, you need artists, you need theologians, you need philosophers, physicians, a whole group of people with different specialisms to think about what kind of information to bring back here. How can we make sense of the information in real time? You also might use artificial intelligence. This is something I've been thinking about a lot recently. It's can we train? It's like if I start speaking a foreign language, you can't understand. I start speaking Japanese now. I won't do it, but it's embarrassing. But if I start speaking Japanese now, then you won't see what I'm saying. But someone who spoke Japanese, obviously, or an artificial intelligence would know that I'm speaking Japanese. Now, if I start speaking the DMT language, in other words, if I start delivering information out of the DMT world as it's occurring to me, whether it's through a device, whether it's through verbally, or even perhaps even measuring neural activity, nobody on the outside, the people, might be able to make sense of this. But an AI might. In the same way an AI might be able to decode some kind of language that I'm speaking. If I started speaking Latin or something, the AI would detect that I'm speaking Latin, decode that, translate it into English. You can think of an AI as being able to decode and try to make sense of this information coming out of the DMT space and make sense of it, and to maybe reconstruct the geometry of the space, try to think about, well, he's talking about certain shapes, he's talking about certain patterns. Is there a mathematical formalism that can be used here to think about what's the dimensionality of the space that he's experiencing? If you go into a 7-dimensional space, let's imagine, right? People do describe this, it's consistent with not 7-dimensional, necessarily, but going into high-dimensional spaces. How do you test whether someone really is? Let's say to you, look, I was in this world, you have more dimensions than normal. These elves, these fucking little elves, or something. They have these they were singing these impossible objects into existence. These 7-dimensional Fabergé eggs, as Ken used to call them. How do you prove that they really are experiencing a higher dimensional object? It seems impossible without getting you could get a mathematician to go into the space. Even a mathematician probably would know how to formalize mathematically what a 7-dimensional object or 7-dimensional space looks like. Do the maths quite easily. It's relatively easy, I guess. But actually, being able to see what a 7-dimensional object would look like is impossible. We can't do it. Our brains, and again, this is why DMT is so confounding. The brain can't construct 7-dimensional spaces. It's used to constructing a 3-dimensional space. So that, and again, going off on a tangent again, that's also why DMT is kind of very difficult to explain. Why can the brain suddenly start constructing high-dimensional worlds? So if we can prove that these individuals really are experiencing a high-dimensional world, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 dimensions, that in itself gives some weight to the idea that we need with some other space, some other reality. So how do we prove it? What do you think of tests that you might give the subjects? But you might ask the subjects to describe what they're seeing, describing the way lines are trained, describing the kind of shapes that they're seeing, the kind of structures. To get someone experienced, perhaps a topologist or an algebraic topologist or some other high-dimensional mathematician in that space, they can describe, I'm seeing this, I'm seeing this, I'm seeing this shape, I'm seeing this shape, this form, this particular topology I'm seeing now. If you do that to AI, right, integrates all information and says, so it looks like this individual is within 6-dimensional spaces. Mm-hmm. You see what I mean? Right. So the AI can interpret data that to us just looks like fragmented pieces of information. We bring it together and say, what kind of world is this person experiencing? So I think that could be really, really cool to get AI trained on high-dimensional data sets. Right. You know, if you do reduce it down to mathematical formalisms and say, okay, this is the 6-dimensional space that this person is experiencing, that would be fucking wild if that could be achieved.
If we could achieve this and figure out exactly what this is, how many levels, how many dimensions there are, and sort of like map this other world that people are going to better, what would that mean for us? And what sort of application, what can we use this for? And what would be the implications of being able to get some sort of a real grip on what's going on there and where and what it is?
Well, there are a number of levels here. So, first of all, the fact that we have access to a world, the fact that our brain can construct a world that has no relationship to our reality, inordinately complex, rich, dynamic, filled with intelligent beings, that in itself is remarkable. That in itself is worthy of study. There's no doubt about it. So I think even if you don't accept that we're interfacing with some actual other autonomous intelligence, even so, it's a state of consciousness that should be studied. So minimally, the technology should be developed to actually explore this space. I think that goes without saying. But I think if we are able to kind of definitively demonstrate that these are worlds that are higher dimensional, that are in many ways impossible, seem impossible to the brain to construct, then we are in a difficult situation. Well, orthodox scientists are in a very difficult situation because they're faced with the data, they're faced with incontrovertible evidence that DMT grants you access to worlds where prevention is which suggests that indeed there is perhaps some interface, some interaction, some gating of the flow of information from some other domain, some other reality that feels actual intelligence is from their own side. And that, in my opinion, would be the most profound and shattering discovery in the history of humankind. No doubt about it, fuck the weed, man. This is light years ahead of that. We cannot comprehend of the kind of uprooting of our place in the cosmos, our place within reality, then the discovery not only that intelligences exist and not only inside our universe, but that intelligence exists elsewhere in another domain that's not within our universe, with which we have a close relationship in some hidden way to our universe, and that we can communicate with these intelligences with such facility as inhaling a couple of lungfuls of this simple, ubiquitous plant alcohol. That to me would be, well, I don't have words for the significance and importance of that discovery. So there's a small chance that that's what we could be dealing with in this year.
And then, this is really interesting too when it goes to some of the stuff that Graham Hancock is talking about with ancient civilizations and some of this evidence of things like Göbekli Tepe which was 12,000 years ago, and even the pyramids in Egypt, and some of these other things that we found around the world that we can't explain with things that we could not construct today if we wanted to. And people, you think it's like some high technology. What sort of crazy technology do they have? Some enormous scale pulleys or saws that could cut some of the hardest stones that exist on Earth that we can't even do today. But if you think about it the way you're talking about it, is this high technology inside of us?
Yeah, I mean, in a way, it is. We are constructing these realities. So the fact that the brain can construct these realities, as I've said several times, is in itself profoundly remarkable. It suggests that there's some ability there that we weren't aware of. It suggests that I often describe this idea that we have this hyperdimensional heritage. It's a world that's not so much aliens, but a world from which we have become immigrants. DMT grants us this brief but astonishing glimpse at this remarkable hyperdimensional heritage. Where does that heritage come from? Why is DMT so at home in our brain? Why is the brain able to shift so effortlessly, so efficiently in constructing this alternate reality model? Does it suggest that there is some distant relationship here? Maybe some ancestral function? Was DMT an ancestral neuromodulator in some ways? Was it present at much higher concentrations in our brain in prehistory? We don't know. But that might explain that perhaps there's been some kind of degrading the function of producing DMT in our brain over time. We become much more cemented as such in this consensus of reality, more alienated from, more disconnected from this other reality. Perhaps there were earlier humans, many tens of thousands of years ago, or perhaps even closer than that, who were more connected to this other domain and were able to access it, whether through using exogenous DMT from plants or whatever, or perhaps more likely from altered neurochemistry. So at times, DMT levels in the brain were rising.
Their endogenous DMT was higher.
Their endogenous DMT was higher. And I wrote a paper back in 2013 where I suggested that perhaps ancient dream function was related to DMT. So you can imagine DMT levels having a kind of diurnal cycle. So they drop down during the day when we're interacting with the non-waking world, the sensitive world, we need to be very, very aware of our environment. When we're asleep, when we're dreaming, this is when DMT levels rise and allows us to access in dream state this alternate reality. So these are the ancient DMT dreams, if you like. So we live kind of parallel lives, both in this world and at night. We will be interacting with this alternate reality, perhaps receiving information that we can use then in doing these kind of amazing structures and amazing kind of technologies that they have in these days. That's a possibility. I'm not saying it's true, but it's an idea. Since we've lost that function, we've become alienated from that world. This is also perhaps why when people take DMT, there is this profound sense of deja vu and familiarity. Deja vu. You really get this sense that this is the most fucking bizarre experience I couldn't possibly have imagined, and yet, at the same time, it is intensely familiar. And you know this place, I've been here. They welcome you back. The lights start flashing, the bells are ringing, your name literally in lights. If he's returned, we haven't seen you for so long. Terence McKenna used to say, it's kind of like that. There's so many people describe that of being welcomed hosts in a sense. It's like we've been away for so very long. And that would make sense if there was some much deeper relationship with that reality in our ancestral past. That some of that neural architecture, those inherited neural structures I was talking about earlier, have been degraded but still carried with it and kind of reactivating this ancestral function by consuming exogenous DMT rather than relying on endogenous DMTs. Going back to those same kind of worlds that these ancient humans would have been experiencing using perhaps endogenous DMT.
Right.
That's a cool idea, right?
It is a great idea. I mean, it does make sense too, especially like the evidence of, say, the younger drives, a lot of cataclysms that came and wiped out civilization, and there was a couple of proto-hominids that survived, possibly, and they were much more primal, and we sort of evolved, like we had to sort of like reset. Yeah, maybe we didn't go in the right direction.
Got it. Yeah, so it became more cemented in our consensus model of reality. Completely lost contact with that. We're rediscovering it now. What's interesting, we're rediscovering at a time when perhaps we needed time away to develop ourselves, become more cognitively and technologically sophisticated. So now we know more about what to do. We've rediscovered the space. Just when we are, 1956, right? So this isn't that long ago. Just as we were becoming really clearly technological species, right? We are at the stage in our advancement where we're beginning to think about other intelligences where that's the time DMT comes back. It's rediscovered, and we're starting to learn to use it and go back into reconnect ourselves to this other domain, but with much better cognitive and technological tools at our disposal. So I see DMTX as being part of that rediscovery and redevelopment of DMT as this technology for reacquainting and reconnecting with this domain, with the intelligences that are resident within.
So what are you working on currently? Like what state are you at in DMTX, and like what's next for it?
Well, as I said, I'm not directly.
I know you're not right.
Yeah, but you kind of said just the kind of the model, but I think you can imagine 100 different ways this kind of research. And you can imagine many different research groups, by the way, picking up on these and developing their own protocols. And what are you going to do? Can you perform experiments within the space? Can you establish stable communication with the intelligence? Can you decode their language? Can you map the space to some extent? Map the geometry and topology of the space? Is that possible? The possibilities. We've discovered a new world. This is a new world, far stranger. So imagine when Columbus landed on the shores of the United States. Was Columbus right? Yeah. So there we go. A new frontier, right? A new world. Immense possibilities lay before. Yeah. Here we are now. After all that, not that long actually, a few hundred years, right? Now imagine we're at that same kind of phase that we've discovered a world that is incomprehensible, stranger, and more complex and vaster than anything that Columbus could have dreamt about. So you open up this new world, the possibilities are quite literally endless. Endless worlds, endless landscapes, endless intelligences. It's unfathomable what we might have discovered here, and the potential for how we might use it, how we might explore, navigate, study establishing relationships with the intelligence within the space, thinking about their nature, their origin, what can they tell us, what we can get from them, what we can give to them, maybe. Yeah, a lot.
Dude, thank you so much for doing this. We just did 3.5 hours. That was absolutely fascinating. So which one of these books is your most recent book? The Reality Switch Technologies?
Reality Switch Technologies. Can I do that?
Yes, absolutely. Hold it right next to your face. A little bit back. There you go. Perfect.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so the Reality Switch Technologies, my latest book.
And what's holding the other one too? The freaking cover is so cool.
Yeah.
You designed it yourself.
Everything. So it's the inside as well. Got full color. This is kind of a digital 30 computer game kind of vibe I was going for that.
This one's called Alien Information Theory.
Yeah.
Psychedelic drug technologies and the cosmic game.
Yeah, so that's a very speculative metaphysics kind of book about speculating about what is possibly the relationship between our reality and sane intelligence, and what is the relationship between those and DMT. So it's very speculative. It's kind of non-vision. The idea is to get people thinking about what we really understand, what could actually be true. The actual truth of the matter is probably far from strange. Reality is not just strange as we suppose, it's stranger than we can suppose. So I want to get people thinking about what could really be going on, the origins of our reality, where we might be heading. Reality switch technology is my second book. It's more about talking about, today I was talking about the idea of bringing the world to the machine. It's also world building tool. So we can think about the brain can access these, construct these alternate realities. DMT reality, for example, DMT worlds. We also construct these strange, vast, alien worlds. We also reach other kind of work using ketamine or using cocaine alkaloids, polyamine. You've got all these different worlds. Your brain can construct a large number, effectively infinite number of worlds using psychedelics. Whether you think these worlds are real spaces or whatever, you know the brain can construct them. So you have this you think of the brain as this tool we can choose, world building machines we can choose using these molecules to reach these spaces. So I wrote this book, and it's also really quite in detail and comprehensive and thorough guide to how psychedelics work in the brain. That's what I wanted to write. That book didn't exist. But really good that anyone who's not a neuroscientist or pharmacologist, anyone that's curious and interested and willing to spend the time, which is not an easy read by any stretch of the imagination. But if you want to develop a really deep understanding of how psychedelics interface with the human brain from a molecular level all the way up to the political level, the world-building level that we've been talking about today, this book will do it. So, yeah.
Well, thank you for doing this stuff. I mean, it's so often that people like you, with your level of education, are so worried about being labeled with people, like being labeled as a kooky psychedelic guy, or they're too worried about not being taken seriously. But then they present stuff in just like this boring, bland, undigestible way.
Yeah.
You've done it in a phenomenal, incredibly immersive, entertaining way. The way you create your books and the way you talk about this too is just, it's so fascinating. So like, huge kudos to you for doing that and having the balls to dive into this world and not being worried about being attached to any sort of stigmas or not worried about being taken seriously.
Well,
That's really cool.
I piss off everybody. On the kind of the scientific side, the really kind of rigid, orthodox scientific side, they say that I'm getting into realms that I like going into, whatever. Then on the other side, you have the more mystical kind of spiritual guys who say, "Oh, you're too reductionist. This is too brain-centered." So I sit in this little domain on my own, because I'm right in the middle of the flow. So I'm used to being kind of attacked on both sides. So I don't care really. I'm not attached to any university anymore. I'm just a writer. So I don't care who thinks that. I just try to present ideas. I think about these molecules and architecture and about reality. I present these ideas, but hopefully to get people thinking about the nature of our reality, about how psychedelics can manipulate the nature of our reality. People can take away from that.
Well, thank you for doing it, and thank you for coming all the way to Florida from Tokyo. I'll link the books below so we can find them.
Thank you very much, Dan. It's been absolutely joy.
Thank you. Good night, world. You are a professor of religion, religious studies, but do you personally believe in God?
Okay, so let me talk a little bit about what we do in my field. In religious studies, it's a multidisciplinary field, and some of us are archaeologists, some are historians, some are a combination of those, and our method is that we take a step back from the study belief and how it informs practices and worldwide movements and things like that. Religion is a very powerful force. People will die for their religious beliefs. So we're academics, and we don't actually, I don't tell my students what I believe because I don't think it's helpful in learning about religion. I'm not advocating religion. But I personally believe it. But it's not part of my it's we've atheists. Some of the best people in my field are atheists.
Oh, okay.
So it's not being a minister or a priest or something like that. I actually did get a master's degree along with priest information and Jesuits information from the Jesuit School of Theology, which was affiliated with University of Illinois as part of the Theological Union, which is pretty similar to Harvard Divinity School, but the English version. And then I went on to get a PhD from Syracuse University in religious studies, which is a field of international academics who study religion. A lot of people are religious who study religion, but a lot of them are not as well. So that's the first thing, is I just want to get clear what the method is. And I've been a person who studied catholic history for my whole career until I moved over to study belief about UFOs. And I took my method with me to study that. And we can talk about how I got into studying UFOs, because I think that's interesting. But we take the method to study UFOs, which means we don't have to believe in UFOs. We are not out to prove that UFO crash debris are real. And this is the subject of American Government's first book on UFOs, but not my first book. So I think that's important to know, that I'm not out here applying for government disclosure or whether or not these materials are actually real. I'm out to study the impact this belief has on the populations of people in the United States, but globally.
Did your early childhood have anything to do with your interest in religion and religious studies? Did you have a very religious childhood and upbringing?
Okay, so
Too fast. And did your studies and your work at all influence your outlook or your worldview on that?
Yeah, I do think that people are impacted by how they were brought up and also what happens around them in culture. So, of course, I'm not exempt from that. That said, I didn't grow up in a particularly religious household at all. My parents were what I would call, I'm from California, Northern California, and it was, and still is, an eclectic culture, and where there's New Age beliefs and things like that. So my parents were pretty eclectic. My father was Irish Roman Catholic, my mother was pretty secular Jewish, and they were interested in a lot of things philosophy. So we did have a library of books about philosophy, and I read those as a kid. And I was very interested in religion and philosophy. And I did make the decision to study this pretty young. So yes, I think I was really interested in how people would have pretty extraordinary experiences, and these would shift their lives. And I was interested in why. You also have to understand that I went to graduate school during the late 90s, which was the time period of the dot-com boom. And so I'm in California, technology is just kind of flourishing at this time. And I'm seeing that the infrastructure is changing the way people believe in their religion. And so the digital infrastructure, and especially media technology like Star Wars and things like that, people are beginning to have these, I would call them almost like mystical beliefs about things like the Force is with you. And it was impacting their religious beliefs. And so when I went to school, not only did I study ancient texts about different religions, but I also studied the ways in which people took their own beliefs and they incorporated, you know, the lexicon of Star Wars into those beliefs as well. And those were part of the whole landscape. So I really focused on technology and religious beliefs. It was a big focus throughout studying Catholic history and also studying Protestant.
I'm sure you studied religion on at least a long time before you ever even thought of the UFO phenomenon.
Yes.
What was it that introduced you to this? Like, what was that? What was the moment like when you first got introduced to this and started to look into it? And what were the biggest connections between the logic of the UFO phenomenon compared to early Christianity?
Right. That's a good question. This happened in late 2011, 2012. And I had just finished a very major project that culminated in a book about the Catholic doctrine of purgatory, which is an afterlife destination for souls who don't quite make it to heaven, but are definitely not going to heaven. Okay? And this doctrine kind of had fallen off the map for Catholics, and I wanted to know why. And so I did a lot of study of old materials in archives, manuscripts, and things like that. And so I also talked about Catholic popular culture and how that shifted this belief. And so at the end of that, I had a long catalog of reports of aerial phenomena from 1400, 1600, 1700, Catholicism, that I didn't quite, in different languages, by the way, and I didn't quite understand what they were about. A lot of times people believe that these were either angels, sometimes holy houses, sometimes souls from purgatory. And so I kept these, and I knew that they were really interesting, but I didn't quite make the connection. I thought, I wonder what this is about. So I finished my book. My book was in press, and I'm on to the next book. But I'm thinking that it's not going to be about that stuff. It's going to be about a Catholic bishop who was one of the first Catholic bishops in the States. And I showed a friend of mine this catalog, and he said, what do you think of the reports? And he looked through the reports, and he said, well, these look like Steven Spielberg films. I mean, it looks like UFOs. And I thought he was silly, because I was a person who spoke from this belief. It was a coincidence, but there was a conference in my town for people who were experiencers, UFO experiencers. So I went to that, and I heard them talk about their experiences, and I saw that these experiences that they were having were like an exact match with the experiences that I had cataloged from hundreds of years ago up to the present. And I recognized that this was a continuing pattern, and it kind of blew my mind at the time. I was like, wow. So I did a little more exploring, and I started to look at primary source material from Catholic experiences, like from saints, like Teresa of Avila, St. Francis of Assisi. And when I started to read the primary source material, I saw that it was also very similar to what you see in John Mack's book, because at this point I read John Mack's book of Abduction. And it literally, these experiences of the saints could be other chapters in this book. And so at the time, I knew Jeff Caldwell, but not, he's a professor at Rice University who looks into this type of thing. And I told him, I said, have you seen this? And he at first said, no, I don't think so. And then I took some of the stuff that I had translated and sent it to him. I said, they're talking about little babies and aerial phenomena and other things that happen in John Mack's book. And he was blown away too. And that was the beginning of my writing about UFOs and looking into modern day reports of UFOs. And honestly, didn't think I was going to experience what I did when I went into studying UFOs. I thought it was going to be a natural progression of moving from, using this method that I learned learning from Catholic history, monitoring the course of the votes, honestly thought it was completely easy. But when I got into the community of studying UFOs, I knew that there was a lot of government information, truthfully. And I also, met high-level scientists that were studying in these programs. And I didn't actually, they wanted to know what I knew, by the way. They were interested in my field. They thought that they could learn from me. So this is what happened. And this is how I wrote my first book about UFOs and the second book. So I found myself in an environment that was absolutely completely different from anything I had ever studied before.
Now, when you say these experiences that you've met with, their experiences were an exact match of what you were reading in some of these old texts.
Mm-hmm.
Can you give me some specific examples of what was the thing that stood out to you the most?
Yeah. So this would be disturbing for people who are very legal, like Catholic, right? And by the way, I am a practicing Catholic, so it was a little bit scary to read, But so if you look at Teresa of Avila, she's a nun who is now a doctor of the church. She's a very well-known beloved saint in the Catholic Church. She had an experience with what she considered to be an angel. But when you look at the primary source material, and this is in the 1500s in Spain, and it's during the time frame when there was an Inquisition, Spanish Inquisition. So it's not like she would want to have talked about this, but she did write about it in her diary. And so she had this experience where she was basically praying, and off to her side she saw what something that she couldn't really understand. It was a genie, and it was about 3 feet tall. And she said it was very shiny, and she said she was confused by it because when she saw angels prior to this, they would be imaginative angels. Something she made the distinction that this was not an angel in her imagination, but this was an actual fleshy thing. She saw it. And so she was confused. She didn't know what kind of angel it was. And she said, it must be a cherub. That's what she said. Well, it's a type of angel. So, in Catholic history, you have different types of angels. And so the cherub is going to be kind of a little angel, childlike looking. And so she, but you could tell she wasn't even sure it was that. And so this, by the way, can only be known by reading her work and looking at her own description of that, because this is a very representative encounter in Catholic history. And there's a very famous statue in Rome by Rabbi, who's a sculptor, and you see her as this little angel and has a dart. So you know how John Mack talks about an instrument that people are examined with. So apparently this little fleshy angel creature examines her, and this was amazing because it was just very strange.
She said it examined her?
Well, it
looked at her?
Okay, so you have to understand translations from that time period. So let's be super clear.
Okay.
So when I say I'm using the word examiner, but probably I should not have used that word. It basically said it took this dart and it thrust it into her entrails. Those are the words that she used. So it was something that I didn't expect to see. So this would be the example, but there were many more examples that weren't as famous. That's the most famous example, the one that Catholics would know about. But there were a lot of examples that I had that no one would know about because they're not digitized and they're in old manuscripts. And there's lots of things like the Vatican archive and the private archive, which is also known as the secret archive. And literally miles of these kinds of things and experiences. Yeah, I read a lot. I did go, and I took one of the people that was a scientist who was studying this too, and we both with them. And did this. He was really interested in these experiences because he was also trying to get data from what he was studying.
And this is the guy you called Tyler D. above, right? You keep him busy and pseudonymous until he can't be exposed. How long after you started researching this stuff did you meet him?
Pretty
Quickly?
yeah, pretty quickly. So
Introduced him.
okay, so he reached out to me, and he, said that he was interested in this field, and he was working in this space program, missions, and I wanted to know why he was interested in my work because I didn't make the connection that it had anything to do with space, space stuff. And so he explained that a breakthrough in his field is going to come from my field. And so we started to communicate. You have to understand that 2013, 2014, I was still pretty reticent to talk with people who were affiliated with government and stuff because it wasn't my field. It wasn't something that I ever thought people would be interested in. So it took me about a year and a half to actually meet in person. And so immediately I met a lot of people. I met the people that, we call the invisible college. So for a person who didn't believe in UFOs, had no understanding of the history, he thought he was all hokey, this is really a strange experience.
And you met other people like Gary Nolan, who came out, who was Adonis in the first book, and really kind of like revealed who he was. What was the connection between all these people?
Okay, so they're all studying what they believe is the modern day, encounter with non-human intelligence.
But they weren't studying it publicly, right?
Well, no, nobody was studying it publicly. This was all before 2021, before the Pentagon, reported that there were programs that were studying this. So this was all, and honestly, you have to understand, I didn't believe. Even when I was in New Mexico, because I did travel in New Mexico with Gary and Tyler, and we went to a legend craft site, I was still under this idea that they were somehow misinformed, or their belief was really strong. They needed to know why they believed this, because they were both incredibly intelligent people. And so that's why I went. I knew that there was a rising belief in UFOs, and I was trying to understand it. And these guys were key to understand it. So Tyler would say, I don't think in the physical parts of UFOs, and I want to take you to a place where have what we and I was like, okay, I'm taking my friend. So I had originally asked Jeff Taik to go with me, but he said that's outside my comfort zone. I'm not going to do that. And so then I asked Gary, and I had actually just met Gary, and he was really impressive to me, not just by being this great professor, but also just really genuinely fascinated by the topic. And he jumped at the opportunity to go. And I also knew that he would be the person to go. If we were going to look for anything, it would be Gary who could figure it out. And so, after a while, Tyler was okay with that. But at first, he wasn't okay with that. And then he looked at Gary and said, "Yeah, let's go." So we went to the New Mexico desert, and
You were like blindfolded, or?
yeah, we had to accept it blindfolded to go into this place, and we went there, took off the blindfolds, and we spent a day, accumulating what they believed were UFO debris from a crash that occurred sometime in the late 1940s, and it wasn't real.
And you actually found something when you guys were there during that specific day?
We did, yeah. And it was hard to get. I mean, that place looked like it had rubble. Well, it did. It had rubble all over it. And Tyler told me that the rubble was from disintegrated tin cans from the 1950s. And this was something that Ed was the book wanted me to take out because she said, I don't understand why. Well, she understood why I went to the place, but she said, why did the government put all this stuff out in the tin cans? We just need to take that out. And even though I didn't understand at the time, I said, look, we have to
what was it that you guys found?
Okay, so we did find some parts, two different types of parts. One looked like almost like frog skin, metallic frog skin, and some other stuff that looked like it just looked like. Honestly, I don't know.
Metallic frogs.
Yeah, it was just both really strange. I still didn't believe. Even after Gary got stopped at the airport and things happened, like Tyler said happened, and yeah, still don't know. Still don't know what to think about that. But that did happen. That was part of studying what I studied.
And how did that alter or affect the trajectory of your research after that? Like from then on out, obviously you had met Gary, and Gary had become friendly. But how did that experience going to that alleged crash site affect your mind and your thinking around this whole topic?
Yeah. Okay. So I think that we have to see that this is, in its very most basic sense, this is a belief that would be considered by people in the field as a mythology. This idea that we have parts of craft from extraterrestrials and we're back into generic for technology. This is actually, the Greeks had the myth of Prometheus. Prometheus was a god person who gave humanity fire, which was truly technology, gave humanity technology. So this is like the modern Promethean myth. That's how I was looking at it. There's something more than that. And that's really what I was trying to figure out. So while I was writing it, it was incredibly difficult to write as an academic because I felt like this is more than a myth. Something really interesting is going on here. And I'm in the midst of it, and I have to write about it. How am I going to write about it? Because generally, a person in my field is going to write this academic book that basically says, I was on this journey with these people, they believed this, and they keep their distance, but I felt like I couldn't keep my distance, that I was within the myth itself. And so I wrote it kind of as a journey of how I was writing it, actually. So even the book itself was not a typical academic book, even though it was published by Oxford. It's a book that explores not just their belief, but also the interface of me, a non-believer, even skeptical, going through this process, seeing the people involved, seeing how the government's really interested in it as much as people are, normal everyday people, and this being kind of a very important turning point in history, really, historic. And so I guess you wrote the second book. I kind of continued on that journey of describing it, basically.
How do you explain what's going on now, like in the public media, like the public-facing media, with like the Pentagon reports and the New York Times talking about and declassifying all these radar encounters with these Navy pilots and finding and publishing these videos and saying that it's off-world technology. What do you think? Like, I know you said that you encountered a lot of misinformation and disinformation on this topic, and that there's a lot of energy that goes into muddying the waters. What is your take on in the last, however long it's been, like 6 years or whatever, that the U.S. has been trying to make this more public-facing? Why do you think that they're doing this?
Yeah. Okay, so again, if you go back to what I said, which is the religion, you'll see that in mostly the traditional religions, like the big religions, and since Christianity is my field, I'll use that as an example. The early Christian church was completely different than the kinds of churches that were institutionalized. Radically different. And what happens during the process of an institutionalization of belief. So this happened with the Roman Catholic Church. They take the Christian belief and then they institutionalize it in the 4th century. And how they do that is they make other beliefs about Christianity heretical. So you have Gnosticism, for example. Those books are burned. We do have Gnostic texts, but
What is Gnosticism?
Gnosticism is a form of Christianity that sprung up in the first 300 years of Christianity. And there's different types of Gnosticism, so different, we would call them denominations. People believe that the knowledge of Jesus, or the knowledge that Jesus had, is something that they experience themselves, like the Holy Spirit. They feel it. It's more like an experiential knowledge. The way I talk about Gnosticism to my students is I say, take a chocolate bar. Okay, would you rather know the chocolate bar by eating it or by reading the ingredients on the back? So it's an intimate knowledge of something.
Okay.
That's Gnosticism.
That makes sense.
So the Gnostic Church was like almost eradicated at that point, or it was submerged into the Roman Catholic Church. So this is the type of thing that you see. You see the institutionalization. And through institutionalization comes some suppression of voices. And so you're going to expect to find that. That's what I'm looking at. And I look at that in the second book. So I was like, okay, we're institutionalizing this belief now about extraterrestrials. What are the voices that are being not heard or drowned out? And why is there so much misinformation? So it's a control of information that you see happening. And that's what's happening now.
And with early Christianity, before it got institutionalized, it was suppressed, right? Like you explained to me how earlier offline, how Jesus was like spreading this message, and it was like in the Roman Empire, it was frowned upon, and people were punished for practicing this.
Yeah, so being Jewish in the first century was hard, and so there were many groups that were trying to exist, and Jesus' movement was one of those groups. And there was another group that were zealots. They believed in armed rebellion, but there weren't enough of them, so they couldn't pull it off. So Jesus was basically teaching Jewish people, his congregation, the people who would listen to him. He would always talk in parables and things like this, basically. He was talking to people who were ready to listen to him. He was okay. Not everybody listened to him. So he had a very specific message. And so he was basically imparting this to groups of people. And his followers loved him so much that they called him the Son of God. Well, at the time, it was Caesar who was the Son of God. So we tend to look back and think that they had this, the people during that time period had this mythology called, they had the Greek and Roman gods, and it was their mythology. And that was actually their religion. So Jesus' followers were identifying him as primary and the Son of God, kind of like the head honcho, against Caesar. And that would be called treason. And so the punishment for treason is crucifixion. So he was crucified for treason.
So who was God?
Okay, so God would be, if you look at, God is either Apollo or Zeus. So there's, but they had somewhat of a pantheism idea. There were various different forms of God. So obviously the Jews had their own idea of God. So it was competing divinities at that time.
I can easily see the parallels between how the institutionalization of Christianity and institutionalization of the UFO phenomenon, how it has always been like this incredibly stigmatized topic, and now they're making it more mainstream so people can. There's so many blockbuster TV shows that cover this topic. It's almost unfathomable. But that's the thing. The government isn't necessarily talking about the ancient aspect of it or the religious side of it. They're talking about it as it's just technology or like quote unquote aliens possibly.
Yeah. So I think this is interesting. I think that the one thing that shifts this, makes it different from the Christianity example, I would say that UFOs right now are having a Christianity moment where there's, the institutionalization going on. But the one thing that's different is that whereas the other was a focus on we have a divinity, the Catholic Church is the one who has the access to the divinity. It's an interesting shift in that this divinity is secularized.
Can you define secular?
Oh yeah, secular is not no religion here. But that completely goes against what I'm looking at. So I'm happy to call it secular if that's what I found. Like I said, I don't care. Uh, you know, I'm not here promoting, the existence of this or that. Um, I'm just doing my job, which is basically to see what I see and then make conclusions based on what I know in the data. And so what I find is that the very people who are most immersed in the study of even the quote unquote technology um, are having experiences that I would call religious like experiences. And these these are changing them, shifting them. They live really almost like monastic or ascetic lives. And so to not include that as data is probably, and well, let's just put it this way. I think it's interesting. I'm including it because that's what I see. So I think that the public facing aspect of it, not including that data, I think that there are probably reasons for that. One of which is they probably just aren't trained. They don't know. They miss it. So here's an example. Um, the recent James Fox film about the Brazil.
Yeah.
Okay, so love his stuff. He's great.
He is great.
Yeah. So, and I talked to him, I don't know, about 10 years ago. I talked to him at a conference, and he said, so tell me about the religious aspects of this film, because I don't see that connection. And so, I kind of, at the time, told him a little bit of it. But
This was 10 years ago, yeah.
yeah, about 10 years ago. However, this last video of his, moment of contact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Argentina, Brazil, there was a crash landing, and apparently there was a being that was running around the town for a couple of days. It was captured by the military. Or 2 beings, right?
So this was fascinating to watch, mostly because to me what was interesting, he's bringing he's bringing the framework of what I would call the secular idea of UFO as extraterrestrial crash lands, and then the government covers it up, and people are
Men in Black.
intimidated, and the being looks really creepy, these kinds of things. So all these elements are there. But what's also there, that what gets completely missed generally, is that this isn't a Catholic country. And the people that first see the being, they're like, what is it, a demon? It's not a human. So they identify it, and they also, there's a lore to demons as well. And part of that lore is that they have cloven feet, and they have a really terrible smell of sulfur. Both of these are mentioned many, many times. They come up repeatedly in the video. And I'm thinking, if I ever see him again, I'll say, hey, you brought up a lot of the religious stuff, but of course he didn't see it because he's coming from a secular family. But a person trained in religious studies is going to see that, or a Catholic is going to see that. Somebody who's very Christian, they're not going to miss that.
Yeah, this kind of blew my mind. You told me this last night. You mentioned the clovis feet and the smell of sulfur.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're saying that this is talked about a lot in some of these Catholic texts?
Yes. So I'm not saying that that's what it is, because I don't do that. But I'm pointing out that when people had these experiences in 1500, 1600, these are the same kinds of things that they would say. They would say it smelled like sulfur. They would talk about the feet and things like that. Now there are a variety of different experiences that have patterns, historical patterns, but this is just one example.
It's a wild example, and like I said earlier, there's really not that many documented cases of actual beings, right? Like this, we're mostly used to seeing like these flying discs. There's a couple of rare instances where there's beings that are witnessed, and people that have encountered these things like in their living room or in their bedroom, but there's never been a case where there's been multiple witnesses seeing this thing that was actually taken by humans into captivity.
Yes. There are examples, though, from Catholic culture of this happening. Like I mentioned the Teresa account where she sees a being. But she doesn't record a smell or anything like that. But it more looks like the beings that populated John Maxwell, or the beings that the kids in Westall or Zimbabwe was out there at sea. So
There's an image of the thing. That's, I guess, a newspaper. There's an illustration done by somebody, and Like, how does
I don't know.
how does that thing get here?
Yeah, all I can tell you is how people have seen it for a long time, not just in the 21st and 20th century. It's been around.
Yeah, movies and documentaries. I feel like they shift our memory of this kind of stuff.
They
Like,
do, yes.
people's memory of stuff, especially over a decade, can get distorted. And then when you take into context that somebody's actually making a documentary that they're going to sell, there's that famous line, never let the truth get in the way of the story. You talk about this a lot in your book, how you were kind of like in the middle of this world of scientists and this world of like the media and movies in Hollywood, and you were finding like this connection between the two things.
Yeah, well, it's pretty obvious. So, I spent a lot of time talking about technology in my book and cognitive science and technology, and especially virtual environments and things like that. The more virtual something is, the more we place it in our memory. And I've written a lot of it. This is not just in books, but also peer-reviewed papers and things. And I work with people who are doing this kind of thing as well, for good. Like, when we see things in virtual environments, we believe them. Even if we don't consciously believe them, they act on our bodies as if we believe them. So you can help people with PTSD in virtual environments. You can train police officers to deal with stuff, or even people in space, right? So they use simulations for astronauts, and they say that it's so real that when they're in space, they feel like that's not as real as what they felt in the simulation. So, what does this have to do with us? Just normal people and our constant interface with technology. And I basically was saying that we're misremembering things, and a lot of that's on purpose and intentional for selling stuff, right? So people want to make a lot of money from their digital content. And so when this is an example, Jacques Vallée had this happen to him, I've had it happen to me. So for Jacques' case, he said that when Whitney Strieber's book Communion came out, there's that picture of the alien on the cover of Communion, and it looks a lot like James Fox alien. Maybe a nicer version of it, a more friendly version. And so Jacques said that it influenced researchers, ufologists are people who study this topic. And so they would go to a sighting, a reported sighting, and if people had seen stuff that did not look like Whitley's cover of Communion, they would discount it as a legitimate encounter. And Jacques said, he just mentioned it. And I encountered this a lot. So after American Cognitive was published, I had people from all over the world sending me videos of their encounters. And a lot of them were interesting. And of course, now I have friends who look at that stuff and they're like, yeah, that's definitely not our stuff. Or something like that. And I showed somebody who is a researcher, a well-known researcher, I showed her a video and I said, and she said, that doesn't look like a flying saucer. And I'm thinking, how do you know what a flying saucer looks like? Because we just don't know. Because we only had flying saucers, So when you actually do, that's why in my next book, Encounters, what I do is I focus on people, a lot of different types of people too, like trained observers, people in space force, people who are just kind of normal people. And if you go back to them and what they saw, it looks pretty different than what we see. There's similarities to what we see in media, but you can see how media is taking it and only focusing on certain types of encounters. And I'll give you an example. There's a really interesting example that happened. There was a UFO flap that happened in Rockport, New York in the 1960s. And more than 30 people, credible witnesses, witnessed a series of UFOs. The first person to report it, and this report went to the White House, this is in 67, was this night watchman. And he went out to the parking lot where he was working, and he saw a craft parked in the parking lot. And he said he saw these little needles come out and maybe two, I can't remember, come out and run around. And
he reported it right away, and nobody believed him. And everybody, they thought it was they just didn't think it was a credible report. But immediately after that, all these credible people started to see what looked like a kind of Steven Spielberg type UFO in the sky. And I interviewed a witness to that event. He was a kid at the time, a teenager, and he and his friends saw it. And a lot of people saw it. Police officers saw it, teachers saw it. And so NICAP then took their report, but completely discounted the first guy's report because it was so weird. So there's a lot of different stuff that happened in reporting. So, the report was too strange, people won't take it seriously. But if it's kind of, mystical Steven Spielberg type UFO, people are like, oh, ready to believe it.
My previous view on this whole phenomenon was like it's very technological, and as soon as anyone started to mention anything about poltergeists or mysticism or anything that is paranormal, I started to like take a huge step back and be like, okay, I can't take this person seriously. But after reading your book and hearing how all of these people report all these similar experiences, even though they don't understand what it is, but they describe it to you. Like, for instance, the guy, Gray Man was his name.
Yeah.
He had a crazy experience, this being hovering above him at night, and he described it to you, and you said what he described to you was to the T, the Saint Michael, the Archangel.
He didn't even know it.
So, like, that was the point in reading your book, where, like, I had to put it down and take a walk.
Yeah, I agree.
So who is this guy, Gray Man, and was he similar to Tyler?
Well, he worked in the same field, and he has to be pseudonymous because of that. So he works in the same field, but he's not from this country, he's from Australia. So, and he was really, really careful about things that he's told me. And so he had personal experiences that were of this phenomenon, both seeing it as like something in the sky, like aerial phenomena, and also personal experiences.
Pardon this brief interruption, but I want to take a second to talk about our sponsor, Versa.
So what I found was that a lot of people who have, when there are sightings of things in the sky, like aerial phenomena, some people just see it and that's it. They don't have these experiences. Other people might even have the experiences and not even in that vicinity and not even see something in the sky, but have experiences of it, which I found strange. And again, I'm not concluding right now as to what's going on because there's too much. I just don't know. And a lot of people have to bring data, right? Like we need more data, basically. And we need more people like looking at this and taking the data and not discounting stuff because it's so weird. I guess and I'm with you. Like I used to discount people like this all the time, and I don't believe in it at all. I think that what we need is we need someone who's like that, who comes along and says that, I was kind of trained to look at weird stuff because I'm in religious studies. What do people believe in religion? Well, if you look at if you're religious and you're believing some stuff that can't be proven. If you believe in angels, we've never proven that an angel exists. We can't put it under a microscope, so we have no objective proof of religion. So I'm already trained in this method. So looking at UFOs, we have a lot more proof of those. We have like radar. We have the government now basically saying, yeah, there are these things, we just don't know what they are. And they could present a problem for us in airspace and things like that. And of course, we have people studying them in these programs. And a lot of the people that study them in programs have very weird experiences that are not talked about. Even the history of the space program, the Russian and our space program, the American space program, we have founders who had really interesting experiences of Jeff Parsons. On the one hand, totally bizarre, and most people would not want to talk about that, especially if they're working
and we're
So,
going to talk about that.
could you describe briefly people who Jack Parsons was?
Yeah, so, okay, so there's a couple of people that are recognized as the father of rocketry. They basically created the calculations to get us into space, to get us out into space. And one of these people is Jack Parsons, probably the most effective. Uh, Werner von Braun is one as well. Um, but he actually gave a lot of credit to Parsons. He said Parsons figured this out. And how did Parsons figure this out? Well, he had a really interesting way. He lived in the early 20th century, and he was working on rocket technology, but he also was a friend of L. Ron Hubbard, who started Scientology, and Aleister Crowley, and he had this crazy life, and he lived in Los Angeles, and he would do rituals in the desert, and he thought that these kinds of things would help him basically download this rocket technology. And it's weird, but as weird is Konstantin Tchaikovsky on the Russian side. He didn't have the same belief system as Parsons, but believed that he was in contact with angelic presences who would also allow him to, create this rocket technology. So that's what I'm talking about, is like the people who are the most valuable to this program are the people that are doing stuff that most people would have discounted because it's so weird.
What was he doing hanging out with L. Ron Hubbard?
They were
And I'm interested to hear your take on Scientology.
okay. Well, I don't ever talk about Scientology, to tell you the truth. I do teach about it in my class, not publicly.
Is that something that is on purpose, or is just no one's interested?
No, everyone's interested.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you could get sued talking about Scientology.
Right.
Talk about it.
Yeah, I've had a lot of people out here talking about Scientology. L. Ron Hubbard, I think he was one of the most prolific science fiction authors of all time. Like, he wrote more science fiction than anyone.
Yeah, and he started a religion.
And he started a religion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of interesting, though.
Where were we? What were we talking about? Oh, that's right. Okay, we're talking about Jack Parsons.
Yeah, so we were talking about how when you scratch the surface of the UAP UFO topic, and you look at the people who are the most successful at, moving the needle, you're going to find that their lives are imbued with this kind of mystical practice.
And what is it about these people that they are able to do these quote unquote downloads that they talk about? That you talk about in your book. Like Tyler has this specific protocol that allows him to connect with nature and this network of nature.
Yes, so a lot of the people basically even if they don't know they are. In my field, we also study monastic traditions, like, there's a history of monastic traditions, people who are monks and nuns, and they tend to live in communities with each other and work on their spiritual growth, basically. Do things like pray a lot, study a lot. And so what I noticed about Tyler was that he lived a fairly monastic life, even though he would never know that or call it that. But he had these what I called protocols. They were physical and spiritual and mental protocols. And what I noticed was that a lot of people who were doing the same kind of work followed these protocols. And they enabled them to download information that they were interested in. They could be useful things like technologies, or other things like artistic things, projects and things like that. And so when I finished American Cosmic and it was out there, a lot of people with this ability reached out to me, and I met a lot of very incredibly successful people who were doing this their whole lives, doing this similar thing their whole lives. And so I interviewed them too, because I wanted to know, what's going on, what were they doing, why were they doing this? And so what I figured out, for the most part, is that religions, different traditional religions, were the traditions that held these technologies. And now I see these protocols as like body technologies, or technologies of connection. And they would enable people to be super creative and help culture in many ways. Like Teresa of Avila is a doctor of the church. She was able to do this. She was a nun.
And a lot of the tradition in the Catholic tradition of saints, they were doing the same thing. They had these practices that enabled them, they believed, to connect to their God. But that's just because we didn't have a global society. Now we have a global society. We can actually do analysis of what's going on when people are connecting. Harvard's done studies of people who meditate and how it changes, physiologically changes your brain structure. Right? Yeah. So, so I think that this is, if I were to say the one thing I learned most from my work so far in UFOs, is I learned about these protocols. And I met a lot of people who do that. And that's what I'm interested in that, because it seems to me that the other stuff is a huge distraction. Because if we could just focus on this type of thing, it would, where people, they're able to resist being distracted by media and, focus on what they actually are interested in. What are you really interested in, instead of being hung up on, being distracted by stuff and consuming stuff and going on to the next thing because you're bored. So these people are never bored.
There's this thing that creative people, specifically writers, painters, they talk about when they're trying to get into like a creative flow process of doing their work. Is when they start working on something, whether it be a poem or a piece of artwork, they just start by picking up the brush and just like splattering paint everywhere. And then once they start to once time passes, they start to like get into this flow. And some people like to call it the muse, where this thing just sort of comes out of the ether and creativity and things just flow through you without thinking.
That's right. That's it.
That's similar to what Tyler is talking about, where he has just thoughts that enter his brain that have nothing to do with memory or anything he's ever learned. They're just ideas that come out of the ether.
Yeah. So he's not the only one. There's so many people. There's so many people like that. So yes. So to me, that's the most interesting thing. And I was, and a lot of people were very interested. So I gave a class on it, because, and people from all over the world took the class, and a lot of people who were doing it, because they want to know, what am I doing? Are other people doing this too?
But so the idea is that our bodies we're at the cellular level, it's all electronic, right? Like the electrons in our bodies that make up our atoms and our cells and our DNA and everything about us. So we're like 90% water. And the idea behind this is that, I'm sorry if I'm messing this up, but that our bodies are like these radio transmitters. And that, like, if we can treat our body the right way and eliminate all of these outside peripheral signals, that we can connect to some sort of network.
Yeah, so I talked to a lot of people about this because, at some point my own training fails me and I need to access people who are into AI or into, better scientists. And so I've talked to a lot of them, and there are two different kinds of things. One is that it's like a network, right? And there was a Jesuit priest in the early 20th century who built this network. His name is Chardon. I'll tell you, Chardon.
Right.
And so he described it as the noosphere. And so he built this network when he was on the front in World War I. And, there's a lot of tension going on there. And he felt like this was going to connect with technology in the future. And he felt like, his work is interpreted in different ways. But I interpret his work as basically saying that there's almost like a new form of the human that's going to happen in the early 21st century. And he sees it as connected to this network. Yeah. And so I met a lot of people who believe this too. So he's a very well-known philosopher in communities of people who are creating AI. And so the belief systems of people who are creating AI, I interviewed them too, because, because really I was interviewing people who were in Silicon Valley, believing in aliens and ET and reverse engineering things, for American concept. Well, the whole world has shifted. AI is something that wasn't a big deal. I mean, it was a big deal in that time period, but it's now become super public. And so during the time period that American Cosmic was published in, and this book here that I just finished, I focused on people who were in these communities later on, and a lot of them know about this idea of the organic network that's now somewhat infiltrated with the actual other internet, and how these, how your body is impacted by
Competing with the internet, right?
kind of. I mean, let's put it this way: some of them said that they do detox from the internet
Yes.
in order to connect to the original, I guess, network, in order to come back in code, which is so ironic. But yeah,
There's a deeper meaning here when it comes to like our evolution. We have the choice to either develop technology as a tool or develop something that is gonna make us sort of irrelevant.
Yeah.
Or trample us.
Yeah, there's like a fork in the road.
Right, a fork in the road is a good way of putting it.
Chardon saw this. It's one of his warnings, and so the person who is included in the book that is this person that we call Ruby, right? And so she's one of the major creators of AI back 20 years ago. And so she's now seeing the fruits of things that she created come alive in a sense. And so she's the one who explained a lot of this idea to me, and that that we do have to have a good understanding that there's a lot of talk of danger right now of AI, and so she's saying that there's a positive aspect that we can take right now. We can realize this and it'll be helpful. But it seems like she also believes that AI is going to be sentient.
What is the connection between this way of tuning the human body and being able to experience some of these paranormal aspects, having these paranormal experiences? Connection with it.
It's pretty well known in Buddhist communities of meditators and also within Catholic culture that if you pray, I mean, we're talking about the monastic traditions. If not, not your everyday Catholic is not going to be praying and see an entity or something like that, or they might, but generally no. So if you're doing this kind of practice where you're becoming sensitive to, what happens during meditative or prayer sessions, sometimes you'll see something that is like what would be called a UFO or an entity, and it might disturb you. But that's why there are communities that help each other. So that's why monks and nuns, they live together, they help each other through these spiritual practices. So they would say, I know that in specific Buddhist communities, they say that's just a distraction. That's not your goal. So if you see these things in the Catholic monastic community, you would tell your spiritual director, and they would most likely say the same thing. Don't focus on that.
Are there good and evils? Like, are there good beings and evil beings that people report?
Yeah.
And what determines whether these people experience good or evil?
Well, within the Catholic tradition, definitely they would call it good. Within the Buddhist tradition, they would probably have unhelpful and helpful. Like, they wouldn't put a value judgment on it, in my opinion. I am not a scholar of Buddhism, so just to be clear.
Okay.
But within the Catholic tradition, what would happen is if you started to have locutions, which hear things or see things, you would go to your spiritual director and you would tell that person, okay, this is happening to me. And you would work through it, and there would be tests to find out if this was a evil thing or a good thing, and whether we should pay attention to it. It's definitely something that has always been around in Catholic culture, and is still around. So let's take the example of sightings of the Virgin Mary. Okay. All right, so people see the Virgin Mary. All right, it's kind of an often. If you go online, they'll do maps of Virgin Mary sightings globally.
There's a bank that's right down the street from here. Years ago, there was the sprinklers went off, and it stained the glass glass building, which was a bank, and it created this stain that looked just like the outline of the Virgin Mary, and it was all over the news. And a church ended up buying the building and making it. Now it's a church today.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
A church bought a bank.
There would often be these stains on the windows and the sprinklers, right? And they were all different kinds of shapes, but this day specifically created this shape of a Virgin Mary, and they never cleaned it off. They in fact did something where they coated over it and made it permanent.
Wow.
And then a church ended up buying it.
Wow, that's really neat.
Yeah, it's wild. But it's it goes back to the thing believing is seeing. If you believe something, you see it everywhere.
Yeah. So okay, so say somebody sees the Virgin Mary, and this person seems credible, right? They don't even want to talk about it, but they do see it, and they go to their priest and say, "Look, I saw this."
There it is.
Oh yeah, I remember that. It's really beautiful.
Yeah, it's 10 minutes away from here.
Wow. So there are committees at the Vatican that assess these sightings and assess whether or not they're from God or not from God. And so these kinds of things get assessed. And that's not in secular culture. So if you see something and go, whoa, I saw this, people are like, okay, right. But if you do see this in different religious traditions, there are committees set up to deal with that kind of thing.
Is this similar to, you mentioned something in your book that there's a person, I can't remember the name of this person, but there's a person who determines who is a saint?
Yeah, there's a whole committee that does that. Okay. And it's called, there's a postulator. So
Postulators, that's what it was.
Yeah, and I've met one at the Vatican who was also, I think he's still there. He's not on the internet.
No. Now, what is this spiritual aspect of the phenomenon? What does it have to do specifically, going back to Gary Nolan's work, brain structure? And he talks about specific brain structure and a specific part of the brain that is developed. I think it's 1% of the population.
I don't know what percentage it is, but he was studying. I don't know if Gary's talking about it with respect to spirituality and religion, but he's definitely talking about it with respect to people who access this data that allows them to do downloading.
That's what I meant, yeah.
Yeah. So these are high functioning people who are downloading information that's really helpful with generally technologies. And it's the caudate that part of the brain he's looking at.
What is it called again?
It's called the caudate.
Caudate.
It's the caudate.
Okay. These protocols that Tyler specifically talks about is not something that should be practiced by everyday people to try to access this, or is this something that all people can try to do?
Oh, I think that, honestly, I think all people should do the things that he was doing. Maybe not to that extent because they're pretty intense, but he's just talking about having, okay, let's put it this way. In many traditions, religious traditions, your body is considered a temple. Okay, well, what is a temple? It's going to be a temple of God, right? So it's a temple so this idea has been around for a while. We just forgot about it. And so it's being, I'm looking at it and saying, hey, this has been around for a while, and these people are doing it to great effect. And it's basically making sure that you're healthy and you keep your body, if it is the case that we're transmitting and receiving information, that you're keeping your body clear enough and healthy enough to do that. So I think it's kind of like a human thing. I think a lot of people can do it.
Is it simple stuff like getting good sleep, drinking a lot of water?
It's totally simple.
Taking vitamins.
Yeah, it's simple stuff, but when you look at the science behind it, you're like, oh, so that's the reason why. So getting enough water, our bodies, so you will explain this to me. She said our bodies are 80% water, 70 to 80% water. And water is like the universal conductor. It's conducting electricity. And a lot of things that are happening in our bodies are electrical. So we're just, making sure that the water is clear in order for these things to, in order for us to be at our peak. You see it also with athletes. You know, you have to be at a certain point in order to get into the flow. A musician has to know the stuff that you need to know to get into the flow. So it's basically living in a very healthy way.
So this brings me to the study. There's a part in Plato's book where he talks about the cave. I think it's like cave of allegory.
Oh, you're talking about the allegory of the cave.
The allegory of the cave, yeah. Dyslexia.
No, it's okay. It's in Plato's Republic. And
Right, okay.
Yeah. It's a really interesting. It's like a template for our time. Like a lot of movies make use of it. The Matrix makes use of the allegory of the cave. It's kind of like a template that what we see is not real, and there's something behind it. And he talks about it with respect. It's a really interesting book, by the way. Plato's Republic.
There's a diagram of it.
Yeah. So I'll tell you what's going on.
Okay.
So Plato's basically in the allegory, he's talking to, Socrates, because Plato's talking about Socrates, who is his teacher. Socrates never done anything. So Plato basically mimicked Socrates, tried to. Writing was a new technology at the time, and Socrates didn't like it because he felt like it removed knowledge from the actual source of knowledge, which was the person. Okay, so this is happening at the time period. So Plato wants to provide people with an understanding of what his teacher Socrates said, but he needs to use writing to do it. So everything's in dialogue. So Plato's writing all of this in dialogue form in order to kind of preserve something of what Socrates is saying.
Okay.
So this allegory of the cave, this occurs in Plato's Republic. Plato's Republic asks this question: can we have a just society? Right? Can we actually live together without killing each other? Is the question, right? Can we have a just society? Okay, so that's the question. And so each chapter is a back and forth about whether or not between Socrates and Plato's brother, can we actually have this just society? And there are lots of different readings. I'm not a trained philosopher, although I took a lot of philosophy. I have like the equivalent of a master's degree.
Oh, wow.
But so I know a lot of philosophers. I've talked to philosophers, mostly James Benedict in college. He and I have had a lot of conversations about the allegory. And it appears that Socrates, at the end of the Republic, is kind of the answer is you can't really have a just republic because, we've gone through all these scenarios and simulations, and it looks pretty bad for people because politicians are really, they shouldn't actually be politicians. It's like the people who should be politicians are not politicians, and you have to trick them into being politicians. That's the best politician, right? And that's not going to happen. So in the end, he throws in the allegory of the cave. You're like, what's this about? So he's basically saying that life is like this. We're all in this cave. And if you look at this image here, you see these people tied up. So people tied them up. And what's worse is that they lit this fire in back of them, and they're doing puppet shows. And so these people just see the shadows of what's happening on the cave wall, and they think that's reality. Okay, so that's the setup. That's what life is like. And then somebody gets out and goes outside the cave and sees something real. They see reality out there. They see the real world. They see the sun, and this is true. They realize that they've been fooled their whole life, and they don't see what's real. So they go back into the cave, and they tell the people that are tied up, there's reality out there. But sadly, what happens is the people who are tied up think that they're crazy. They say, you're crazy. Your eyes are ruined, And Socrates even says, maybe they might even harm that person, because they're so angry at them. So he basically says, what do we mean then? What should we do about this situation? And so he and Glaucon agree that the best way to deal with this is through basically a conversation about what is real, and a way to help each other recognize kind of a community, the very basis of a community looks like a monastic community where people basically say, wow, what's out there is really crazy. We can't believe it. So let's kind of talk about it and really form this, what a lot of philosophers believe is this epistemology of good. That we can, that this is the ascent from the cave is when a person starts to attain like a mystical knowledge of what is good. And so that's what he believes is going to help us in this kind of situation that we're in.
You can definitely see a parallel to the situation that we're in with the allegory of the cave.
Yeah.
It's kind of mind-blowing.
I know. That's why a lot of people who are doing media are using allegory of the cave as kind of a template, for our time period. But I think it's actually just the way that has been. By the way, I want to say that this is a Western thing. I don't know if the allegory is going to be structurally important for certain indigenous communities, frankly. When you look around, you're like, wow, they don't actually have this situation where you have government. And, Socrates was killed by his government. It was a pretty dire situation.
Like, it seems like right now we're in the cave, but it seems like the way to break it or to break the chains is through this philosophy and through us finding and discovering that everything that we're looking for is within ourselves.
Yeah. I think that, I honestly do think that this is a template, that it's structural for this type of culture. And the way to remedy, maybe you can't fix it, but you can remedy it for yourself. And that's to do what Socrates suggests. And so I think it's really important to do that. Will this be a fix-it for humans? I don't know. And is there a fix-it for humans? Maybe not. But if there is, you have to look at these kinds of things. So I find correlations to early Christianity too, because when Jesus was talking to his community, and by the way, this would be something that they would have known about because, we're talking about a very Greek-informed Jewish community in the first century. So there's a called Hellenization. So they're very formed by Greek thinking, and there's philosophical communities of math mystics, basically, who sometimes are vegetarian. They're practicing these protocols. Socrates and his group practiced these protocols too. A lot of them didn't start learning and utilizing math until they were 35 to 40 years old. So it's really interesting. So, when you start to learn about that time period, Jesus' time period, you start to understand it was very sophisticated what they were talking about. And Jesus was also, in a sense, being Socrates' time, basically saying to the people who listened, he wasn't even talking to everybody, he was saying, this is what it's like, and he would basically help his community. And so he was initiating, he also never wrote anything for Socrates did. Didn't either. So they were very similar in that sense that they never wrote anything. So he was also, asking, could there be justice? And he said, yes, there can be, but it's the way, this is the way. And it was a spiritual and mystical way, just like Socrates. And my reading of Socrates is that he's proposing a spiritual way, a mystical way. Even though, ironically, the reason he was killed was because he was supposed to be, Athens said that he was promoting atheism among the youth, which I think is what's going on.
Tyler described a hierarchy of beings. How do you make sense of that?
Well, it was really interesting to me. So Tyler's information about the protocols I thought was so good and interesting and helpful that I asked him to guest speak in my classes.
Really?
Yeah, prior to the publication of American Cosmos. So he would guest speak in my classes, and my students loved it, by the way. So it would be standing room only when he was around, and students would come, pack into my classes, and he would basically talk to them about their own, lives and what they were interested in doing, and that type of thing. And during the time period, he was really open about his beliefs. And part of what he used to say was that there was a hierarchy of beings, and he placed God at the top. He was a Christian, and then he placed angels below God, And then he placed beings, like off-planet beings. He called them off-planet beings. And then he placed, this is where it gets really weird to me, factions in the intelligence community, and then normal humans. That was the
Okay.
hierarchy.
Okay. Was Tyler religious before you guys? Before you like when you first met him, was he very a religious person?
He was religious in a pretty normal way.
Okay.
So he went to church maybe a couple times a year, non-denominational Christian. He was very, very spiritual, but his spirituality wasn't. I mean, obviously, when he met me, I taught him a lot about what I did. And when we were at the Vatican, he experienced pretty intense religious experience. And so now he's very religious, like Catholic, goes to church, works, things stuff.
His experience at the Vatican.
Yeah, yeah. And that was nothing that I promoted or wanted to happen. It just kind of happened on its own. I was fascinated by it. So no, he was not. He was not super religious.
Okay, so God is on the top.
Mm-hmm.
Angels are below that.
Yeah.
What, in his view, are angels?
Well, he changed his view when we went to the Vatican, and we learned a lot more about the saints and what was happening with them and their interfaces with what looks like similar to what people are saying when they have UFO experiences today. And he started to understand it from a broader perspective, and he thought perhaps that the things that he was studying had to do with angels. And so he was willing to decide that maybe the category of angels and off-planet intelligence were closer than he had thought before. Maybe they were the same. And so he revised them, but he kept everything else the same.
So he combined angels and extraterrestrials?
Yes. Well, remember, he's calling them off-planet beings. He's not calling them extraterrestrials.
Okay, is there a reason? Isn't it the same thing though?
Not to his mind. Because I think he's keeping an open mind as to what they are. People use them and interfaces with them, but he's keeping an open mind.
So
He didn't.
is the difference between off, when he says off planet, does he mean like stellar? Or is he talking like, are we talking multiverse, like different dimensions?
Yeah, so these are the questions that he had.
Okay. So he didn't know. That's why he left it open.
I mean, I think that he believed and that they're in space, and that we encountered them, in space.
We encountered them in space.
And they come down to our atmosphere. So I think that he calls them off planet. They're not terrestrial.
So he claims that we see these things in space. Is that something we can talk about?
That's what he believes. Let's just say that.
That's what he believes.
That's what he believed at the time.
What is his opinion of the objects that the Navy pilots are seeing, like the Tic Tac objects and other that go fast and the gimbals?
Okay, it was only the Tic Tac videos that I was able to get him to look at and ask what he thought about those, and not the movies. So he looked at those and he said, the video quality is horrible. And then he said, that's pretty similar. That's what he said. That's all he said to me.
He said that's pretty similar.
Yeah. But he said,
What does that
the
mean?
video is really terrible. And he thought that was probably good this way. I got the feeling he thought that was good this way, but. And it was very soon after that we stopped talking. We stopped working together.
Really? And why did you guys stop working together?
Because his work was changing already, and things were going really fast, and my book was, said a lot, and I think that it was not in his best interest to keep communicating.
Did anybody seem to have the opinion that those modern videos are sort of like technology that has been developed by us?
Let's see. I mean, there are some people who basically told me, this was after the book got published, who said that we have drone technology from a long time ago, maybe before people even knew the drones existed. And so, yes. So I got a lot of very, of course, at this time, I recognized the complete disinformation that was coming my way because I'm a professor writing about this topic. And so I'm like a magnet for anybody who wants to spin their story in public. And so I had to be really conscientious about who I listened to and took seriously. And so, but I did have people come and very, emphatically tell me, yes, this is not what you think. It's our technology. And we've had it for a long time. That. And it gave me evidence to show me. But at this point, I decided I wasn't going to be doing that.
Did you have this to show you?
Yeah. And now, of course, they're going to want it out there, So I'm like, I'm not doing this game. Like, I felt like I did that before. I'm not going to do it again. Because at this point, I understood that I was going to be targeted and was a target of people feeding me information they wanted to place in the public. And you have, as a person,
You discern that.
you're right. It's really difficult to discern that. I used some of my friends who I trusted, like family, to kind of get a read on people. Not like I'd ask him specifically. I just say, do you meet this person? And if he said no, or if he didn't comment, I know, okay, this is not, because I think he's pretty good at discerning, And yeah, so I just chose to only write and publish stuff that I felt was responsible, I guess, and I could say, yeah, that, put it out there and say yes. It wasn't anything that I was going to put out there that I had a question about. So I was doing straight what's called ethnography, which is basically talking to people about their experiences and interfaces with this phenomenon.
What for you, specifically with the new book, what was there anything in there that was like really something that like blew your worldview out of the water or like really shocked you?
Okay, that's a really good question. I think a few things. The two chapters that were really impactful to me are side by side. And the first one is with Nicole. And her worldview was really interesting to me because it's the new world. She offers in this new world, the world where she lives, and speaks about it really. She's articulating everything about it. And for a lot of people, it's frightening because it's basically us living with a technology that we create that has huge potential to shift everything. And this is what attracted me to the work of one Heidegger philosopher, in that he predicted this time period and said, only God can say this happened. Right. Yeah, so, I was like, wow, we're here. And she's the one who knows most about it. So, this time period of intelligent technology, either something that we merge with or something independent on its own, is fascinating and something that I said, is unprecedented for humans. And so, so that, and then directly after that, I know a person, actually, a colleague of mine. I've known her for many years, 20 years, and this is all pre-UFO and post-UFO. And when she was a woman in my department, I'm in a male-dominated field, so we spent a lot of time together. She's a philosopher, and she was being recruited by the NSA as well. And her father worked in what he called the secret space program. And this was all when I was doing Catholic history. So I always thought that was strange, but I never actually asked her about it. But then when I started to study this, it was like, I need to ask her about this because it's strange. You hear all this crazy stuff about this secret space program. It's this and that. It's absolutely insane. So I did an interview with her, and I recognized that she was actually a child of a person who's in one of these programs. And I met so many people in these programs, like Tyler, right? And and these people people have children, those children do not live normal lives. And because their parents don't live normal lives because of being part of these programs. And so that was an insight. I met a lot of these people. And so there's like almost like an effect, that lasts on these generations of people and children. And so I really wanted to talk about that, but I couldn't talk about it directly with some people who were not in the program. So her father's been dead for many years. But still, people around her told her not to share the information because there was so much intimidation not to share it. I mean, we're talking about he's been dead for many years. And so, but she talked about it.
It's so unsettling to think that there's this deep layer of fear and secrecy embedded deep in our government and in the world that you don't see or you know people don't even think about. The deeper you go into this topic, it's just like the more of that you see.
Yeah, I started having that idea that you have, like, shouldn't be this, and basically being kind of really frightened of not wanting to be a part of it. And then
Right.
being around people so much in it, a lot of them were saying, it's better the devil you know. Yeah. And so that kind of changed, and then having them tell me exactly why it's better than the devil. And so that shifted my perspective. And I just, maybe there's some wisdom. And so I back off. And so I just focus on the religion aspects. I don't want to go into this. The secrecy of that chapter is the one that you get. I just kind of talk about it. It's a safe way to talk about it. You just have to say it. Yeah, it's there, and it exists. And some people believe that it exists for good reason.
Do you think that there's people that are like this girl's father passed away, scientists that are deep within the shadows of governments who are very much aware of this spiritual mystic thing that Tyler's a part of?
Yeah, I do.
And do you think they're trying to purposely hide it or weaponize it? I mean, because like all of the history of the evolution of technology is competitive capitalism mixed with science for the purpose of war, right? Like we're apes with nuclear weapons, right? And we just want to compete to be higher on the food chain. And that's what sort of inspired a lot of promotions of incredibly innovative technology throughout history. So like do you think that is why they're keeping this a secret?
Okay, so I love what you just said, like the rundown of kind of the state of affairs and technology. But I would change one thing, and that's the people who create it are often not the people who utilize and operationalize it. Okay, so the people who create it, they probably keep this stuff, grab the patents, grab the people themselves, and use that. But those people are not out to wage war. Generally, they have hey, this is helpful for humanity in this case, right? Okay, so
whether you take any scientist or doctorate or whoever they are, researcher, and you give them millions of dollars, say, here,